All right, welcome to Legends of the Force Planetary Qualifier, hosted here at Guardian Games in Portland, Oregon. We are good to go with round one in our first matchup here. It is Han Solo Pilot versus Mother Talzin, Force-sensitive deck here with Han Solo taking the initiative. My name is D-Rod. This is Unlimited Power. Thank you so much for being here today. Let's go ahead and get that timer going. This is round one of the Planetary Qualifier. Let's go. Let's go. This is great. So the great part about... make sure that timer's going. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Now, this is us right after Galactic Championships. We've had such a great couple weeks here in the local area, and I'm pumped to see what decks people are bringing here post-Galactics. Obviously, seeing some Han Solo there, that's pretty great. Let's see if we can do some stuff to adjust the lighting here just a little bit. Not there, but here. Okay, cool. So we have Han Solo Pilot versus Mother Talzin. Again, looks like lighting is a bit off. We're going to do this. Oh, man, we're not able to see that secretive stage, and it is bothering me. My apologies, guys. We're going to get that set up here a little bit better going into the next round. But here we see we're going into turn two. We are, turn three. Mother Talzin finishes that second turn, gets a couple points of damage, gets the Force. Han Solo does his ability to flip the top card of the deck, which is really great. If you're unfamiliar with Han Solo's ability, he takes an action to reveal the top card of the deck, and then he may attack with a unit if the revealed card and that unit essentially share the same cost, and they just get a small bonus there. So it's a little bit of damage. We see 3 damage on the Starlight Temple with 2 damage on Han's base. So let's go. Anthony Palmer, thanks so much for coming in. Again, my apologies here that the lighting, I'm going to have to adjust a little bit more going into round two. But we see Mining Guild TIE Fighter take a big swing, putting Mother Talzin at 7 points of damage. All right, here we go. Now we are moving into round 3. 4 resources for both opponents. With Mother Talzin taking more damage. She's playing on a 28th health base. Let's actually represent that damage there. There we go. All right, so we have a shielded Sage. We have 2 ships in the space lane. Right now, Han Solo just has free range here. But as you know, Mother Talzin has a couple of unique abilities. Her first ability allows her to use the Force as an action to give a unit -1/-1 for the phase. That's pretty good with a lot of these low-cost ships. Unfortunately, there's just a little bit more health there. In order for Talzin to get out of this, she's going to have to start playing more units that have different Force. We can see a Karis in the hand there, but you're also looking for like Night Sister Assassin, those types of cards that are really going to complement there. Whoa, who has the high ground from Croatia? What up? Wow, I don't think anyone's ever mentioned they've reached out to us from Croatia before, so that's pretty neat. Super exciting. 11 damage on the Talzin deck right now, 4 damage for Han Solo, and Han Solo continues to swing even after taking the -1 from a Talzin. So that's going to protect Talzin just a little bit, but is it going to be enough? Talzin has now deployed. Let's get that there. So with a Talzin deployed and no more Force, let's see here. We're going to see what they're going to do. Now, Han Solo plays another cartel unit here. Great little units here with a 1/3, but they do have a bounty. So great amount of health, but they can get the damage done. And ultimately, what Han's trying to do here is get multiple ships out for some options. So that way, when he deploys, he's doing a little bit more. Out comes Karis, who does have a Wind Defeated ability. Does need the Force, but that Wind Defeated is going to be pretty awesome. It's going to allow the Talzin player to give some more negative effects, a -3, -3 to opponents. Talzin swings, putting a little bit more damage on Han's base, raising them all the way up to 7. And it looks like now we're going into turn 4. Turn 4 with 5 resources. All right, again, we're going to adjust a little bit more of this lighting. I think there were just some adjustments as people came in. That way we can see a little bit more here. At this point, Han Solo has not deployed, but he does have the initiative going into round 5. Towson player is checking their resources. Okay. Towson 1 has ramped, so even though it's turn 5, Towson does have more resources. Sorry, it is turn 4, where Han Solo has 5 and Towson has 6. But Han Solo has the initiatives and swings first with the Millennium Falcon, raising Towson's damage up to 18. 10 more points and Towson is defeated. Han Solo has deployed. And there he goes. Han Solo has used his ability and swung with that Mining Guild TIE Fighter to get a couple more points. That's going to raise Towson's health or base to 22. 6 more points of damage is what's needed here to defeat Mother Towson in Game 1, Round 1. Towson swings, gives the negative effect to Super Laser Tech. Clever. I like that. They're going to get a resource. Pretty neat here. And then they, of course, after Towson swung, the Han Solo opponent takes more damage, raising them up to 10. All right, now Fell the Dragon has happened after the ship swung there. And Towson is at 26 to 10. Han Solo can deploy this action if he needs to as a ground unit. There are no more space units left. Let's see here. It looks like Towson is going to go ahead and scoop, and they're going to go to Game 2. Perfect here. Now, after this round, I'll make some adjustments. Hopefully, this isn't too rough on the viewer. Every location is a little bit different, so we got to play around with some more lighting, use different effects than what you may have seen at other planetary qualifiers or events Unlimited Power has hosted. While these two players are getting everything situated, let's go ahead and reset the board here. Towson's abilities back. Han Solo just never had to deploy and reset everyone's health. All right, I'm so glad so many of you are joining us here for this stream right now. There are multiple events happening across the world as this is one of the first big weekends for Legends of the Force with the qualifiers, and I'm happy to say that this is also one of the first ones here in the Portland area. We are here at Guardian Games, which is one of the largest and oldest game stores in Portland. Big fan of Guardian Games. If you ever visit Portland, I recommend checking them out. They have everything, amazing staff, multiple locations here in the state of Oregon, 2 around the city, and then as well as another one further south. You can find a link to their store down in the description below, but they are great players. They've hosted almost every planetary qualifier here in the area, as well as they were one of the first stores to do the demo for Star Wars Unlimited, and they did so great. I was actually here for that demonstration where we got to take some time, teach all the staff members the game, and I thought it was really cool that they pretty much brought around 20 staff members, had me teach them, and then we opened up to the public, and then we taught all the public players. So this is a store that loves Star Wars Unlimited. I'm happy to be here and around this area. We are maxed out in players. There's 120 something players here today, and it is great. It's a great time. Let's check the chat, because right now it is just me, D-Rod, on commentary. We'll have a couple of other guests here from the area coming in from some other channels and communities. But you guys are right. Who has the high ground? This deck was fast. The Han Solo pilot, woo, fast. Let's see what Towson does. Like I think Towson is a fun deck. I played a lot of Towson at Galactic Championships. I played against it a lot, and I liked playing against it. It's a good one, but I did have the right tech. And sometimes there are just some decks that are just going to get the better of it, especially when Towson needs the Force. What I was impressed by with Han Solo, though, is they stayed in the space lane and the Force didn't so much matter to them. When I'm playing against Towson in some of my decks, I'm keeping them from ever getting the Force, from getting their abilities. But Han Solo, that's not his style. He does not care, and I thought that was really neat. All right, Jeffrey, all the way out from Oklahoma. Very quick game indeed. Yeah, Han seems good into Towson Green. What a great round one matchup here today. 7 rounds total today, guys. Lots of gameplay. Odds Han is predictably a gambler's deck, says Darian Sheffield. Woo, yep. High ceiling, but super low floor. Yep. It's almost, it's very glass cannony almost. So, but when you're going against Towson Green, you're not having to worry about any like hand disruption. And I think that's probably what would hurt Han the most right now. All right, going into game 2, we can get a small glimpse into the Towson player's hand. And interesting, we see Secret of Sage, Confiscate, a Karis. I think we see a Mystic Reflection. Is that right? Yeah, I see the Grogu there. Interesting. I love when players bring in those off-aspect cards. Shout out to all the players that do that, whether it's something small like Mystic Reflection, something typical like Hot Shot Blaster, or hey, I've met some wild people that pay 10 for their Super Laser Blast, and whoo, you feel it. You feel it at 10, I tell you. Han likes to gamble, so it suits him, says who has the high ground. That is correct. This is one thing about Han Solo decks is they can be thematic. All right, let's get going. Mother Towson plays Secret of Sage with the shield. Han Solo plays the Republic Y-Wing, a great space body. That's a 1/3, very overlooked. But let's keep it going. Ooh, we see the OB in the Towson player's hand. 2 OBs. Do you keep it? I think you keep it, right? If Han Solo starts getting out of control and you have a little bit of power on the board, go for it. All right, there it is. There it is. First blood. Towson gets the Force. 2 damage on Han Solo. But Han Solo is going to return by using his ability and putting 2 points of damage on Towson's base. It is a tie game at the moment. All right, Towson's going to use the Force. Give the -1 to the Y-Wing. Interesting. 3 resources left, and out comes the Falcon. Oh, that OB would have made the difference last turn for sure. All right, looks like they played the Mystic Reflection because it costs less, I believe, with a Force unit, or gets a better effect. We'll have to take a look here in a second. But that gets rid of the Republic Y-Wing, and now they are going to go into turn 3. All right, Han Solo has the initiative here. Let's take a look here. Trying something new this stream, but maybe a little bit difficult when there's not a lot of other people here. And we just want to take a look at how some of this is. Let's see here. Wow. Okay, we got Han Solo. Sorry, not Han Solo. We have the Millennium Falcon out there with the upgrade. Woo. It's getting dangerous, guys. Dangerous. All right, Secret of Sage swings in, putting 2 more points of damage, giving Mother Towson the Force. Oh, thank you, Jeffrey. -2 with the Force, -2, -0 without. And that is a Force unit, I believe, to get that effect. Wanted to bring that on screen, but I won't lie. It's a little hard when you're all by yourself. Cue that music. Man, I just learned who wrote that song the other day. There's apparently there's something with it. A lot of people think it's you know what? Let's forget that anecdote. Let's move on. Let's talk about Star Wars. We don't need to talk about music anecdotes. Han Solo does his ability, reveals a Chewbacca pilot, and now he swings with that Falcon. Remember, this Falcon gets a +1 for every pilot on it, and it can hold 2 pilots. Classic Falcon and classic Han Solo decks. This has the... This puts the Towson player now at 14 points of damage. Whew. Talzin does the ability to just lower the Falcon by -1, but there's a lot of health on that card. Another Y-Wing comes out here, Republic Y-Wing. Han loves his little yellow fighters. Now, what is Talzin going to do? They are simply staying out there on the ground. They're not going to go space. I think we know that. That's just not them. All right, looks like the Night Sister Warrior swings and takes them up to 6 damage on the base. Woo-hoo. Cantina stop. Didn't know this event was happening today. I should head on down to Guardian Games. Man, you should. It is packed over here. Plenty of Star Wars players. Get some good trades in. Walk around. See the decks people are playing. Now, Han Solo just did a big swing here. Revealed a couple of cards. We saw stuff like Boshek, but oh my gosh, the damage that's going to be hitting Talzin in the space lane is going to be heavy. Heavy. We got 2 pilots on this Falcon now. Talzin needs to see a more like spot removal to take care of this. That overwhelming barrage, unfortunately, isn't going to get there. Signature Sage swings, gets a few more points of damage, and now Han Solo is deployed. Oh my goodness. We didn't see Han Solo deploy last time, but we did now, and I think here comes just more and more damage, right? Talzin is going to go ahead and flip. We got both leaders deploy, and now we see a Chewbacca on the ground arena. The threat is real with Han Solo. It is fast, it is thematic, and he just does what Han does. It is a gamble? Sure is. Ooh. Oh, Cantina top. All right, Cantina Top. Love the card art and concept behind this game, but still learning the gameplay. Seems like Hearthstone, but with resources. That's correct. There's a lot of comparisons to Hearthstone in this game with just some of the little bits of the action economy. But the resourcing is pretty great. You get to choose, and that's the only bad part. So there are cards you don't really want to lose out of your hand, but sometimes that's how it goes. All right, we see that overwhelming barrage did quite a bit of damage to Chewbacca. Talzin swings into the base and uses her effect to lower Chewbacca's power and our health and attack, which is going to go ahead and raise their Han Solo's damage to 15-14. Bit of a closer match this time in game 2. All right, both players we are now going into turn 5. Turn 5 means 6 resources, and the Han Solo player has readied all their cards on the table, and that usually means they're done with resourcing. Technically, that's what they should do. Now, he did end up putting a resource, but as a reminder, by readying your units, it's the one way of signifying to your opponent that you are good to go. So Han Solo's going to swing. He has Nien Nunb, he has Boshek, and he's swinging with the Falcon. That is a lot of damage there, and Boshek has a ability. Ooh, let's see here. There's a lot of counting here as far as math. So we know the Falcon has 5, plus the attack that Boshek provides, and the attack that Nien Nunb provides. So that looks like it's 3, so he's hitting for 8, plus anything else additional. So this is a big swing. All right, here we go. More damage tokens on Talzin. Does she have an answer for this Y-Wing? With Han Solo piloting it, she may not. Let's see. Anyway, Talzin is now at 23 points of damage, 5 more, and it is over. It is over. There are 4 points of damage coming her way from that Y-Wing. Woo! And Han Solo still has 6 resources available. We could see something like a surprise strike. No. Talzin just didn't have the answer to deal with that Y-Wing, and that is going to give everything to Han Solo game 1. Congrats to that player. What a great, quick game. I love it. And there it is. Can I see Mystic Reflection? Yeah, that's a great question to ask sometimes. That's for sure. Woo. Ooh, that was great, guys. Now I am going to step away here once these players move off of this table, so that way we can get the lighting just adjusted a little bit, probably during their setup, or at least around the next player's setup. So appreciate everyone's patience there. As mentioned earlier in this stream, my name is D-Rod. This is obviously Unlimited Power, and we are going to have a couple of guest commentators coming on. Most of them are playing right now. So, they're going to come in as they make the choice to drop, depending on their record. And it's going to be a fun time. It's going to be a fun time. So, as always, it's not just me here, but at this moment, it is. So, thanks for being talkative in the chat. Let's check to see how it's going. Zor says, Han 4, rise up. Ooh, man, I tell you, this game loves Han Solo. And the fact that every Han can just be thematic with itself is super cool. And I think we've seen that with different variations of Han Yellow, Casino Han, Pilot Han, Young Han. Everything can just... Young Han, maybe not so much thematic as older Han, but I think that's what makes it great. Oh, we get to see the players open up some of their prize packs. That's pretty cool there. Oh, man, the art in this game is just so great. We see Infused Brawler, Jedi Consular, Loth Cat. Ooh, the Darth Revan's lightsabers. I tell you, Darth Revan in this game, guys, this is great. Lightsaber Larry, do I have a Melee link for this tournament? Hey, I may have some time right now to pull it up. Let me find it. I know the judges wanted to go ahead and make sure I had it, but it is a little bit busy here. So let me see what I can do, guys. And if once I have it, I will put it down in the description below. And we have the time now. So let's see here. Store Showdown. All right, I'm going to hunt down that link, everyone, so that way we have that here in a bit. Let's see what else is happening in the chat. How do people qualify for these tournaments? Great question, the Cantina Top. People qualify for Planetary qualifiers by simply registering for the event. There isn't anything else you have to do. The qualifier here, if you win it, you will qualify and get a day one buy into the next Galactic Championships that take place in Vegas next July. Essentially, it is the World Tournament for Star Wars Unlimited. But these type of events are open to everyone. Cost may differ based on the store, but usually you're end up paying between $35 to $50. You'll play probably around a 6-round tournament or higher, and you do a top 8 as well. A lot of points be based on the new point structure presented to us by Star Wars OP a couple weeks ago. But the top 8 here at Planetary Qualifiers are going to get some points, and first place is going to get 100 points. 100 points is all you need to get that buy and entry into the Galactic Championships. So if you are in the area, as some of you are, this is, again, the first one here at Guardian Games, one of the largest and oldest stores here in Portland, Oregon. The next one is going to be at, I want to say, Zulu's Games up in Bothell, Washington, so little suburb of Seattle. Then we're going to have Red Castle Games back in Portland, and then another one back in Seattle at Mox Bellevue. Unlimited Power, we're going to be doing another one here in Portland and another one at the Mox location. It's going to be great, guys. I'm excited to do more of these this season, bring in some more local commentators or content creators and those types of things. It's awesome here. Hello from Brazil, PQ next weekend. Andre, thanks so much for watching us from Brazil. That's so awesome. I hope you're getting this type of content, gives you what you're looking for as far as like what other decks are out there. I know the meta is a little bit different in South America, and I love that. And here we get to see what the meta currently is in the Pacific Northwest. Bum, bum, bum. All right, we got Siggy showing up, answering some more questions for Cantina Top. Always appreciate him. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. All right, just so everyone knows, Han Solo did beat Mother Talzin. In case you're coming in right now, this round 1 is over. We have around 30 more minutes left in the round. Over 120 players. It is a great time. Let's go ahead and see if I can pull up some more information and get that melee link. I have a feeling it may be a little bit hidden. Oh, here we go. Found it. Getting that link. Planetary Qualifier, round 1, round 2. Okay, I did find the link. It may be hidden behind a couple of things. We're going to put that link in the description below. Get back in there. And if I can get a different link, just in case if something doesn't update here after round 1, I will speak with the head judge and get that in. Let's go. Boom, boom. All right, link is now in the description. I think they're just going to play a second game. All right, yeah, they're just gonna play around for fun. That's always great. We'll let them keep going. Check the chat here. I may actually use this time to go do a little bit of some adjusting on some lighting here. Let's see, Andre asking, how many Kylos in this event? You know, I don't know yet. I know if we'll probably know a little bit after the first round, honestly. We're going to let these players keep going. Guys, as round 1 continues to finish with 30 more minutes, remember, this game right now is just for fun. And again, this is exciting. This is Legends of the Force. So for those still curious, we finished up the Galactic Championships 2 weeks ago. That gave everyone about 2 weeks since this set came out to play with the cards physically in hand. So it's been 1 month, and this is the kind of weekend we're going to see how much the meta shifts across multiple qualifiers around the country and the world. So I know there's a couple of events that have already started today. Us here on Pacific Standard Time, well, that just means we're going to be here a little bit later. People will be watching us at 9, 10, even midnight their time, see what's happening. Oh, look at these guys just playing for fun. That's always great. All right, I think while they're going to do this, I'm going to go to adjust some lighting, and we're going to be right back. So we're going to switch to some music. Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier here in Portland, Oregon, and Guardian Games for the Legends of the Force set. Round 1 is about to conclude. They are now out of time, and we are waiting for that round 2 setup. So people are going to go and watch kind of the final matches that are going to go on here, which is great. So let's get that timer going. So soon we're about to be in the round 2 format. If it is a little bit loud, feel free to let me know. It is a lot of people around me because we are in a very large open space and doing what we can with trying to provide some quality audio. If you watch round 1, we had, you can see the what's left here, where we have Han Solo versus Mother Talzin. Han Solo pilot did end up defeating Mother Talzin easily 2-0 there. By easily, I'd mean a little bit more quickly. Both players very talented. We have a great group here in the Northwest with a large amount of players here for this event. This is the first Planetary Qualifier here in the Northwest. So we have people from Portland, California, Utah, Seattle, all types of places. And it's always great here. If you're unfamiliar with the Portland scene, it's always been a strong, competitive card game scene here, with Magic the Gathering being just a few hours away, their headquarters from Seattle, Washington. And, you know, so many of these players, I would say you're going to find probably a quarter of them come from a Magic background, a quarter or maybe over 30%. This is their first TCG. And other people come from a variety of other games. This is, again, like one of the most competitive events that we'll find here this season in the Northwest at one of the largest and oldest stores here in the area. So happy everyone's here. We're waiting on the round 2 pairings to begin, and then we're going to see who we're going to get here on the board. Be a great time, great day. I've already been talking to a few other content creators here, as we do have Rebel Traitor, Holocron Gaming Network is here as well. So a lot of great stuff happening. We have our Portland, Oregon SWU PDX community organizers here as well. You may have remember them from the 1K, where we had Madame Zola talking about the women's of SWU Discord. Great Discord, constantly growing. Shout out to all of you who have found us through that amazing Discord. We are going to have Madame Zola back for another PQ here at Red Castle Games coming up next month. So that's going to be great. And you'll also find Unlimited Power at another Seattle event at Mox Bellevue doing another one of those PQs. We have 4 PQs in the Pacific Northwest, 2 in the Seattle area, 2 in the Portland area. I'm sorry, there are 5. I do know there's another one in the state of Washington out in Kent. All right. It looks like pairings have been set up. I do have a Melee link in the description below. I believe it is an actively updated one. If it's not, there may be a different link that I'll need to get from the judge. All right, players, you can kind of hear that it is getting quieter around me. If you're not hearing as much echo and noise here, and that's because players are finding their seats, and we are getting ready for round 2. Let's see who the judge sends over to this table. We're going to get those lights on. I see some people going over there. Boom. All right, I think I found our lighting solutions this time for this round. Now we're just waiting to see what leaders and bases are going to be on the board. So great time. I'm seeing so many of these tables filled. Every play table in this space is filled today. And that is huge. Again, this is one of the largest stores and oldest stores in Portland, Oregon. I've been a fan of this store since I moved up here in 2009. And man, I tell you, I've spent so many hours playing games here, whether it was a Star Wars game or another affiliated game, or just coming over here to hang out. This is one of the first stores I was able to actually demo Star Wars Unlimited, and that was an amazing time. Guardian Games just put so much effort into making sure their staff were well informed, that they actually had all their staff members learn the demo first for the first hour, and in the second hour I taught it to a large amount of customers interested, and then the third hour just a few more. So this is a store that really values Star Wars Unlimited, and that's something I can get behind. They want to see some people having a great time with this game. They want to see this game grow. There's even I want to say semi-affiliated team, if not affiliated, with the Babu Freaks representing Guardian Games here. You may have known them from Worlds, with their top member making 30th place in the Galactic Championships. All right, looks like we have one player already here with Han 2 Blue. Han 2 Blue. We're going to get that set up while they wait for their next opponent. Let's see. Han 2 Blue. No force for them. Love to see it. Love to see it. Let's see. little Han2 here, and it looks like their opponent has now showed up. Let's get this set up for them too. Gar Saxon Yellow. For those of you who follow along some of my content, I love Gar Saxon lately. I did play him in Worlds, similar to Team Babu Freaks. Did not do as well, but I had a great time playing with him, and I love eating up Mother Talzin decks, that's for sure. And now we have Gar Saxon Yellow. Gar Saxon Yellow is definitely a strong deck, very aggressive, which is good. I did play against a great opponent who ran that during the Galactics, and so that was pretty awesome. All right, as these players continue to get stuff set up, we're going to upload their leaders here. Get that going. All right, the players just got the announcement that they can begin round 2, so we're going to go ahead and start that timer and get going here. Welcome back to round 2 of the Planetary Qualifier for Legends of the Force. These players are still setting up, but the time has begun. Let's have them roll their dice. We have a 9 from Gar Saxon, and that's going to beat Han Solo, so Gar Saxon has the initiative. Switch that back around. Gar from J Fire. Yep. Let's see this happen here. I am pumped. Han versus Gar. So this is going to be a very aggressive match. I kind of wonder how long it's going to last. Ooh, Gar player has the sleeves to match the play mats we have on the board there. See that nice Vader playmat there. May not be official art, but you can't say it doesn't look cool, right? And if you're unfamiliar with that Jabba's Palace location, that is a card you can only get if you buy the Twin Suns Yellow Deck Pod. It is an alternate art and foil hyperspace of the Jabba's Palace art. I really do like it. I like that they went with different angles rather than just trying to give us the same card. I think it's neat. The problem is I don't need that many Twin Sun deck pods. So who knows what I'm going to do when I buy a yellow one and have one. I think, honestly, I think my goal is to give them away and make a lot of fun Twin Sun decks for some of my friends not playing Star Wars Unlimited, so that way they can enjoy some fun multiplayer games and hopefully show up to a premiere event like here at the Planetary Qualifier. As a reminder, it is just me at the moment for Unlimited Power. My name is D-Rod. We'll have a couple of guest hosts come in as the day progresses, especially once we get to the top 8. But let's get going here. Keep the chat active if you want to participate, and we can chat and talk. We're going to see Han Solo use his ability to lower the costs of Ogobango? I'm going to mispronounce that. What kind of Star Wars fan am I? But the important thing here is this creature can't attack unless it's damaged. And it is a 5/5. So it feels pretty good to put some damage on it knowing it's a threat. Gar Saxon had no turn 1 play, though, and that's not really that fun. They do have the initiative, so maybe they have a waylay, but a unit is always better. There we go. We have a 7th Fleet Defender, comes in with a shield. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Gar, as he says in the top right there, each friendly upgraded unit gets +1/+0, so that means that defender swings for 4 instead of 3. But we do have First Blood now, and it is Gar Saxon with 5 points of damage, and a full health Yoda has hit the field. All right. Both players have drawn their cards, and we're going to resource. Quick matches, guys, quick matches. We are going into turn 3, which means 4 resources. 4 resources here. If you're unfamiliar with Star Wars Unlimited, in order to play cards, you do have to have cards down as a resource, and you're going to play 1 per turn. You have to pick a card out of your hand, which is usually the hardest part of the game because you love all your cards. All right, there we go. 4 damage on Han Solo's base, and he swings back with the creature for 10. Oh, man. Love to see the comments coming in from J Fire and Julia. Let's see here. Han Solo's going to swing with that Yoda. It's going to give him the Restore 2, which is nice, healing 2 off his base and putting 2 more on Gar. So Gar is now at 12, while Han Solo goes back down to 2. Now, Gar is setting up a little bit here, but I'm surprised we haven't seen anything go a little bit faster for Gar Saxon. And now we have Poe Dameron on the field. Not something you really want to see from your opponent, who is playing Heroic Red. Let's go ahead and even take a look at that card there. So Poe Dameron is very dangerous. You can see putting him out 1 turn early is going to initiate a lot of his on-attack abilities. You can discard up to 3 cards from your hand. For each card discarded this way, choose a different option. They can deal damage, they can remove upgrades, or they can make the opponent discard a card from their hand. Very dangerous. But here we see them take care of Poe Dameron thanks to Shin Hati, who hits for 5. So great work there. Took care of the card. They're able to just move on. Unfortunately, that does mean Gar Saxon is taking still some more damage from the cards like Yoda, because you have 1 spot removal, it's just not enough here. So a lot of damage on Gar Saxon, who's now at 17 points of damage, while Han Solo is still at 2. Now, Han Solo is going to get back down to 0, that's for sure, because of that Yoda. Gar Saxon only has 3 resources remaining. What do you play here? Are you hoping for the Waylay? It's interesting. It's interesting for sure. All right. Yoda's going to swing, take that damage off the base for that Restore ability, and putting 2 more on Gar Saxon. That's going to raise him up to 19 points of damage. Luckily, Gar has a 30 health base. Both of these are 30 health bases, so you don't have to worry too much there. And now we have a Greedo. Greedo getting a little bit of that glare. Let's see if I can alter any of that from here. Maybe just a little. All right, not too much there. Did what we could to kind of lower that on Greedo. Let's do it. There we go. Thanks, everyone, for being patient as we work with different lightings. And out comes the... I'm going to mess up this card's name. The Rebellious Hammerhead. There we go. Whew, what a card. So this is a great card that deals damage based on the cards your opponent has in hand. Pretty dangerous, that's for sure. Not a card you really want to see. Let's take a look at that real quick. Well, there you go. Full health base with the Han Solo, but finally he's going to take 3 points of damage. And you can see that Rebellious Hammerhead comes into play a little bit early with, or come to play a little bit cheaper. And it's a 5/7, and when played, deal damage to a unit equal to the number of cards in your hand. So dangerous card, really wrecked the board here. You have Han Solo up, who then deployed and hit Gar Saxon for a little bit more damage there. Whew, it is a dangerous, dangerous game, everyone. It is 22-6. I don't think Gar is going to get game 1. Canteen Top, anyone know the difference between blue, red, green, etc. on the leaders? Hopefully someone answers that, but if we get a little bit of lull here as they set up for game 2, Cantina Top, we'll go into that. We are going to see Snapshot Reflexes, a great upgrade that allows you to attack immediately. The upgrade gives you a +1, but because Gar Saxon's going to give you a +2, so that means he hit for 5. Pretty dangerous there, and looks like the Hammerhead swings for 5 damage. No point in continuing, so they are going to continue into game 2 with the first win going to Han Solo Blue. Let's mark that up there. Isaiah Benitez, appreciate your efforts. Very professional stream. Hey, Isaiah, I appreciate that. I always want to work hard to give something to this amazing community, something that I can be proud of, and something that people enjoy and is visibly pleasing. So thank you so much here. A lot of work goes into this, and I'm happy to do it. So happy that Guardian Games gave me the opportunity to stream this event, and happy to do other events here in the area. Cantina Top asked a great question for as a new player. What's the difference between blue, red, and green, etc. for the leaders? There are essentially 6 colors in this game: blue, red, green, yellow, and white and black. With the main colors, white and black being heroic and villain, that's honestly just going to dictate who they are. Some characters like Boba Fett have a heroic side and have a heroic version and a villain version. The other 4 colors represent different types of gameplay and strategies. Blue is vigilance, where you're going to see more cards that can do with mill effects, more healing, and interesting spot removal. Yellow has a little bit more combat trickery with some things like bounce effects. And by that I mean the ability to take cards away from your opponent's board by putting them back in their hand. They also have a little bit more of hand disruption by taking cards out, making you discard. And a lot of their units are pretty even. Some of them are going to be a little bit more low hitting and have higher health. But for the most part, they'll be a little bit more of like 3/3s, 4/4s, 5/5s. But you see something more to that nature. As far as the type of units you see in yellow, it's been pretty spread apart. You don't see anything really locked into like stormtroopers are always red or stormtroopers are always blue. We've seen a variety of units be represented by different colors. It may just change some of the abilities we see on them. Yellow is actually one of the few colors that have like the most hidden mechanic as well from Legend of the Force. In red, we have aggression. Very, it's right there in the word. It's aggro. High damaging units with low health. It is all about damage directly to your opponent. You're going to see a lot of cards that can just hit your opponent's base without having to use a unit, which is super nice. A little bit of hand disruption. And most of their tricks have to do with damaging yourself to get a value out of it. And the last color is command, and that is going to be green. Green command, that provides you the ability to ramp, where no other colors really have that option. So by ramp, it means you can get ahead of your opponent by putting down more resources with certain cards like Super Laser Tech, Resupply, things of that nature. Green also has some of the most like kind of restore mechanics and some abilities to play units a little bit cheaper by putting units into play and exhausting them to get some effects. So that's a small primer of some colors for those of you out there. But it's a great place to ask questions, and that's what we're here for. We have a large amount of viewers watching right now, and obviously some people are new to the game, some are experts, some are local. I'm happy to have you. All right. We are going into Game 2, Round 2, Gar Saxon versus Han Solo. Gar Saxon has that initiative. Hopefully they get a stronger start. In order to really get through Han, you got to put some units on the board and start just hitting them. All right, again, we see the repeat of the BOGO. Oops. I just realized we were showing nothing for a while there. That's my fault. Kind of what we said earlier. Doing a stream, sometimes even by yourself, is hard. But we'll have other people coming in and help me with commentary here in a bit. Let's go ahead, though, and look at the card. Ogdo Bogdo. This unit cannot attack unless it's damaged, which makes it so good for someone like Han Solo. As we are now in turn 2, Ogdo Bogdo can swing for 5, right? Now, when he attacks and defeats a unit, you have to heal 2 damage from him, but that is not the plan for Han Solo. Now we're going to play the Aturi Warrior, who does come into play with the shield token. And if he had the Force, he could have healed, but that's not why Han Solo played him. And then we have Shin Hati with Hidden and Shield. She's a great 4/2, but with Gar Saxon, she hits for 5. So the right move here is to swing into the Bogdo and stop taking 5 points of damage. You probably can't outrace Han Solo. You're going to have to take some time and do something to set yourself up. Now, it's not to say you shouldn't put pressure on that base. You definitely need to, but this is a hard matchup. Here we go. This is a great card. We play the shuttle. The shuttle has 2 different on-play abilities. One allows you to take a upgrade token, which is going to be a shield or experience, and move it to another unit. You do not have to control either of these units. So that is what happened. We took it from the warrior, put it on Shin Hati, and then the shuttle is shielded so it can put a token on itself. Super nice. Super nice. Unfortunately, the Bogdo does get to swing, doing 5 more points of damage on Gar Saxon's base. So command is the best color from Breckenridge. Oh, Breckenridge. You play all the colors. I know that for a fact, as you are one of the locals in the Vancouver, Washington area. Thanks so much for watching this stream. Isaiah Benitez, has Control seen a strong representation or lots of Hans 2 still? Haha. You know, I think we're seeing more mid-range representation right now. And I know that's something the developers really wanted us to hit. Control is great. It's fun. But mid-range can just, can really hang with Control decks a bit. I think if we're going to see some Control today, it's going to be your typical, some Kylo, blue, black, greens, some Kira, blue, black, greens, and maybe some Yoda white, Yoda reds. I would say Yoda red feels a little bit like Control, or at least when I'm playing against it, it feels like it. But let's see. We've already seen the first round. We saw Pilot Han versus Talzin Green. And that was great. All favor went to Han Pilot. Now we're seeing Han 2 versus Gar Saxon. Let's go into round 4. Round 4. This is 5 resources on, round 4. Turn 4. 5 resources for both opponents. None of them are ramping, so they're both where they need to be. But there's no damage on this Han Solo base. And not that Shin Hati isn't doing what she's supposed to. She's taking out some of those big hitters. That's great. We got to also get some damage on the board. So Gar needs to be able to put out 2 units a turn right now in order to stay afloat here. But they're going to take 4 more points of damage, and they're finally going to put some damage on Han's board. 4 damage to 14. And here comes the Han deploy. So Han deploys, and his ability is essentially the same. You can take an action, but you can do it multiple times in a turn rather than just once. Han Solo swings, and he's going to do 3 more points of damage. And there we go, 17 points on Gar Saxon's base. Gar has 2 space units, but you got to deal with this ground presence, and you're going to have to deal with it pretty soon. That's 7 damage in the ground arena sitting there next turn, where Gar only has 4. Gar has 8. And not what you want to see. Cassian comes out of the resource pile with the smuggle mechanic. So Han Solo is able to put him into play. And when Cassian says when he is smuggled, he can ready and attack immediately. And that is why Gar Saxon is now at 20 damage. Whew. Not a good place. 10 more damage and Gar Saxon is out. He needs something to deal with this. 6 resources in yellow and blue. You just don't have the answers, honestly. But let's see. I'm down to be surprised. I want to be surprised, guys. I'm rooting for Gar. I want Gar to get it, but this is a tough play. Good news is the lighting looks way better. Really appreciate Guardian Games staff for helping me get something over their lighting they have. Oh my gosh. Okay. Woo. All right. We just see the Disabling Fang Fighter get played right after Lurking TIE Phantom got a pilot. This would have made the Phantom swing for 7. That's right, 7. The pilot gave it +3. It has raid 2, so that means it swings for 4. Actually would have swung for 8 with Gar Saxon's ability. But it's just such a feel bad to see that Fang Fighter come out for 3 resources and remove Iden Versio pilot. They deploy Gar Saxon, but I think it's just a little too late here. Cassian swings for 3 more points of damage. Gar can't defeat either of these 2 units on board without an upgrade. Does the Gar player have an answer right here? They may not. Isaiah Benitez, one of my favorite things about this game is how strong the commons and uncommons and rare cards are in this game. Cassian is so good. He's so right. You're so right, Isaiah. There's so many strong commons and uncommons. And there's one right there. No good to me dead. Exhaust a unit your opponent controls, and it does not untap at the next upkeep or resource phase. So that is great. That saves them a little bit more, but they're still going to take 3 more points of damage, getting up to 26. Woo! Hybrid Thistles, are those special oversized tokens from Laser Gaming? They sure are. Shout out to Laser Gaming. Does a lot of the tokens that Unlimited Power here provides with initiative tokens, custom deck box displays, fun stuff like that. Let's make sure we're keeping up with the damage there on the Han Solo base because they're at 12. 26 to 12 here. Woo, taking a little bit more. 26 to 17. But Han Solo has the initiative now. Wildcard Disney can. Imagine if we brought out this to mobile on top of the Star Wars app. Ooh, it'd be great. It would be great. Or hey, Morales, it is completely outplayed. Yeah, that is how it feels. 29 to 17. There's just not much in the yellow repertoire. But hey, he's going to get a couple more points of damage here with that surprise strike. And boom, takes your opponent up to 25, but it's not enough. Great match for the Han Solo 2 player. This can't happen. This is just outmaneuvered. There are just too many bodies out. If you're putting out 2 units a turn, your opponent's still putting out 1, and they're in a different lane, it is a tough thing. Let's go ahead and reset the board. Both these players are done, and that is round two of the Legends of the Force Planetary Qualifier. Again, we are hosted by Guardian Games, one of the largest and oldest game stores here in Portland, Oregon. Shout out to them and their amazing staff. I cannot say enough good things about them. I've spent so many hours in this store and their previous store and their other stores they now own in the Portland area and the Southern Oregon area. So, you know, they are doing some great things, great things. If you are in the area, come on down and check out how both of their play areas are completely filled with Star Wars Unlimited players. This is great. Great. I see so many people coming in the front door wondering what's happening today. And what an experience it is. Oh, this opponent's rolling up their mat, same as mine. That makes sense. They have the same sleeves. So great time. All right, chat. Thanks so much for being here in the round 2. Again, my name is D-Rod. I do a lot of stuff here for Unlimited Power, whether it's streams, gameplay videos, upgrading your Spotlight or starter decks, and helping you do with pre-release for guides for every leader. And I'm excited to say that we'll be doing a couple more Planetary Qualifiers here in the Northwest with Red Castle Games and Mox Bellevue. Mox Bellevue, 2 great stores here in the Northwest. Happy to be working with them. We also have a couple of big community events. There's going to be another 1K hosted by Marked Cards and the Portland Battlegrounds Gaming Cafe, here in Portland. And we're going to be doing that in November, as well as there's another event getting organized in the Seattle area, big community event called the Kessel Run. So if you are in the, Oregon, Washington, Northern California, anything like that, Utah, hey, check out these events. Find us in our Discords. Ask about it. There's so much happening in the Northwest. We have such a great scene. Really proud of even our local meta and players, where we have a Discord of almost 400 players here in Portland. There isn't a store here that doesn't have Star Wars Unlimited products, and there is not a night a week where you couldn't find a Star Wars Unlimited event happening. You may be a little bit of drive going across one part of the city to the other, but hey, it's great. Great time. Now, as a reminder for those unfamiliar, there is a new point structure in Star Wars Unlimited. The winner of today's PQ event is going to have 100 points. 100 points is now attached to them as a player for the rest of Season 1. So with those 100 points, they automatically get that Day 1 bye in the Galactic Championships. Everyone else in Top 8 are also going to get points, but they're going to need to attend more events to get the points they needed if they really want to get that competitive bye. You can get these points by going to Planetary Qualifiers, Sector Qualifiers, and Regional Qualifiers. It's going to be the best thing there. Now, this Planetary Qualifier is Premier, which means it is a constructed 50-card minimum deck, or really based on whatever your base says, because you could have a 45 or a 60-card deck. But this one is going to be completely premiere. So, but we will see other events here in the future, like limited, whether that is going to be some more sealed and that leads into draft, things like that. So great time, great time. Appreciate everyone currently watching the stream. Shout out to all you viewers, commentators. It is a great day in Portland. It's going to be a long, long day. That is for sure. So I find my water as I think about how long today's going to be. There are still 5 more rounds, everyone. 5 more rounds plus top 8. So if you want to do the math here, that's at least 7 to 9 more hours. And this is a big thing for those trying to be more competitive. Planetary qualifiers are essentially your second step into a competitive event. Your first step, if you haven't done anything competitive with Star Wars, maybe you're playing at home, going to a few of your weekly events, or you just have a group of buddies that enjoy the game. If you were to go to your first event, I always recommend the Store Showdown. It is a kind of entry-level premiere event hosted by stores. You get some great unique prizes. You get a similar setup to this. Some will do best of 3, some will do best of 1. But it's going to put you in the position to learn a little bit more about like how does competitive play work? How does that happen? How do judges operate? And kind of set you up for like, is this an experience you want to have and continue by going into a planetary qualifier? So Brandon Wizenot just joined. What is this? A non-force onto? It was, and it won. It won. So game 1, we saw Pilot Han. So Han 4 won with just a traditional base against a 1,000 force green deck. And here we are, round 2, where we got to see the featured Han Solo blue versus Garsax in yellow. Han Solo Blue did even play a couple of Force cards, but obviously didn't need any of the Force mechanics from them, so pretty neat. All right, another great day here. For those just joining, we do have a couple more commentators hopping in here throughout the day as they finish up their matches. As we got the opportunity to stream here, most of the people who do join, different content creators in the area or community organizers, were already signed up for this event. But you will hear some great voices later throughout the day, which is going to be awesome to give me a break. And focus on providing more of the content you guys are seeing here on the screen with like card data and, keeping up with the health. But hey, I'm having a great time. So before this gets a little bit outrageous, we have close to 30 minutes left in the round. We're going to take a quick break so I can adjust the mats over here and give everyone a little bit of break from my voice, because I'm sure no one wants to hear me talking for 30 minutes straight. So although I'm always happy to, if I'm going to talk Star Wars, I can give you spoilers on books, movies, shows, all types of stuff. As far as other content creators we have here today, we have Rebel Traitor, who you may know from things like TTI or Late Night Gaming Network, great local. We have Holocron Gaming Network here with both of their content creators. Usually we have Parker from Force Unlimited in the area, but I believe he is out of town today. And again, like we have a couple of people here, but it is a great time. Oh, and it is getting filled up, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our be right back screen as we get everything settled up, and then we'll be ready to go for round 3. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Feel free to stay in this video and enjoy some tunes or turn it down, whatever you need to do. Again, this is D-Rod with Unlimited Power. We'll be back for round 3 within the next 30 minutes. All right, welcome back to Unlimited Power's Planetary Qualifier stream of Legends of the Force. We are about to go into round 3. As you can probably hear, there's a lot of players around me here at Guardian Games in Portland, Oregon, one of the largest and oldest stores in the city. Definitely one of my favorites. They have a couple of other stores around the state. A lot of history here. Glad to see them promoting Star Wars Unlimited. We have a full event event. Both their game spaces are completely filled, and it is an exciting time as we await round 3. My name is D-Rod, and I'm happy to be, here with unlimited power, doing a lot of streaming today in the commentary. We will have some other content creators and community members joining us throughout the event, so you don't have to worry. You're not just going to hear me and a lot of my anecdotes throughout the rest of the match by myself. We should have some people from the Holotable Gaming Network, a couple of community organizers, TOs around this area who can talk about things we're doing here in Portland and online. So great time. Right now, the final matches are finishing up, and I just saw the head judge head over, so I assume we're going to get some pairings soon for round 3, and we'll see who is going to be playing on the feature table. We've already, as you can see, the last match was Han Solo 2 Blue versus Gar Saxon Yellow. Han 2 is what we call him because it came out in the second set. It is young Han, and Han 2 won both games 2-0. Previous match, we saw Pilot Han versus Towson Force Green, Mother Towson, and we saw the Han Pilot go ahead and win that. So here we are going into Game 3, waiting for some pairings. There's a link to the Melee in the description below, so you'll be able to find that in case you want to see how maybe some locals are doing, or how some of the decks are faring here at this event. It's been 4 weeks since Legend of the Force, and we had Galactic Championships in between. So I expect us to see some high-tier decks, some unique decks, and a lot of mid-range decks here today. So definitely going to be a fun day. We have, after this, when this round begins, we're going to have a total of 4 more rounds before we get into the top 8 cut. Exciting day. Fun thing about Guardian Games, not only do they host a lot of Star Wars events, like the Planetary Qualifier, they also buy and sell Star Wars singles. So if you're looking for cards to either pick up if you're local or online, you can always check out their website. Link in description down below. All right, round 3 is beginning. We're going to wait till we see some opponents. Let's go ahead and... Already got the lights on, which is great. All these opponents are moving by me. I'm seeing some great players. I'm seeing someone who got top 20 in the Galactic Open 2 weeks ago. Another player who got top 30 in the Galactic Championship event. So Portland is known for its a really competitive scene, great players, as well as welcoming community. So I'm happy to be here hosting this event. Let's see who we're going to get. Seeing physical pairings go up now. People are finding their opponents, finding their seats. A lot of great stores represented here in the area too. What a great day. What a great day. Barry Everson in the chat, is this game strictly a top 8 game, or will they ever do top 16 to 32 for 500 plus events? They do have top 16, top 32, top 60. That is stuff, Barry, you'll see especially at the larger events like sector qualifiers and regionals, where essentially you got to go into that day 2. If you were at Galactic Championships, essentially the world event, that was a 3-day event for a lot of players, and you had to do pretty well. You had one open to make it into the Galactic Championship, so we all played that day. The goal was you needed to go 7-2 throughout the day. So, you needed to go 6-2 in order to make it into the second day event, and then everyone there needed to make 6-2 again to get into the day 3 event. So really great. This, though, is the Planetary Qualifier. As someone asked earlier, what's required to enter here? Not a lot. This is actually just a pay the fee, enter in, because this is the entry-level tournament scene that you can get into. This follows all the same rules that you would find at any high-level premier event. And so this is one of those for people who are like, hey, I really want to get more of that competitive experience. This is where your next step is. If you're still intimidated and unsure where you want to start, you can always look at store championship events, as those are going to be the easiest way for people to get a little bit more of that experience of what is this like. and without feeling like it's too high pressure, which is nice. All right, as you can see, we're getting a couple of players on the board. We're going to see that Han from game 1 returning, it looks like, based on the base that they're using. We're going to set up the board for them as they get their cards out. Let me find that Han pilot here. There he is. And we're going to, ooh, and it's Han versus Han. I love it. I don't even have to change anything, which is great. All right. I just heard they updated the clock, so we're going to go ahead and get that going because those players are going to have to start. Let's go ahead and get this board updated, everyone. Oh. There we go. Round 3 is now up. We see both opponents shuffling and cutting their opponents' decks here. Let's go. Barry Everson, yeah, I was unfortunately there talking about Galactic Championship. I wanted to enjoy side events. I was able to play less than 10 games the entire weekend because of the horrible side events and prize wall situation. Definitely a rough situation. I feel for you, Barry. I wish I could get more side events than I did. Luckily, I was in both of the main events, so I was able to at least get a lot of games in. I think I played 17 premier matches, so pretty great. Brandon, what's an odd? What are these sleeves people are putting outside their Gamegenic sleeves? Great question. Those are outer sleeves. Those are perfect for protecting your cool Gamegenic sleeves. You can buy stuff like KMC or Dragon Shield, make some good ones, good things here. But let's go ahead and catch up with the gameplay. We kind of missed turn 1 here, but you can see Han Solo, young Han, or Han 2 as you may call him. Oh, this is a different Han. I apologize. This is a different base. Let's go ahead and update this base as quick as we can, everybody. That way y'all have the right information in front of you. That is on me. I assumed it was the same player we had earlier, but this is Han Force. So we got to get that Force base out, and we got to get it quick. There we go. Do this, and then get this switched over. My apologies, guys. We're going to catch up real quick. And boom, we have that there. Initiative with 1 damage on the base, 2 damage on C-3PO. And here we go. So we have 2 different Hans, 2 generations here. It's pretty great. Han Pilot and Young Han 2. Ooh, appreciate everyone in the chat. We're going to catch up here a little bit. We see Han Pilot controlling the match pretty well here, as we have C-3PO with 2 damage on him, but we also have a ship that came into play. This ship has the ability to exhaust another unit as long as you control another ship. Unfortunately, he didn't. Han 2 did put out the new Grogu. Now, this Grogu is pretty mean. It's a 1/6 Grogu with the ability to heal and do damage to opponents. Let's go ahead and bring this up on the screen real quick there. Oops, that's not it. Something happened there. I'm going to fix that real quick. All right, looks like Han is trying to get the Force. Yes, they do have the Force now. There we go. They figured it out. And they're going to take a couple of damage from the space unit, raising them up to 3. And here we go. Grogu's going to swing for 1 point of damage. Interesting. Let's get that going here. And now let's take a look at that Grogu. I finally got that up. We got Cheered in play, Yaddle. But Grogu's great for Han because he can exhaust himself with an action to heal 2 damage from any unit, and deal that much damage to another unit. So when you're playing something like Han 2, you have that amazing synergy of damaging something to get it out early, and then shooting that damage or sending that damage over to another unit, which is pretty cool. Out comes Mace Windu, which is going to trigger Han Solo to use the Force. Because he played Mace Windu, using the Force allows him to do 4 damage to a unit on the board. He also uses young Han's ability, which is why we see him exhausted there. So pretty dangerous. Not what you want to see as the Han pilot player. You want a bit of a board presence against Han 2, who has 4 units in play. And that Yaddle is going to really catch up to him. Really going to catch up there. If you're unfamiliar with Yaddle, he's going to be the furthest unit there in the top. Yaddle has the ability to give restore to all, I believe, Jedi, or Force units, sorry. Let's double check with that Yaddle, just to make sure I'm not making things up. Yeah, only friendly Jedi are going to get that restore, but he has restore already, so he can restore 1. Grogu's not going to get it, but Mace will. We see Han use his ability where he can reveal the top card of the deck, and then he can attack with a unit. As long as the revealed card and that unit have different odd cost, so they have to be odd, you get a +1. So not a lot of damage, but, enough. All right. Here we see quite a bit. Got on there 7 points of damage. Or there we go. There, they figured it out. 9. So 6 points of damage over to Han. It is 6-3 or 9-3. Right now, good stuff. All right, Chirrut's going to swing, doing more damage, and it's going to give him the Han Solo the Force. Barry Everson, I know I missed a bit of a chat, a lot of dialogue going on, which I'm happy to always see. Barry Everson says, this stream is great, which I appreciate it. You guys rock. It's so happy for all the amazing streams in this game. Has every weekend in PQ season. It is. A lot of amazing PQs happening right now. You catch the streams throughout the day. Because we're in the Pacific Northwest, we'll probably be the, the ones going the latest, which is great. Here we see Han Solo has hit the board, a great looking showcase, and he has to swing into Chirrut. Chirrut is a Sentinel unit. Young Han uses the Force to lessen the amount of damage Chirrut takes. That's one of Chirrut's abilities, which is pretty good. Fortunately, it's still looking like it's young Han is favored in this matchup right now. A lot of damage, but Pilot Han has the initiative. All right, 9-10, 9-10, close game life-wise, but when you look at that board, there's 5 units in the ground arena. Two of them are Jedi that can have the restore mechanic if Yaddle swings first. Chirrut is a great defender, and Grogu can move damage and move it over to your opponent's units. So this is a great board setup, if not just your ideal strong setup. It's very defensive. It's going to put a lot of damage on your opponent's base. This is a tough one. This is a tough one when you are a hero. And as someone who plays a lot of villain, this is why I love playing villain cards. Cards like Overwhelming Barrage, which can damage multiple units. Or, not that you'd probably see it in this matchup this early, but obviously like Super Laser Blast. An 8-cost card that defeats all units on the board always feels good to me. Here we go. Never Tell Me the Odds is going to be played. Opponent has to read it. I may have to read it. But I know they're going to look at cards and look at the odds, and that's going to dictate. Let's see. Let's take a look. Got it up now. So discard 3 cards from an opponent's deck and 3 cards from your deck. Deal damage to a unit equal to the number of cards with an odd cost. Okay, yeah, so just dealt a little bit of damage, got rid of the Yaddle with the restore. Not horrible, but you really don't need spot removal, right? You need something a little bit more than that. And by spot removal, we mean cards that you're only taking care of 1 unit at a time, and that's why they're called spot removal. Young Han has the Force again. After they swing with the Chirrut, it's still 13-9. What is Han Pilot going to do here? We have the Sanctioner Shuttle, which captured a unit. Young Han stuck in a little bit of a pickle. I mean, Han Pilot, sorry. And Han Pilot did not go to a ship, which makes sense. Like, he knows he needs to deal with this Young Han ground presence. But Young Han has a strong late game. By that, I mean they have cards that they're working up to that are going to come out and really dictate this game. Cards like Crate Dragon, Luke Skywalker. We kind of already saw that with Mace Windu. Young Han just loves to play some of the best stuff, and it's tough to deal with. It builds and it builds and it builds. So trying to beat them early is usually the best play for a lot of players, especially like this Han pilot. But we'll see if he can do it. Hopefully there's a lot more in the sideboard presence there. Okay, Shatterpoint just got played. Shatterpoint, a great new card from Legends of the Force, as you may use the Force to defeat a unit. It also can defeat a unit under a certain cost, I believe, if you don't have the Force, but obviously it's played because it's a 3-cost spot removal. Ooh, out comes the Blue Leader for 3 resources. Blue Leader is a strong card. A 3-cost 3/3 with ambush, but has nothing it can hit in the space arena. Now, if he had 2 more resources, he could have made it stronger and given it with a +2/+2 bonus and move it to the ground arena. Would have been a little bit more beneficial to the Han pilot player, but he did not have the resources for it. Instead, he takes a little bit more damage continually. Young Han's going to use the Force to protect Chirrut. And then he's going to get it back with all these multiple attacks he gets to do as they finish up the rest of this turn. Not looking good for the Han pilot player, who's now at 22 damage on their base out of 30. All right. I think it looks like, they're going to go to game 2. Game 2. So first game goes to Young Han. Let's reset this board here. Good to go. With over 40 minutes left in the match, I think we're going to hopefully see the next game go a little bit longer. I'd love to see a match go to game 3, but that really all depends on the matchup here. We talked earlier in round 2, for those of you here, about how cool it is to see Han Solo pilot, aka Han 4, and Han 1 from Spark of Rebellion. Those decks have been very thematic. They play cards like Falcons, Chewbacca's, even some more Han Solos. They're all about like ships and playing the odds. Really neat. Or Young Han, or Han 2, it's a little bit more of just kind of find some synergy and play a lot of the good things. Not bad. It's one of those most interesting things. You don't find Han 2 having the same thematic structure as Han 4 and Han 1 do. But Young Han, definitely one of the most outstanding leaders from the second set in Star Wars Unlimited Shadows of the Galaxy. Really just kind of gets better and better. It's hard to hurt something like Han 2. I think one of the only cards you'll see that is a big threat to Han 2 are things like Red 5, which is one of the newer cards from Jump to Lightspeed, which says on its attack, you may deal 2 damage to a damaged unit. That's really great. That's Han Solo wants to cheat in units, and you can punish them by just attacking and killing them. So that's really the benefit there. But yeah, against the Young Han matchup, you really want to be swinging pretty quickly. It's hard to just do a lot of trades with them because, like I said, they're going to just put out big units cheaper. So the longer it goes, they're always going to have more potential than their opponent. Unless their opponent's ramping up with more cards or can find a way to stop Young Han's ability, which not many things you can do there, then it's really just a race. It's a race for you. Hand disruption also really will help against the Young Han matchups. Get that good sip of water. Only way I'm going to make it through this day is by staying hydrated. And from the support of local community members, I'm excited to get on here and participate in the stream with some commentary. We'll have people from the Holo Table Gaming Network. I think I kept saying Holocron. It's Holo Table Gaming Network. With Joey, Ginger Joey hopping on. I know we have a couple of other content creators here, like Rebel Traders. I see just a few cool teams here. Team Babu Freaks. I already forgot the team. A great team wearing some amazing baseball jerseys. Custom Star Wars baseball jerseys here today. Pretty neat. M. Peterson. What a great shot of the game board. What do you use? Well, I know why he's asking that, and I think I put all the products in the description below, but it is an amazing glide rail system, and everything else just comes down to great lighting. Honestly, you always have to do some lighting. A couple things I would change here, but you always have to be ready for different setups at different stores. Speaking of, I will be doing the PQs for some other stores here in the area, so be excited for more content this season, Season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited. We'll be streaming from Mox Bellevue, which is our Seattle location, Red Castle Games, another great store in the Portland, Oregon area, and we're looking at some of the bigger community-driven tournaments from Marked Cards. Here's going to be another 1K in November here in the Portland area, in case people are looking to travel and want to find a very competitive 1K scene. We'll have that. And then we're also going to have another community event over at Tabletop Village in October, or sorry, not October. Sorry, this event is getting rescheduled, but it's going to be the Kessel Run. So if you're in the Seattle area or looking for things like that, again, we're going to be doing coverage of the community events that are large here, as well as some other PQs. Exciting for sure. And Peterson, make your way out to Contrarian so I can see you. That's true. I do need to make it out to one of our local stores, Contrarian. One of the nice things about the Portland scene is it's hard to find a store not selling Star Wars Unlimited, and you can find an event almost every night. All right, here we go. Game 2, round 3, Young Han versus Han 2. Turn 1 was a bit of a setup. Han 2 put out the Ogdo Bogdo, which can only attack when he's damaged, but he's a 5/5. And then you have the Republic Y-Wing from Han Pilot. All right, like I said, this is going to be a little bit of an aggressive match, but numbers-wise, that Ogdo Bogdo is a pain to deal with, and there we go. We get the Waylay. He's going to return the Bogdo back to young Han's hand. So now Han has to make a decision. Does he replay the Bogdo or continue on with his tempo of putting a 4-cost card in early? Because he can. He does. He plays the Ki-Adi-Mundi. That doesn't get him any bonuses for the play. And now he swings with the Y-Wing for, I believe, 2 points of damage. Because they are two different odd costs. We see a 3 and a 1. And that has to do with Han Solo's ability. Yeah, sorry, Han Pilot. Got to make sure I'm always saying Han Pilot. And young Han in this matchup, guys. All right, young Han takes the initiative. And now we see what are going to be some of the plays here. Remember, Han 2, young Han there, has a lot of strong tempo. It sets itself up. He's putting out units out a turn early, allowing them to take some damage, but it can really help him, play a little bit more utility. He's playing cards when he knows he needs them for their on-play effects. All right, great move. He swings with Ki-Adi-Mundi first, put that 4 damage on the board. Before young Han Pilot can deal with it. And Han Pilot puts out the Millennium Falcon, one of the newer ones from Jump to Lightspeed. This Falcon is a 3/4, and for every pilot on it, it gets a +1/+1, and it is a card that can hold 2 pilots. Now this is interesting. We see the daughter, Han 2, young Han, or Han 2. Like I said, we're gonna I'm gonna go in between those words a bit. But playing the daughter is an interesting card. Let's take a look. It's a 5-cost 4/6, so right now it's a 4/4. And when damage is dealt to your base, you may use the Force, and if you do, heal 2 damage from it. Not something you want to see, because that young Han does have the Force right now. Pretty dangerous. Here we go. Han Pilot says it's not going to happen with that daughter and takes it out using Blue Leader. Blue Leader allows you to pay 5 instead of 3, move it over to the ground arena, and put 2 experience tokens on it. So super great there. Keeping that damage, preventing that healing, taking care of a big threat while it can, and still having a 5-cost card. And here comes everyone's favorite Force Throw. As long as you have a Force unit, you may make your opponent... You can have your opponent discard a card, and if you control a force unit, whatever card is discarded from you or your opponent, I should say, you deal damage to a unit that way. So they hit him with that Republic Y-Wing, pretty dangerous. But as you can see, the Millennium Falcon now has Han Solo piloting on it, and it's going to hit pretty hard. All right, a little bit more damage on Han Pilot's base, and Han Pilot is going to swing. Looks like it's going to swing for, I believe, 7 points of damage. Yep, that is it. 7 points of damage. Gets young Han up to 9. It is 8 to 9. Whew. Young Han using the Force the only way he knows how, playing the Artillery Warrior to heal 3 damage off that base. Has to lose the Force to get it, but that is why he's playing the Force mechanic. Han Pilot swings, raising that damage back up to 10, while Han 2 is deployed. And he swings for an additional 2 points of damage. 3 points of damage, sorry. Raising that up to 11. This is a close match for sure, I love seeing this. 2 Hans racing. I've been already going around a lot during these small little breaks just to check out the meta, and it is a good time. I've seen, obviously, some higher-end decks like Kylo's, Kylo 1s, Kylo 4s. I've seen some Vaders, Pilots, Vader 1, and some Sabines, you know. Always going to see some Sabines here in the Northwest. Great showing for that. All right, we are now in turn 5. And Han Pilot's going to start us off by swinging directly with that Falcon and Han Solo. It's going to take some damage there. 8 more points. Sorry, 17 more points of damage. 7 more points. So 17 to 11. What does Han 2 have in store? We're going to see Kit Fisto's Starfighter, which can remove any number of upgrades from an opponent's, and it removed the upgrade from the Republic Y-Wing that was still left to swing. But Pilot Han plays Outmaneuver, which exhausts everything in a certain arena. He chose the ground arena, so great move there. Puts a little bit more damage on young Han's base, who decides to take the initiative since he had no more plays. And it's 18 to 11 now. Okay, we have a turncoat ship, which is a 2-3, a 1-3 Y-Wing, and the Falcon. Okay, what Han Pilot needs to see now is another outmaneuver. If he can get another outmaneuver, he can control this match and go into game 3. Kit Fisto's Pilot hits the turncoat so he can get the bounty. Good move there, allows him to draw a card, but he is going to take more damage from that Falcon. $25 points. Oof. It's 25 to 11, but young Han is now swinging in with that Atora Warrior, bringing Han Pilot's health to 15 to 25. You have to do 3 more points of damage here. Han has 6 resources available. Honestly, we're probably going to see a surprise strike or something, but Blue Leader with the ambush mechanic goes right in, and Han 2, young Han over there, go ahead and concedes, and they're going to go into game 3. Love to see it. This is our first game 3 of the day on stream. Both games went pretty quickly in round 1 and round 2. Good times. $30 minutes left in the match. I'm pretty sure there's going to be plenty of time here. Appreciate everyone in the chat, everyone watching right now. Having a great time at Guardian Games here in Portland, Oregon. Again, my name is D-Rod. Thanks for watching the Unlimited Power stream. Happy to bring another PQ to you from the Northwest. Obviously, one of my favorite gaming scenes. so much that I moved here and stayed here. And that's always been the fun thing. I've been a fan of this store, Guardian Games, since 2009. When I moved out here, it was one of the first stores I came to. Met the owner here at the time, Angel. Shout out to her. Great person. We would not have the store we have today, or the community we have today, if it wasn't for someone amazing like Angel May and what she did here for the industry and the local scene. But now with new ownership and everything else, it's only continued to grow, and it is amazing. Guardian Games is one of the largest and oldest stores here in the Portland area. A couple of stores here in the state, and they love Star Wars Unlimited, people. They sell, they buy singles, host these large events here. Both game spaces filled to the brim with people who enjoy this game. With weekly events on Thursdays, you can catch a premiere match here once a week. And at the end of the month, they do a nice draft as well. So, great time. Sid Vesson, love the stream. M. Peterson, same here. Spent time researching the area before I moved and saw Guardian. Couldn't wait to move. I'm with you, Peterson. It's one of those things. There's a lot of great stores in the area, that's for sure. And there's a store for every person. That's why I tell people, just the same way there's different content creators for other people, different streams based on what you like and what you may not. Everyone has a preference, and that's what I love about the gaming area here. If you're a tabletop player, Portland's just one of those places where you're going to find so many stores. From working in the industry for as long as I did, I'd always ask different reps, was there any places that had more stores than Portland? And really, they would just kind of say, just one, Salt Lake City. And from a lot of my travels in places like Texas, New York, California, Minnesota, Tennessee, and just around the country, I always try to check out game stores. So it was really great to hear that Portland has so many great stores where you can play, and especially in the Star Wars Unlimited scene, you can find a store hosting an event every night of the week, whether that's something like a draft or a casual play, or more, constructed events to try to give people more of this competitive feel. Great time. We're getting a long shuffle before Game 3, but I can't blame the opponents. I think we've all been there. We want to make sure we're all set up the way we want. We don't want to see bad draws. We don't want to see clumps of cards we played last turn. We want that variety, especially if there's something you haven't seen yet from either your sideboard or just from your original deck, is the answer here for a lot of their turns. Every play matters here for both these players. It is not a forgiving, neither of these decks are forgiving. And by that I mean, you need to make the right play for the right situation. If you make the wrong one, it could be what cost you. Some decks, like more control decks, give you a little bit more of those options. But these type of mid-range decks really need that aggro ability. Now, Young Han can go longer than Pilot Han. And by that I mean, it can go into further turns and have a better board presence. Curious on some of the delays here with the opponents on stream. Although I'm not sure what is happening. I do know we have the judge over there in one table really much facing these opponents. So not sure if he's calling out sleeves or asking specific questions. But really curious here. Interesting. Any info on the leader breakdown at this event? Not yet, Desi. Not yet. Just because kind of a one-man team today until other people join. It's been always good to have other people join. And the opponent really wanted a shuffle. So interesting. All right, these opponents are in their third match here, round 3. Unfortunately, I can't get over there to fix that play mat, so that's going to bother me, maybe some of you, for the next 25 minutes, but we'll see. All right, Han Pilot is resourcing. Now, Desi, I don't have the quick info on the leader breakdown for this event. However, we do have the Melee link in the description down below in case you just want to go and take some time and check that out. Sisfest, and won a final a few sets ago. After the game, I had won my opponent on Han 1 yellow at the time. Said, man, where were my Cunnings? Checked his deck, and they were literally the last of the cards. Ooh, we've all been there. All been there. We're like, where's that card I really need right now? It's on the bottom. There we go. Both opponents just realized they don't need the damage on that base. Oh, man. So they caught up there. Ogdo Bogdo out again, and something just happened to our feed. We are going to go check that out. Be right back. All right, apologies. Let's get this fixed. The stream just really went wonky there. Although we have stuff on the ground to prevent things like that with the cords, sometimes it just doesn't always work out that way. But here we go. We're back. And let's do that catch up. We have 3 damage on the opponent's base. By opponent, I meant Young Han. We have 2 units in play, still Ogdo Bongo and Ezra Bridger from Legends of the Force. Ezra is a great pairing here because Ezra, when he attacks, will put a +1/+1 experience counter on creatures or Spectre units. For Han Pilot, we still have the Wolf Squadron Escort, which is a nice low-cost unit in space, and the Falcon. Falcon, we've already seen a couple of turns, couple of games this round. And it looks like Ezra doing what Ezra needs to do, swing first and build up the Ogdo Bogdo. Putting 8 damage on Han Pilot. All right, never tell me the odds means they're going to discard the top 3 cards of their deck, and they're going to deal damage to a unit based on the amount of odd cards. And it was enough to take out the Bogdo. Great, great, great. Harold Thiel, those damage tokens are super cool. Where can I get them? Those are the laser gaming tokens. These are a little bit bigger. They make some large ones for content creators, but you can find their regular ones on their website. They're a great company. I use them a lot for different things, which is awesome. I'm always happy to work with them, and we even have some custom unlimited power initiative tokens as well that we get and try to send out. If I come to PQs in your area, like I'm in Dallas, Oklahoma, Seattle, things like that, I try to bring those things with me and hand them out. Today, all the participants actually got unlimited power 6-sided die and the unlimited power token, whether it was a droid, a TIE fighter, anything like that. So we try to make sure that we're handing some fun stuff out every event we can attend, whether they're stickers or accessories. All right, catching up here with that damage. It is 6-12. Sanctioner Shuttle has hit play, and Sanctioner Shuttle has the ability of capturing a unit as long as you have 3 units in play according to the Coordinate ability. Coordinate requires you to have 3 units minimum in play to activate, which he did, and he can capture a unit. It's a good move there. Now, Mace Windu can come into play a lot cheaper. Yep, came into play using Young Han's ability. Deals 4 damage to a unit, not a problem. Takes out that Falcon, good move there. And he loses the Force when he does. All right, here we go. First leader deployment. Han Pilot has deployed. And he is on the Wolf Squadron Escort. He is going to attack, and he's going to do 5 points of damage. Now that he has attacked, Han's flip ability allows him to ready resources, which is pretty great. Pretty great. And boom, more damage coming out. Falcon hits play and can ready. Oh my gosh, and now another Han Solo pilot. The unit gets attached to Han Solo or to the Falcon and gets to swing for more damage. This is rough for Han too. But you know what? I love to see it. I love where we see games of one deck winning and then losing and winning and like seeing that transition. That's what makes Star Wars so fun. So 16 to 15, the boards are split, space versus ground. Who can get enough damage faster? Here's the problem. These 4 spaces have 28 health. So Han sitting over here at 30. I mean, that's 2 extra life that you gotta take care of. That's for sure. Okay, we got a little bit of a glimpse in the young Han player's hand. I saw Luke Skywalker, which can get played. Now, Luke Skywalker gets played. It's going to give a unit -3, -3. The problem is, it's not going to really take care of some stuff, but it could prevent some damage. So the young Han player has some decisions to make. Does he need to prevent that 3 damage now? Or does he need to do something else to strengthen his board? It looks like he's going to shatter... Fell the Dragon. So Fell the Dragon's going to defeat a unit with 4 or more power. And there it goes. Falcon is out. And that pilot Han unit... Pilot Han unit, I should say. And out comes the blue leader for 5 resources. Uses the ambush mechanic to take out Mace Windu before Mace Windu can swing. He does lose his own blue leader, but that really worked out for him. All right, Adigalia gets played. And more damage continues on, putting Han 2 at 23 points of damage. Can't wait for the next match. I hope it's not 2 Hans. I feel like I'm saying Han so much. It is 22 to 23. What a match this is becoming. This is what you want to see going into Game 3. Now, honestly, this is where initiative, I think, mattered a lot. And Han Pilot having it, I mean, what do you do here? I think that's really going to be game. He needs to do 5 points of damage, and there it is. +2, +3. That's 5. That is young Han taking the win. Han Solo Pilot taking the win. This card is from JTL. Great showcase there. Great play. You'd love to see it. This is probably the longest match we've had so far today. And overall, great showing by both players. And that's one of the things I really do enjoy about Star Wars Unlimited is some of these matches come down to figuring out who's going to go first on certain turns. There's a lot of times I was helping some people play test last night, and it was the same thing, trying to help them be aware of, like, do you understand you could win this game if you take the initiative now based on how board presence looks and what my damage is. And I'm guilty of that too, but it's always important to take a step back, look at the board, make the best decision, because sometimes you're just like, I need to put this unit out now, but you may have what it takes to just win the following round. So it's okay to take the initiative and, if you have all your resources available or anything like that. Great showing, great showing. We can see some of the sideboarded cards. Smart move to be playing those out maneuvers. There's a card blur. Unfortunately, it's too much glare over there. Did not know I had such a bad glare spot in one area. But hey, those are the ropes. Sometimes when you're going to different stores, different lighting, always something like that. And it's a foil of Shuttle Tidarium. There we go. There we go. Let's see on Morrow. I somehow think that this Han Green version is a bit less consistent than Han TT. Han Tarkentown Red. It can be, Tarkentown would have given him a little bit more range for sure and would have played a little bit more space. But there's a couple of fun possibilities here with the Shadowed Undercity. And also, Tarkentown's going to bring your health down to 25. So as aggressive as it could be, I don't know. And Commando, I'll not complain if Han 4 leader does well and becomes a common leader in the meta. Maybe my showcase will be worth more then. Well, hey, that's always something. It is always annoying when the meta shifts and you were eyeing a showcase, and now it's like, well, I guess I'll wait. Or sometimes you'll pay a little bit more. I'm always eyeing those low-cost showcases when I can, just to get them in fun trades, good purchases, things like that. What a great round 3 match. A lot of people are wrapping up here. 16 minutes left in the round. Again, we're going to be joined by some other commentators here in a bit, as some people may not be having the day they hoped. But we see different people from our community, hopefully maybe even some former winners, or some just people we've had on the cast before at some previous PQs. Really appreciate everyone interacting in the chat. That's what makes this day so fun for me. I'm just sitting here watching Star Wars Unlimited just like you guys. And sometimes this is the practice I need of just, watching people make good plays, people make mistakes, just learning what the right moves are. And I get to see some really cool interactions going forward. Guys, this is a great event. We had a packed out house. We had people on the waiting list trying to get in just in case people don't show. And that is just how awesome this scene is. We really value our PQs here. We value Star Wars Unlimited. And I'm just excited for so many more events here in the first season 1 of Star Wars Unlimited. And a commando, I had him built referencing Han 4 leader, the Han pilot. All last set, either as double cunning or red 30 HP, but focused on Vader and Boba instead. Those are all great pilots. I think the Han pilot I really liked in the last set, but it was hard for me to get away from Han 1 and running a lot more of the ships. And again, I think as I mentioned earlier, the thing I love about Han 4 and Han 1 is this just letting it be thematic. It can feel like it's Han Solo. It can run all the Falcons. It can run Chewbacca. It can run Han units or Kira's. And it's like, when you get excited about playing a game, especially a game that comes out for an IP that you enjoy, whether it's Star Wars or, some other great games out there like Gundam, One Piece, it's super exciting when the characters you like have good cards around them that match the theme, right? It's good to have a Chewbacca that pairs well with Han without it even being direct, right? There's nothing on Chewbacca that says, if you have Han Solo, get blank. Instead, we found out this ability works well if you're going with the Han ship package. And if you're going to play ships, there's only one ship that's the best in the galaxy, and that's the Chimera. Second best ship in the galaxy is the Millennium Falcon. Oh man, what a day. You know what else I love? Seeing people's cool Star Wars shirts. I love seeing cool Star Wars shirts. I've seen some amazing hoodies. I'm seeing awesome Japanese Star Wars shirts. I'm seeing full Star Wars baseball jerseys, I think, for a whole team. Just so much cool stuff. That's honestly one of my favorite things. I definitely have some homemade shirts I like to bring as well. How many players today? Asked Matthew Elkins. I'm going to go hop in the melee. We got the link down below. 122 players at the start of round 1. 122. Where are the standings? So great showing today. Link to the melee event in the description down below, as well as links to the Guardian Games website who is hosting this PQ. Really appreciate them allowing me this opportunity to stream this event. As I mentioned earlier this round, Guardian has such a special place in my heart as a gamer, but also as someone who found so much community here. I've made so many great friends across different games, whether Star Wars or other ones, because of the events hosted here, and that's what I'm looking for. We talk about organized play in Fantasy Flight, and their 3 key values are connect, collect, and compete. And when you find a store that also values some of those same things like Guardian Games, you really see those values shine brightly, right? Here I see so many great people wanting to be here for a very competitive event, but everyone's having fun. I'm seeing people take the losses in stride, talking about hey, I'm just here to see if this Bo-Katan deck can get 2 wins. I'm here to see if my how many people I can kill with Babu Freak and a C-3PO or Babu Frick, and that hits for 8 damage, right? Just so much cool stuff. And we see our amazing tournament community organizers going around for SWU PDX. If you're in the Portland area and you are not in the Discord, SWU PDX. I recommend joining. We're almost at 400 members here. What a large community, and it's just going to help you connect more with some amazing players, deck builders, and Star Wars fans. 11 minutes left in the round. That one went a little bit longer, so a little bit easier for me to stay here. We're going to go ahead and adjust that lighting a bit, turn those down, rest that. And now you guys just get me people watching. But hey, this is a fun day. Again, I appreciate everyone in the chat. We have round 4, round 5, round 6, round 7. As I mentally do that math, that's 4 rounds left. Smart move. I'm seeing people already getting those snacks. If you are still considering attending these big events, snacks. It's so important to stay hydrated, to stay well nourished. I always recommend grabbing breakfast before these big events, guys. In fact, try to meet up with your local scene. Talk to your community, have everyone meet up, have a good time, have a dinner afterwards or something. But you want to make sure that your brain is firing on all cylinders, right? Because this is a mentally tasking day. I was reminded of that at Galactic Championships when I did 17 rounds. Can we get a Discord link to SWU PDX in the chat? Let me see what I can do. Let's see what I can do. Let's see here. Going to our Discord channel. That's right. All my time working at a call center means I know how to narrate and navigate at the same time. All right, looking here for it. I think I just create the link. What am I doing here? Boom, boom, boom. Invite people. Let's do that. I'm going to do the invite. Send a server link to the friend. Cool. This thing expires in 7 days. I'm just going to pop it in the chat, and I'm going to assume it works. And if not, I'm just going to stop somebody in their community and say, hey, send this to me. Because we have a great community. I know some people here don't... some people are even in it that aren't necessarily in Portland, some Seattle people, even some people looking to grow their own community and get some more ideas from our amazing tournament or community organizers. What I love about our community organizers is all 3 of them came in with a love for Star Wars, and it's one of their first TCGs. And that really made a difference, I think, in how we were able to grow, how we approach new players. Our community organizers actually even take all the donations for bulk, common and uncommons, and make play sets for new characters, for new players, so they can have their common and uncommon play sets for each set. They've made shirts for us. You've probably seen us at Galactic Championships with a big purple shirts. We have hats. We have custom stuff. I'm just so excited for them. You can find videos of me interviewing them on the channel, but you'll definitely hear them throughout other events here in Season 1. I know we're going to have Madame Zola, one of the main community organizers for SWU PDX and the creator and main organizer of the Women of SWU Discord, known as Night Sisters. She's going to be joining me at the Red Castle Planetary Qualifier here in Portland, Oregon. We had her on for the Portland 1K that took place just a month ago, and she did so well. Love having her, love having the conversations. Great person to play with. We have some amazing games, so it's nice for everyone to kind of hear a little bit more of from that side of the community. And the Night Sisters are great. If you are a female and you want to join a all-female group on Discord, look up the Night Sisters. And you can also check some of our previous videos for those links. But yeah, great stuff here. Less than 10 minutes left in the round. A couple people playing, some people wandering around. We are getting ready for that round 4. All right, I think what we're going to do here is I'm going to take a quick break. It's probably going to be less than 10 minutes. We'll keep the timer going so you know what's happening. We're going to move on. So I can just get a quick break, get some water, and hey, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. Appreciate everyone watching. Talk to you in a little bit. are back, and we're going into round 4. Round 4, pairings just went up for this next round, and I'm going to be joined by the Holotable Gaming Network, Ginger Joey, who's been here a few times, and that's going to be great as he gets set up here. All right, man, I am excited to see round 4. Let's see what we're going to get paired up with over here at the feature table. Are we going to see that Han Solo pilot that won again? Are we going to see nothing but Hans? We're going to see another Force deck. There's so much variety here. I've seen Quinlans, Kylos, multiple different types of Kylo, Bo-Katans. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, guys. Welcome back. It is D-Rod here with unlimited power, getting ready for round 4 as these opponents find their way to the feature table. Let's continue to reset the board here as we wait for our opponents to show us which leaders they're going to be having. I see, whoa, love this. Lando, young Lando? Oh my gosh, Mr. Gambino himself. This is what I want to see. All right, let's find that Lando leader. I love some childish Gambino, that's for sure. Get that base getting. Productive here. I somewhat have a feeling that the base they chose... No, that's Tarkentown. That's Tarkentown. So young Lando Tarkentown versus what is the question? I know the timer's about to begin, so hopefully these players continue to get set up. All right, we have the Star Wars Unlimited Life Dial. All right. Judge making some announcements as we've had a couple opponents already drop after going into round 4. And we have Talzin versus the Strangled Cliffs, I believe. The Stranglehold Cliffs. Unless these cliffs have been strangled. Who knows? Yeah, Strangled Cliffs. Yeah, that's it. That's so funny. Vader must have been there for that one. Okay. All right, we're almost done setting up the board while the players roll for the initiative. Get that Mother Talzin set up there. Ooh. And there we go, right? Bino in the house, J-Fire. Yeah, that's how I feel. This will be fun. All right, looks like Talzin's going to have the initiative as both opponents cut each other's decks. Shake hands. Great, great, great. Love the show of sportsmanship. That's definitely the way to play this game. Look at that Gambino hand. I see Cassian, Hotshot Blaster, Sanctuary Shuttle, Leia Organa from set 1. I like this. This could be interesting. Yellow, red fun here. And Talzin is running the Stranglehold, so she's going to have the Force. Talzin red. Good stuff there. We see Chirrut. We see Grand Inquisitor. Interesting things. Interesting stuff's going to happen. Let's get that timer going. Did not hear the judge announce the timer, as they usually do. But I think we are good to go based on me looking around. All right, let's keep it going. Ooh, what does Gambino? I'm going to say Gambino way too many times. Young Lando Calrissian, played by Donald Glover, who is a musician known as Childish Gambino, as well as a actor and comedian. All right, we see Night Sister Warrior played and Leia Organa. Leia Organa has a great wind plate ability that allows you to ready a resource, which they did, in order to play the Mining Guild TIE Fighter. This is awesome because we know they have the Sanctuary Shuttle in their hand. Shuttle says when you have Coordinate online, you can capture another unit as long as its cost is a certain value. So that's pretty great. A great way to start this match, especially if you had the initiative. Unfortunately, Talzin still has that. If you can prevent Talzin from getting the Force consistently throughout the match, you've really hindered a lot of their plans. All right, first blood. 2 damage to Leia, no damage to the base, but we get the Force ability, and they get to draw a card. All right, Leia gets played again, this time readying another resource, so 2 are still available. Now you have the Mining Guild TIE Fighter, which you can use to attack, to draw a card. We'll see what happens here. Now we get first blood on the Strangled Cliffs. Go to Lando, 1 damage there, and we're going to pay the 2 to draw the card. And the classic, can I read your leader? Because I've never seen this before. And so just so you see, Lando Calrissian says, as an action, play a card using Smuggle for 2 less. But you have to defeat a resource you own and control in order to get this advantage. So Lando has to find certain cards that are worth defeating. You can kind of see that they've taken advantage of some other resource mechanics like Leia, where they can untap a resource, which could be helpful if they're ever down a bit. Oh, I'm with you. Ando Commando, Sanctioner Shuttle, such a great card. It's one of my favorites. Hard to get away from it, honestly. I love it in a lot of these yellow swarm decks. So good. Nothing feels better than maybe causing a feel-bad moment for your opponent sometimes. And there it is. Sanctioner Shuttle gets deployed, and out goes the Grand Inquisitor. Smart move here. The Inquisitor could get the Force token consistently for Talzin. It's not what you want. You've captured it. Talzin's going to have to find a way to get it back if she really wants it. And deployed is Lando Calrissian. First deploy of the match. SW Oddball, been waiting to see this Lando list on stream. Well, here it is. Here it is, brought to you by Unlimited Power and Hotshot Blaster. Boom. Well, there you go. That's some damage right there. Young Lando, and a great showcase. Great showcase being displayed. All right. They're going to use Chirrut's ability, which are going to use the Force to lower the attacking power of the attacker. So 2 damage is going to go on Chirrut. No damage to the base. 3 goes back to young Lando. Tarkin Town is now used. And there we go. All right, young Lando has such a great board presence here. 2 in space, 2 in ground. Talzin's going to need to put out a couple of units or find a way of taking out 2 of these in a turn, or they're just going to get left behind. 4 damage total on the Talzin base. No damage on young Lando's base here. 25 health for Lando, 28. Now remaining just 24 for Talzin. All right, apologies there for the audio. We were making a couple of updates there. Let's catch up here on the stream. We see Leia Organa gets played, and because she's a unique ability, you have to, or a unique leader with the same subtitle, you have to defeat one of them. But they played the Leia so they can exhaust Mother Talzin. Great play there. Only cost you a little bit. And now young Han continues his assault, raising the damage from 6 all the way to 10. And a little bit more from that Sanctioner shuttle, taking them to, oops, sorry everyone, that is the wrong thing. Sorry, we had to play a little catch up there. Sorry, Desi, sorry, Spartan. And out comes Cassian with the smuggle mechanic. Lost the resource, but got to put out Cassian for a little bit less and puts in 3 more damage into Mother Talzin's base. All right, no force with Talzin, but she does have the initiative. She's still in play, no damage on her, and when attacked, she can just give the unit -1, -1. Does not need the force, but her attacks do trigger the force here. All right, and there he goes. Young Lando did his job, had that hotshot blaster on him, and just got through a couple of those early threats, putting some more pressure. Talzin swings, giving the force to her and lowering Leia by -1, -1, and you still have Cassian. So what's your play here? I think you swing with the 1/1 Leia because it's going to die. Might as well just get that damage in there before Karis can swing into it herself. Oh, second sanctuary shuttle. Oh man, that you don't have to swing with Leia now. You just capture and continue moving on. That is tough. Talzin needs to deal with some of these spaceships, but as you can tell by their hand, there's not many options there. They can use their all 5 out of their 6 resources to play no glory only results to defeat one of those ships, but they still have to deal with Cassian and who's on the board. There goes Leia, raising the damage up to 16. Mother Talzin getting a lightsaber on her, so she's going to swing a lot harder now, and she has 10 total health on her, so 6 remaining. Cassian swings in for the 3. Sanctuary Shuttle sends in for that 2, raising the damage to 21 on Strangled Cliff. Follow it up with a daring raid for 2 more points of damage. It's 23-0. So, Talzin decks, man, I love them, but I love playing against them. I'll tell you that. 23-28. Lando has to do 5 more points of damage. When you have 5 units in play, I can see that happening pretty quickly here. One surprise strike will do this, honestly. Hotshot blaster could get you there. It's all solid. Now, if I'm the Talzin player at this point, I'm hitting the board just to get some damage. I'm swinging with Talzin, and I'm hitting that base. That's me. And then we're going to game 2. It's never a great moment when you don't damage your opponent's base. And there we go. All right, Talzin swings. Swings for 6, but on attack, gives something -1 and deals 1 damage to every ground unit your opponent controls. So great there. Finally get some damage on young Lando, but there it is. 5 damage, finishes it off. They're going to game 2. Game 1 goes to young Lando Calrissian. You love to see it. You love to see it. Appreciate everyone watching this cast, sticking with me with some of the oddities that happen during live productions, whether they are weird audio issues, lighting issues, people issues. Things happen, so I appreciate everyone sticking in, chatting it up. I'm having a great time because, again, I'm just watching Star Wars all day, just like the rest of you. All right, we have over 40 minutes left in this game in round 4. Good variety today. Good variety from what we're seeing on the stream. Both opponents begin looking at their sideboard, but let's take a look at this young Lando deck. We see Swoop Down. James over here. Love you guys. Love you back, James. Love you back. It's great to just, again, here we are doing the things we all enjoy. Talking Star Wars, watching Star Wars. It's awesome. All right, we see Jam Communications taken out. We see some Swoop Downs taken out. He's really debating if he wants to keep these. It's not a bad move that he main boarded them. But it almost felt like they were unnecessary. And if anything, Towson may try to get a little bit more removal or put some stuff into space. So it'll be an interesting play here for a Calrissian going into the sideboard. As long as Lando can honestly keep Towson from getting the Force too much, with some of those capture or bounce mechanics we see are great with players who play the yellow mechanic known as cutting, yellow attribute. That's going to really keep them ahead. Towson needs the Force and is unfortunately stuck with a little bit more spot removal. Aggression's just going to give them cards to do certain amounts of damage to units, and the Vigilance color blue is really just going to give them cards that say defeat a unit. There's not going to be that many cards in their deck that are going to take out more than one unit at a time. We're diving into those deck checks now. Or not deck checks, the presenting your deck for your opponent to cut after you do a shuffle. All right, and they're just making points that they do. Mother Towson does not have the Force. Let's look at young Lando's hand. We see the Falcon, Cassian. We see Armed to the Teeth. So a couple of Smuggle cards, Cartel Turncoat, Sanctuary Shuttle, something in the far left. Another one-cost card. Yep, that's what you do. What's fun about playing cards with the Smuggle mechanic is you're just going to resource them. It just makes it so much easier. I was really on the fence when they introduced Smuggle so early in set 2 because it's unlike a game to give you different mechanics within the first couple of sets. And really it worked out, honestly. I think it was a great move. And here we go. Turn 1. Just to catch people up, young Lando played 2 ships, and Mother Towson played the Night Sister Warrior. When the Night Sister Warrior is defeated, she will draw a card. She's a 2/2 unit that's a Force, so can get the Force to Towson. But young Lando now can play the Sanctuary Shuttle, and that's going to slow Towson down a bit. So the Towson player's best move here is to swing, get the 2 damage on the board, and get the Force token, which they do. Great move. Now, young Lando has to make a decision here. Do you play the capture card, or do you wait to see what your opponent does? I'm more of a fan of waiting to see what your opponent does. Swinging for 1 isn't bad. I may have gone for the 2 because you have a unit with a bounty mechanic on it. So not only are you not getting that extra point of damage, you may not be getting the... you may lose your unit and give your opponent card advantage by them drawing a card. Grand Inquisitor hits play, and now they finally get a little bit more damage on the opponent's base, raising them to 3. And there's the Sanctuary Shuttle on the Inquisitor. That feels good. You're not going to stop Towson from using the Force or getting the Force next turn, but you definitely slowed them down a little bit to where they can't do multiple things in a turn. It's all about sequencing. It's all about how you set things up when you're Mother Towson. You have cards that will use the Force when they're played and cards that will use the Force when they're defeated, and Towson wants to use the Force. Every single one of those types of actions, it is important on the order you're going to play them. And there it is, spot removal, open fire. 3 costs for 4 points of damage is going to get the Sanctuary Shuttle into the opponent's discard and bring back that Grand Inquisitor. Good move on the Towson player. They do take 2 more points of damage and lose the force to give a -1 to the Republic Y-Wing. Y-Wing swings for 0. No damage on the board. Karis swings for 2 more to give Towson the force again. And Lando is deployed. Deploys on 4. You know that feels good. 4 resources left. We know there's 2 smuggle cards beneath there. Armed to the teeth being one of them. And it's Hot Shot Blaster. Hard casted Hot Shot Blaster. And then, because Towson took the initiative, they're going to smuggle in Cassian and hit the base for quite an amount of damage, raising the opponent's damage to 12. 7 points there. What a swing, guys. What a swing. And that's what's so fun about these Star Wars Unlimited. It really does come down to the turn your leader deploys. That is where like the momentum is. That's where it should feel this way. Your leader should get out there and do something that is really disruptive to your opponent, whether it's putting a lot of damage on the base, clearing their board. It needs to feel like a hero or villain entered the battlefield. I always give the comparison to Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2. When you got to like finally play as Luke Skywalker or Darth Maul, it changed the game. You're taking out 7 stormtroopers, so quickly instead of as a trooper you were taking out 1 or 2. That's what it feels like when your leader deploys. It's like they get out there and it's like, look out, what are you going to do? Here's a threat. You see someone like Towson with 7 health, you got to fight through that. That is hard. These leaders don't go down easily, at least not most of them. Some of those early set leaders with the low health definitely fell a bit to cards like Takedown, but here we are with some healthier leaders. They may not hit as hard, but it's a great balance. 3 more damage on Towson's base. And it goes back to the Towson player. 4 resources in hand. They're going to swing with that Inquisitor and take care of Lando rather than working on the Cassian. They couldn't kill the Cassian anyway, so it makes sense. But Lando is out, so that means no other interesting smuggle mechanics while he's in play, or at least not this turn. 3 more damage to the Towson base. They are 10 away from defeat. And they got to deal with these space units, or their space units are going to walk right over them. Towson is in play now. She has been deployed. She's a 3/7. And on attack, she gives -1 to a unit. Does not need the force to do that now. But she's going to take 2 more points of damage, raising her to 20. Smart move here is to swing with Towson and lower the attack of the Y-Wing that hits for 1. Yep, there it is. Smart move. Is it going to swing into the base? Nope. Swings into Cassian. That may not be the right move there. And Falcon comes into play. When it comes into play, it can ready immediately. So it is a 3/4, and it's ready to hit. Towson does have 5 resources available, but do they have the removal to take care of Falcon? Bombing Run. Okay, Bombing Run's not bad, but it doesn't remove all the units. It's a 5-cost card that deals 3 damage to every unit in the space arena. You got to put the 3 on the board. There it is. 3 more points go into Towson's base. Those Strangled Cliffs are definitely choked. 2, Cassian is removed, and Towson draws a card. I think the smart move here is for young Lando to take the initiative and be ready for that next turn. With 3 damage on the board, it just needs 2 more to have a great turn. If there's a surprise strike, that could do it. We know there's still Armed to the Teeth. However, Armed to the Teeth does not allow you to attack immediately. Harold Thiel, and I thought Mama T's list the top deck after winning Worlds. Harold, I played a lot of Towson at Galactic Championships, and I will say they kind of went like this for the young Lando deck for me. I really enjoyed playing Towson decks. I wanted to just be fed Towson decks all day because I could just walk away without taking much damage, if any damage, and sometimes it feels bad when your opponent doesn't get the force at all, but that's all you got to do. So, definitely some great players at Worlds. I didn't play them all, so maybe it would have been different. But man, was it a great time! And again, I'm still someone of just if you want to give me Mother Talzin all day, well, Gari CL has no problem. Love to see young Lando take the win here, round 4. Super cool. Price tag still on that Tarkin Town. Think you bought it here at Guardian Games. Great place to buy and sell your singles. Awesome time. 2 ways to win there. Desi mentioned they had the Han and Daring Raid. They had the Pilot Han. 2 ways to win because when you play the Pilot Han on the Falcon, you can attack immediately. It's great, yeah. No, I really enjoyed seeing this Lando deck. How cool is that? Just to get something different. And that's where we're sitting. We're sitting in this fun mid-range meta, and it's really opening up the variety of cards we're seeing in play. Great stuff, great stuff. Oh, see some Devastators, see the bombing run. All neat. As they were prepping for the sideboard, we have not seen these games go very far for someone to get a Devastator out. I think all these matches have been just traditionally mid-range, so we're seeing people top out around 6 resources. And then, hey, that's the end of that game. So, James says, 6 copies of Fast Falcon goes hard. Qui-Gon Ben, as a Talzin player, you take the initiative and kill Cass and Falcon. Yep, that's what he should have done. Yeah, you do have to hope that they keep the Falcon out that Qui-Gon Ben mentions. That's completely true. And that is one of the interesting things a lot of people have to learn in the game, as we mentioned in the last round. You have to learn when is the best time to take the initiative. And it may not look like it because maybe you're leaving some cards in your hand you could have played. Maybe you're leaving some resources readied or units readied. But a lot of time taking the initiative is how you're going to ensure you take progress and go further, right? So that's something you really want to set up. As you? The young Han? Huh? Or the young Lando? Yeah. You want to talk about it? Sure. Yeah, let's talk about it. Okay, cool. We're going to bring the young Lando player in.
Oh, young. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, that's what I was saying. Yeah. I mean, you're young. You're young. Man. Lando's young. So we're talking about this deck. And what's your name?
Brady.
Brady?
Yeah.
Okay, Brady. Nice to meet you. My name's D-Rod. Thanks for hopping on here real quick.
Yeah, man.
Why young Lando today? I'm super excited to see it. Stream was happy to see this. What made you choose this?
I played a lot of Lando in set 2. And he was bad. He was kind of bad back then. And then I saw that Han Tarkin Town deck that went to Galactics, and I kind of loved it.
Yeah.
And then I kept running into like Talzin specifically here.
Yeah.
Just would match your turn 5 flip, and I hated that. And then I found out Lando could smuggle Cassian or play the Fast Falcon.
Yeah.
And get handed a gun from hand, and that's a 7 attack on 4.
Yeah.
And that's kind of devastating if they can't deal with your turn 1 plays.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, this game's a really good showing of Sanctioneer Shuttle.
Yes,
just taking Grand Inquisitor each time. And then I just fell in love with Lando because he's so innocuous. He's a 2/5, seemingly easy to deal with, but he's not. And then Tarkin Town just backs it up with if they ever want to, like, Blue Leader wants to tussle in space, well, he's dead. Or if someone wants to deal with Lando, well, they're dead. Yeah,
so. You used it and got through that turret. Pretty great. Like
I could tell he had no idea. Great player, but like he was like, "Oh, Lando has a gun, whatever." Like,
exactly.
Use the Force, do it.
Yeah, if you see Lando on the other side, you're probably not stressing out too much.
Yeah, I've gotten a lot of that. I've even from my own team, they've been like, "Oh, you're bringing Lando? That's crazy." I'm like, I don't know. That seems good.
Now you're here with the team. I've talked about you guys a little bit in these jerseys. So Gamers Haven.
Gamers Haven out in Spokane, Washington. It's out in Kendall Yards. Shout out to Bob Kelly and Sean Milligan. Really put us up for this. They've helped us a lot.
Oh, I love that. How long have you been playing Star Wars Unlimited?
Oh, I got it in set 1.
Okay, great.
March 8th, yeah.
Was this have you played other TCGs before this one?
I played Magic before this.
Okay, yeah.
Seemingly competitively, but I was young back then, so.
Yeah. Do you still play Magic, or Star Wars like your main right now?
Star Wars is my main thing. I'm a little, I have a little problem with Magic at the moment, but that's just a me thing.
Yeah. Well, hey, it's great. I'd love to see this. You don't have to share what your worst matchups are, but it seems like you're really prepared for a lot of the aggressive, a lot of the mid-range. Can you go long?
No, I cannot. I played an INDV on Carabashed, and it kicked the hell out of me.
Ooh,
I don't know if I can swear here, but it was rough. And I mean, everyone's like, it seems like a good matchup. It just was until it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know, I can't deal with an Avenger or a Devastator or anything.
No, that does seem hard. But yeah, the early Sanctuary shuttles always feel good. I love when people are playing like Han 1, getting a lot of these smaller ships out, piloting them, hitting hard really quickly. And so you having the Sanctuary shuttle, almost every time we could see your hand a little bit. So we saw you getting that opening hand, and it's just like, yep, that's such a great answer. You weren't going to prevent them from getting the Force, but you were going to stop some of their big hitters pretty quick. And, my experience with Talzin, similar to yours, it's like I feel like I've gone those games where I take no damage but I've had to stop them from getting the Force. And for you, that didn't seem to be the problem. It's just like, you get the Force all you want.
Yeah, I mean, just get it. I don't care. I'm just racing you at that point. And I have Reckless Gunslinger and the Wolfpack Escort will die to tally, and I'm aware of that. But if they attack twice, that's enough for me. They've got their job. And like Lando in that second game, I think, he attacked once with a gun, but that was his job. Got 4 damage in, and he distracted from my base. So.
Exactly. Yeah, that was so great. And it didn't seem like the penalizing of losing their resource mattered really at all. Yeah.
I don't think I finished both my games round 1 with 3 resources, but I could have. I definitely had a second Cassian to smuggle out to put me to 3, and I was like, that's too risky, don't do that.
Oh my gosh.
But I finished several games today on 3 resources.
I love that this is like what you're playing, because I love the idea of, if I'm sitting across from you and I'm watching you play Lando, I'm asking questions. First question is always, what does he do? Yeah, right? And the second question really just being like, this guy can't beat me with 4 resources, right?
Oh, I can.
And
I
then,
can
you
easily,
do,
easily.
And then somehow the game ends, and I'm like, I didn't hit you, and you have 3 resources left? Like, what happened?
13 that round? That's crazy. This is turn 4? Oh, okay. Yeah.
No, this is great, Brady. Thanks so much for just hopping on real quick. We're going to take a quick break between this round. Any other shout-outs you want to do for your team or for the
Dragon Parlor out in Spokane Valley? Jen, Kevin, Sean, Alex specifically. They've been fantastic. If you want to draft, go there. They're fantastic people.
I love that. Are you guys going to do any of the other PQs here in the area or up north?
Yeah, we're going to try to hit Bothell. We're going to try to hit Mox Games. I can't remember where that's at.
Mox Bellevue,
Bellevue.
And then they got the one in Kent. Yep.
Yeah, and then there's one in Meridian, which is right outside of Boise, Idaho. We're going to fly out there. Flights are super cheap, by the way.
Love that.
Yeah, get on there.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome, man. Appreciate
you,
meeting you, Brady. Yeah. Hopefully we'll see you in that top 8.
Oh, I appreciate it.
All right, that was super fun. Really appreciate Brady stepping in here. We have a little bit of time, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a quick lunch break. We're going to throw on some more music here. You can be back, and we'll have the timer going so that way you guys know when we're back for round 5. There are going to be 3 more rounds before we get into that top 8. What a great play here by the Lando player. Love to see it. Shout out again to Brady and his team and everyone at Gamers Haven that really encouraged them and made this team and these players want to come down here. So that's what this game's about. Again, love the values of this game. Appreciate everyone watching. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in the next 20 minutes. All right, welcome back to the Unlimited Power stream of Legends of the Force Planetary Qualifier here at Guardian Games in Portland, Oregon. I finally have someone coming in and helping me out with commentary. Ginger Joe, you've been here a few times. You're back. Hollow Table Gaming Network. deck.
Yes.
Give me your spiel.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me
Welcome
back. I appreciate it. I always love doing these with you. So I was here. I competed. And I scrubbed out into the tub.
You did, yeah. So you competed. You had brought the same deck that you took to that you played in the Galactic Open.
Correct.
And you did so well as a representative of Portland and the Northwest. Where did you end? Because I know you went day 2 after doing the Open. Where did you end with that deck?
I finished 20th out of 590 from that.
There you go.
So
there you go.
It was a nice little feather in my cap.
Yeah.
And it was a good surprise deck that I brought. Clearly did not work out so well this time around. Partly because I talked about it with a lot of the regulars in this area, so I think people knew a little bit more what to expect from it. And partly because ever since Galactics, I just have been so busy I didn't have time to even bust out the deck and tune it up a little bit. I only made a couple tweaks to it. Those few tweaks I did make to it did end up proving to be good tweaks to make, and definitely something I'll probably be looking at going down the line, because I don't think I'm giving up on the deck. Just because that's the thing that we were talking about earlier. The nice thing about the meta right now is, yes, there's some favorites out there. But I do believe we're in an environment where any deck is more than capable of getting there. A lot of it just comes on to your matchups. And today, I just didn't have them.
Yeah. And were you just seeing a lot of different matchups that you weren't necessarily seeing at Galactics then?
Definitely. I did face, my very first one was against a Chancellor Colossus deck. And that ironically was the same match I played as the very last match at the Open. I ended up managing to get there against that one. This one got me in a 2-1, but they're kind of the antithesis of what I'm doing for a deck. So it was definitely a struggle matchup, not an impossible matchup, but I definitely had to have optimal draws that did not happen.
Now, you can find your deck in the Melee link down below, but who was your leader and what was your base?
So I was actually doing Hantu, but yellow.
Hantu yellow.
So that was the surprise that caught people off guard usually. And what it is it's kind of a Quinlan package, but it's a little bit faster and involves the Force and all the nice big powerful Force cards being Kiadimundi and Mace Windu. So that's kind of what you're running with. But bringing those units out earlier, you're able to get off some great 2-for-1 options, because again, it's focusing on discarding my opponent's hand. I, as a player, abhor, what's the right word for that?
Abhor, yeah.
The blue-green villainy, because I hate all the blue instant removal. So my answer was, you don't have a hand to do any of that with.
Yep.
So yes, people can top deck into answers, and it does happen, but my goal is to strip your hand so you have very limited answers to what I am actually doing against you at that point in time. And it presented a lot of good options.
If they use a playmat.
Yeah. Yep. All right. It looks like we finally got our opponents coming down here. Judge checking if they're cool, putting out their Star Wars Unlimited play mats. 2 great Galactic Championship mats making the table there while we get set up on the board here. So definitely a different player. We've seen some Hantu, but we haven't seen a, what is this?
It's a graded Hantu.
It's definitely a grade. Is that a Beckett? It's not PSA. Someone got it graded from somewhere. But super neat, yeah. Ooh, there we go.
Data Vault.
Super cool there.
Jump to light speed Beta Vault. It is the blue Force Han. So Hantu blue. So this is an interesting matchup here. I, for one, had to eat a lot of crow, because as soon as this set, Legends of the Force, came out, I really thought the Jump to Light Speed Boba Fett indirect damage deck was absolutely DOA. And I just thought the amount of hit points that all these units were coming out with was going to really cause a problem. And I have been seeing this deck, in my opinion, overperforming a lot in tournaments recently.
Yeah. It's not one I like to see when I'm playing Gar at all. I think the Boba deck just does a lot of interesting stuff. Really puts a lot of pressure. Obviously, it's going to make me make some decisions.
On the die roll 20? It was 2 1s they tied. Sorry to interrupt you, David.
Oh, no, you're all good.
That doesn't happen.
We're good. Yeah, on a D20 too. Yeah, it's a 5% chance.
So yeah, definitely yes. The Boba indirect damage is the thorn in shielded unit sides because it definitely takes away your advantage at that point in time.
All right, we got the timer going right here. Right. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so timer has started. Judge confirms we're pretty close here on the time as the main feature match here continues. Now, I love this. So we are seeing some more of the top table. So both these decks are doing pretty good. I don't think it surprises anyone that Han 2 is going to be up there. Not that we don't have a great representation, and there isn't a lot of stuff that can beat Han 2. We've seen that today. But still not a surprise. And kind of like you said, like, maybe a little shocked for us to see Boba pilot, but it's fun, and it's going to be a great matchup. I mean, 33 health versus a 28 health.
Yeah, I think a lot of this is going to come down to, I mean, as it does against the Boba players, is how well does the Han 2 player manage their damage? Because do you continue to cheat out stuff knowing that you're potentially going to be weakening your units ahead of time, or do you just wait to play them full?
You know, that's not a game I want to play. I don't want to play the managing my own damage a lot and trying to time some like. If I'm not seeing Grogu, the new Grogu in my opening hand, it's just like, what a mess. How many times am I really going to use Han Solo's ability?
And that is definitely the unit that the Han 2 player wants right now, because that will absolutely make the Boba Fett strategy kind of go down the toilet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got to, because Grogu is a 1/7? 1/6. So yeah, can absorb the damage, redirect or move the damage off of himself or other units, and put it on your opponent's units.
Correct.
Super strong here. All right, looks like both players are ready, and there it is.
There.
Prestige, Grogu, and the TIE Bomber. And yep, you just take the initiative and you keep moving, right?
Okay, both these players got to be used to playing because they are moving fast, fast.
I don't expect this to go to time.
No, not at all.
Joey, I'm so glad you're here, mostly because I'm going to have to stop myself from just talking the whole time. Now, you didn't run into Boba at all today, right?
Not today, no.
Okay.
I mean, the only 3 matches I got to play, because, yes, I 0-3'd and dropped just so I could join you over here. So none of those were meta decks per se, which is something that like can be said is like maybe my deck is better against the meta decks versus not so much against the outlier decks.
Yeah.
So we're gonna Grogu transfer that damage onto the bomber, and you're gonna throw the bomber. I have a feeling at least 2 of this damage is going on to Grogu here. There's 1. There's 2. We're gonna go 1 to base. Yep. And I think that's, again, we talked about the management of resources. Here comes Ogdo Bogdo.
Yeah.
And this is where the pain's going to start up for the Boba Fett player. Oh, nope.
There, yeah.
So now, this was a good choice. This was a very good choice.
Yeah?
I was wondering if he was going to do this. He goes for the Grogu, not the Ogdo Bogdo.
Yeah.
And I think this was smart because the Grogu was the counter to what he was doing.
Right.
So now he can slowly chip away. Yes, he's going to take 5 damage, but he's got a 33 hit point base. He's got the absorption capacity.
You can take the 5, and seeing the Bogdo come out on the turn it's supposed to come out doesn't feel as bad.
Well, he still cheated it out.
He still cheated out. You're right. Yeah.
Because he wanted the damage so he could attack with it.
But no, losing Grogu I think is really hard right now. And again, you have the bomber. What are you going to do? You're going to kill your Bogdo? Yep. Probably not.
Yep. No, getting rid of that Grogu was 100% the correct move. This hurts, but not that bad.
No, well, there it is, 5 to 1. Feels pretty good there.
All 3 hitting the base this time. There's gonna be a 4th one. Yep, still on one of the base. So look at the TIE Bomber. People dog this for a long time because it's a 0-4. It can put in work. Okay. Another unit we got to get rid of though, because now you got Restore on the board.
Yeah, Yoda with Restore 2 and going to draw you the card when you defeat it. So it doesn't hurt too much. Didn't use the Han mechanic.
Nope, didn't need to. You want that for the full value because you really want to keep that Restore around. And then the Super Laser Tech is going to allow Boba Fett to deploy this very next turn.
Oh my
which
gosh.
puts it on the same level as Han, because now they're both flipping on 5.
They're both flipping on 5, but Boba's is just going to sit in the air if they don't take care of the bomber right now.
Right, and then you got to hope that they don't have another ship for that as well. Now, I've played the Boba jump to light speed version because I love making my opponent torment over where they're going to put that damage. Not enough players are willing to just put Boba on the ground.
No.
And that's something that I think might need to be looked at. If you don't have the space unit, you're still a 4/6 on the ground.
Yeah. You are losing some. You're losing some indirect damage on the deploy.
No, you're losing direct damage because it acts like an overwhelming barrage. So it's 4 damage wherever you want. But if you don't have good targets for it, that doesn't really matter.
Right. Here we go. They're trying to make the right decision here. Both players with all their resources up. Boba 1 up because of that super laser tech defeating the Bogdo. Oh, you know what? No one caught it. This is actually the opposite. That's on me. It's boom. There we go. Fix that.
Okay, so Yoda's going to swing and then restore 2 and generate the force. Now, this could be a factor because this opens the door for a cheated in Mace Windu for dealing 4 damage to something.
So, but if you're the Boba player and you pilot the bomber, you're going to be more than 4. You're going to have, what, 8 health? There it is.
6 left because there's 2 on it.
2 damage, yep. And we got the deploy. That's 4 damage wherever Boba sees fit.
This also does protect the bomber from removal, like Shatterpoint, because now you have a leader unit on it. So it's going to take a rival's fall or item removal. This is a bit risky because also with Han 2 being red, I mainline 3 Disabling Fang Fighters in all my red decks.
Yeah.
In this meta, you have to.
You have to.
This is a bit of a blowout if he's got the Disabling Fang, but I think he would have snap-plated if he had it. Nope. Asajj, but with nobody to buff. He chose to do that instead of flipping Han first. That's interesting.
It is interesting. He didn't want to take the pass. He wanted, obviously, to give the Boba player something to hit.
But why not just flip the Han? Because you didn't cheat it out anyway.
Right.
And then you have the ability to potentially buff it.
Something's got to be set up for that next turn, I guess. But you're completely right. Yeah,
so
definitely
now
a
we're just doing
misplay in
5
orders.
to the Han, and all he's doing is he's trying to weaken the units.
Yep.
Let that indirect damage happen. Just weaken the units.
Yep.
He did draw a card. There's 3 at the base. Oh, we're just claiming the initiative here. I smell an overwhelming barrage.
I mean, we have the initiative.
This stinks
yeah,
like overwhelming barrage.
and you're at 7 now.
Correct. The other option is a maul. Just to overwhelm because he did the 5 damage, leaving only 1 hit point up.
Yeah, yeah. Stops your opponent from putting out anything. There it is. You called it. You called it.
No, that's not game.
No, that's not game, but that forgot to get that deploy out there. Wow, yep. So look at that. 6 more points of damage goes to the opponent's base. That's got to feel good for the Boba player.
Yes and no, because that 5/6 Ahsoka, or Asajj,
yeah.
That's still 5 damage to the face, and you're just under half at this point in time. Your opponent is just about half as well. But now they have all their resources up and you don't.
And is Asajj going to leave Maul out there, though?
Potentially, because right now you could just Anakin and kill the Maul.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, get the Anakin out.
And then you're going to have a 5/7 Anakin on the board.
AKA the Chosen One.
I'm guessing it's going to go 2 to Asajj and 1 to base here.
A lot of indirect math.
It's 3 indirect, not 4. But 4 damage for sure to the base from the power of Boba Fett on. So I'm assuming it's going to go... Right now we've only got 1 indirect placed. Is that 6 now?
That is 6.
So then he put the other 2 indirect plus the 4 from Boba Fett onto the base.
All right, these players brought their own mats, but may not know how to use these tokens by flipping them over. We have 12 plus 5 plus 2 more.
We have
so
19 on base
19.
for blue. That puts him dangerously close to dying. So he's got to be coming up with something here. I'm force. Okay, so he's just going to Windu.
Yep. Loses the force.
Sure. And then passes. So now we're on to round 2, or the next round. I fully expect Boba Fett just to swing out right away here.
Yeah.
Because the biggest thing that you're going to worry about here is Luke.
Yeah, and you don't want to take the Luke either, like hitting you with the -3. If you're going to get hit with the -6, okay, fine, but you just need to get the damage in.
Yeah, 3 is going to go on a mace, yep, and 4 hits the base. Just take away 1. There you go.
Just need them to learn to flip to 5. They flip to 5, it's a 10 on the other side.
Should I go do that for them?
No, I think maybe in the next round we'll let them know. Same thing, maybe we can let the Boba Fett player know they can put the damage on the card rather than the dice. It'd be helpful. But 25 to 21.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. Palpatine out there going to distribute 6 damage as he sees
This is
fit.
your old school methods right here. That's going to clear up that. I do feel like we're still waiting for a Luke to come down on the board, but
I think it's a little too late for that Luke.
it's 23, not 21.
23, thank you.
Because, yeah, right now, that's 2 lethals on board.
A couple people asking about the life counter being used by Boba Fett player. That is the Metal Fab Life Puck. It's really great device, shows up on stream really well. We have a couple. The only reason we don't put them out is because it's still pretty new and people aren't sure how to use them. But there's a great device. They have a timer. You can adjust the life. You can adjust the background color. Check that out at Metal Fab. Great product. Joe, you have a few of those now.
I have one.
We have one, yeah.
Yeah. For our Holotable Games Network, I really like it. As you can see on this, it really pops well on those bases. I'm trying to convince my co-host to get one himself.
No, it is great. A couple people asking again, about the amount of damage there. Yeah, tokens help for sure. Definitely need a little bit more cleanup on that base, but we'll try to get them to clean it up a little bit
once this round's done, I'll pop over there and see. Okay, so we're going to put a turret down to block, but I don't think that's going to save him here. Unless he's got something for space. Oh, he's going to heal.
Oh, there you go.
So we're getting a heal out of this. He cheated that in, so that's where the damage is coming from, and there's a shield for us. So this does mean that turret can't reduce the attack from Palpatine, which means Palpatine can run him over for 1 damage. But again, do you still just swing with the Boba Fett? I think you swing with Palpatine first here.
But if you swing with Boba and he puts any of the damage on the turret, you get a little bit more of the...
But Palpatine risks being able to be killed, whereas Boba Fett is better protected since he's a leader on the ship. I still think you swing with Palp. You do the 1 over 1 when you get that Sentinel off the board.
Yep, and your opponent does not have the Force.
Correct.
So you don't have to worry about them weakening Palpatine.
Yeah, I think you got to take that Palpatine swing while you can. It goes the other way.
Goes the other way. Let's see how he distributes it.
I don't know that this was correct, because now, like, a Fell the Dragon really puts the Boba Fett in a bad position here.
All right, putting out all the damage, figuring out how to distribute. It's tough. And indirect damage does not care about shields.
It does not, which is why I think this indirect damage deck is still sticking around, is because in a shield meta, it's very, very good. Okay. So it should be at 24 here.
Yep.
I don't... Yep, they're good.
24 to 25. Only 4 more damage needed to defeat young Han Solo over there.
This is literally 1 more swing from the leader, Boba Fett.
Yeah.
But this is 3 damage here. Gets the Force. Oh, there's the 4 damage from the Devastator. That should finish it off right there.
Yep. Big move.
Indirect damage.
First Devastator we've seen. All right.
Oh, really? That's first Devastator.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to pop over and let them know about the tokens real quick.
Great. Awesome. What a great game 1 there. Super glad to have Holotable Game Network, Ginger Joey on here. Done a couple of the casts previously. Great to see it. Ooh, yes. SWU Oddball. Damage just over here is stacked. Joey's going to go over there and let him know, like, hey, you can just flip those 5s over, and they turn into some nice 10s. Again, like, we really do enjoy those Metal Fab tokens. The reason we're not using them yet is because they're just so new that I'm going to have to put out some instructions out there. You can see how simple they are to use. This is essentially turned into an ad for that. But, hey, you know, everyone has a preference on what they prefer for gaming accessories. I try out a lot of them, but I find out what works for me, and I'm a big fan of those tokens just because I don't have to pick it up. I don't have to move the dial. I don't have to be moving a lot of stuff up there, which is why I like the Metal Fab token. But, you know, everyone likes their different accessories. Yeah, Joe, what were you using before the Metal Fab? Were you just using regular dice or
so
tokens?
I usually use a D100 system. So one's a percentile, and then the other one's just a single D10.
Right, so you have, so one die is... It's 10-sided, but it all goes into...
10s, 20s, 30s.
Correct, yeah, and it has a double 0 to represent everything below 10.
Correct. So, that said, it's still dice. They can still be knocked over and roll around. However, the Chancellor Colossus player I played against in round 1 had a really cool tray that only held 2 dice. It held D10s, and it kept them one face upright, so they could not be knocked over.
Nice.
And I went... if I wasn't using a puck myself, I would absolutely buy one of those and use that 100%.
Because they're, you know, people do prefer dice, and I get it. But the problem is, if you're bringing in a dice with multiple sides, especially D20s, D30s, you're subject to it rolling because someone bumps your table. You bump your table.
Yep.
Right? Your card hits it. And that can really cause a disruption in your game, or worse, you know, could escalate it into some confusion and annoyance for you and your opponent, where a judge may get called.
This actually happened at Worlds with one of the guys that came out of Seattle from us. Is their opponent bumped their D20 over, and neither player was keeping track on the side on paper. So there was called into question how much life was that supposed to be, because it was definitely more than what was showing.
Yeah.
And judge came over. They had to do like a massive recap of the course of the game to determine, okay, it should be this value. So highly encourage, if you're not using something stable like a life puck or dice in a tray of some fashion or a clicky counter, write stuff down.
Yeah, yeah. And it does make you, it is a good habit to have. It is something you see in some of the most competitive and professional players in TCGs. Will always bring a notepad and a pencil with them, because it allows them to kind of make sure they're looking at the life, seeing the things. And, it, you know, if they're taking notes from their games, that's helpful too, of like, when were those big shifts in their life and what do they remember from it? Not to mention, whenever you do get access to information, there's some information that once it's public, you can write it down, you know?
Oh, yeah. When I play my discard, like if I spark you, I'm usually writing down what is in your hand at the time that I sparked you.
Yeah.
So I want to know. And then that way I can kind of like get like a mental recap of, hey, you had this 2 turns ago. What are the likely chances that you actually held onto this card to have it 2 rounds later, kind of thing? Well, I can make a decision based off of that.
Exactly, yeah. Got a lot of people asking for that life puck, so I'm just going to go ahead and put it here in the chat. Maybe I'll put it down in the description below. Again, I'm a big fan of it. We use it for a lot of the live streams that I do during the week, of just doing some practice there, because again, they just pop up so well. You can adjust the brightness, adjust the background. I just need someone to like unlock it and give me a little bit more access to maybe changing some other colors or even putting a different design in there.
Sure. The only thing that I have had happen with it, okay, so we're starting off with a Yaddle and a TIE Bomber once again. The only issue that I've had with it is that I had it reset on me once because I held my finger on it too long in the perfect position to make it go to 2-player mode. And then when you go back, it resets the life. Yeah. So you can't do that. But you can also keep track of the round time on it. There is a timer, and that timer also helps prevent the puck from going to sleep on you.
Yeah.
So that's also a good thing.
Yeah, I really enjoy the timer because it'll even reset when you reset your life, then that can be bad if you're in the middle of a tournament.
Yep.
So you just have to lower your life back down to 0 so you don't
Yep.
lose the time. But it is, again, a nice feature. Again, really cool. You turn on the battery monitor if you want. I think turning that on is great. But I think if you're trying to be a professional, like you're trying to do these longer events like PQs, regionals, and sectors, it's worth it to either get to or make sure you're charging it after every match so you're not, you don't find yourself without any other type of way of measuring your life.
Okay, so this Han 2 is now playing everything at full value. He's really trying to get all those hit points so that he can absorb as much of this indirect damage as possible.
Is it the right move? I think
Well,
so. I think you don't. I just think you just don't play Han 2's ability and you keep going.
If you can avoid it, I agree.
Yeah.
And I think the only reason you're not using the life pucks from your perspective is because for the duration of such a long tournament like this, the battery life just won't get you there kind of thing. So.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm sure we'd be using the life pucks for this stream as well.
All right. 3 damage to the Yoda. 3 damage to the base and 1 damage to the Yoda. Obviously, you're not going to care too much when you have the initiative and you have the restore, and you're going to get the force.
Right. You don't want to put too much damage on the Yoda, but that onesie twosie is great.
Mm-hmm.
Not starting off with the Grogu, not ideal. Immediately going in 2 and restoring 2. So this is definitely a unit that needs to be taken care of.
All right, more damage on the Yoda.
So he is waiting for the 3 indirect to be done first, then he's going to add the 1. And that is the proper procedure. You should let them assign the damage from the 1 first, and then go on.
Yeah, that can always be difficult because you find that some players want to rush it.
And now we're getting the force to heal. He is just getting all the healing cards out right now. This is a totally different name. He does need a shield token on that unit. I don't know if there's one on there yet.
All right, we got Boba going to ramp again, so both leaders should deploy on the same turn.
Yep.
Still no shield on that warrior. Hopefully they remember.
Want me to run over there?
We'll see if they remember in the upkeep step here. It looks like they're reaching for it. There you go. There you go.
Nice.
All right.
2 to the
2
base
damage to the
and
base.
healing that damage off. So Han 2 is really managing those resources well and keeping a very clean board. I think running in and popping that shield is perfectly acceptable right here.
Boom. And your units have plenty of health, but with also the restore mechanic, yeah.
So this is interesting, is that he didn't pilot the bomber before he attacked.
No.
He just attacked first.
Yeah.
That says that he's probably trying to weaken them, soften them up so that he can then pilot and then instantly do the 4 damage. Oh, there's that Grogu, that pesky Grogu.
Yeah, that's dangerous. If he still had that Yaddle out.
And this is full value Grogu. So this is full 6 health, much more difficult to deal with. Oh, going to the ground. Oh, I like to see this.
Yeah, this is exactly what you were talking about.
Here's a force throw, but instantly, bye-bye.
Oh, that's dangerous.
And this is why he was doing that, because he wanted to get this Ruthless Raider into play. He didn't want all of his eggs in a basket in case there was that force throw, and he anticipated that well.
Yeah. And he got rid of the restore unit. So
Look at that. We finally get to see the grade. We probably saw it last time, but I didn't notice it. It's a 9.
Yeah, it's a 9. It got a 9 Han Solo. Still can't tell who graded it. I know it's not PSA. I don't think it's Beckett.
He graded it himself.
Oh, there you go. Well, you should grade it more than a 9. The guy's humble.
He's got to leave room for improvement.
I guess so.
No, because Han cheats out for 1, so he's 1 cheaper.
There you go. But Ruthless Raider, Boba's deployed and out. Han's been deployed and still on the board here.
So what hurts? Oh, there's a Maul. What's Maul? Yes, Grogu. 100% Grogu.
Yeah, has to be it.
Only takes 1 back. Yep. It was a 1 overflow or overwhelm.
But Han can still cheat out of Luke right this turn.
So he could... no, not that. Here we go. Indirect damage 3 from the tie. Yeah, Luke could be cheated out here. I think 3 goes on to Han here. Well, depending on if he wants to keep Han around. 1 to the Warrior, 1 to Han, 1 to base.
Yeah,
The
I think
mental
I go with the Han
anguish.
because your opponent's is exhausted out.
He is.
Yeah,
No, he's got the Ruthless Raider still up.
Right, sorry, but exhausted as far as resources. Yeah.
Yes.
And no more resources here to play. So you don't need to worry too much. But the question is, like...
You are going to get an extra ping from the Boba Fett.
Yeah.
All 3 onto the base. Here comes that 1. I think this goes to the Warrior here. Because I think you're running the Warrior into the... Oh, nope. On to Han.
On to Han.
Okay.
6, 7, 8.
Han swinging at base. Makes sense.
8 to 18.
He's trying to get in that race. There's 4 damage from the Ruthless Raider to the base.
Takes him to the 12. I love Ruthless Raider.
Still a good card. Been a good card for a while.
Oh, speaking of good cards from the same set.
This is always one of my favorites. I don't think it sees enough play anymore.
No.
I've really been wanting to try to like weave it into my Han Yellow just for like the whole, oh, you have Vanestra Row, you have Millennium Falcon, you have the Gorilla Tank, and then you can even now put, was it Din-Djarin? No,
Yeah.
not Din-Djarin.
Boshek. Big
No.
Starklighter.
No, the 8-drop that's
We
the...
just saw another Force Throw.
Oh, no.
HK. Interesting. I like HK.
Okay, that's only 2 damage.
2 damage,
So where's
great.
that going to go? Puts
Goes
it on the maul.
Goes on
Makes
the maul.
sense. The one that you can equip a lightsaber and it readies.
Flip a lightsaber. Oh, Syndrali?
There you go. That's the one. All those, like, I'm ready and I can attack the first turn I come into play. I want to make a deck that does all of that.
Well, I mean, everyone wants to make it.
I want to use my stuff the turn it comes into play.
But no, I'm with you. I feel like every time I play around with something red-white, I think, should the Walker be in here?
Yeah.
And now it's gone, which, great threat to get off the board. You're going to lose your maul.
Did some overwhelm, though.
Get some overwhelm damage in there.
Let's see. Right now, you still have 7 damage on board, and they're at 24. There's Force. That's going to kill the TIE Bomber.
Yep.
And I think that's because he just wants to get rid of that indirect damage coming through at this point in time. Oh, that's what I was wondering about.
Ah, the Devastator returns. There we go. So now all the indirect is direct, and it deals...
So he's counting damage to see how much he's going to do.
Yep.
If he does 5 here, right to the base, that puts lethal range, because now he's at 20. Should be at 20.
Pops the 1 with the Boba Mechanic.
I don't think their damage is right.
Swings that out Warrior. That was hard to see off the screen there.
Their damage isn't right.
Yeah, I think they're realizing it's missing something. There we go. Oh, sorry about that. That's why I hit the button.
Again, we don't want to interject because it's their job to maintain board state.
Yeah. 28. Yeah, I mean, the wise moves here is if they are in a weird spot that can always call the judge over.
And
looks like they
they're
settled.
just running with it.
All right.
Oh, it's right.
Yeah.
We
it
can
should
do
be
math.
20, yeah.
Yeah. This is what happens when it's like all the 3s and 1s get confusing in. This should be game, though.
Well, he has the Raiders, but he pings the 1.
No,
Yeah.
because the Devastator alone does the
4.
Doesn't for him.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because he takes initiative. You got it. Yeah.
Yep. There you go. Once again, proving indirect damage hurts.
It does hurt. And Boba's deadly. Boba's always deadly.
Yep.
I'd say name me a bad Boba, but we've seen it. Somewhat bad. I mean, I don't think he's represented here today. Boba 2. Or Boba 3, technically. Green Boba.
Oh, the heroic Boba.
The point where you're like, well, who? What?
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, they're banned. No, I like the heroic Boba. I thought he got more stuff in this. I ran him at Denver.
Yeah.
So yeah.
At the because you went to the that was a sector, right?
The sector.
It was a sector.
Yeah, I ran it. I was going for the showcase of it. I ran it in Denver, and I pulled off a Starhawk into Endless Legions off of him.
Gross. I mean,
Yeah.
that is a lot of people's dream.
Oh yes, and I got to do it at a sectional. It was fun.
And do you remember where you placed on that sectional?
I'm not going to talk about that.
But hey,
I did not get the showcase. If that says anything.
you had a winning moment, and that's sometimes that's all it is, right?
The game is about moments.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you bring like a really weird deck going like, I have one goal and one goal only. I'm going to try to achieve this.
Oh yeah. Me and your co-host are always going to talk about the moment where he almost final showdowned me. Almost got me. Almost got me. Like he was ready. He had it. He put a shielded crafty smuggler out. And he's like, what are you going to do? I need to do 1 point of damage. How are you going to take out this guy who I just final showdown and has a shield? And I was just like, Vader, and hope I pull Death Trooper or something else. And I luckily pulled the Death Trooper.
Oh, so you can get rid of the shield.
Get rid of the shield, put him in. But he was ready. He was like, final showdown, game 3. D-Rod, you're about to die to a final showdown.
Yeah, and that's sometimes that's what it takes. Is you just got to put your opponent in those moments, and if they get there, they get there. Is it super frustrating?
Yeah.
But those are the types of moments that you, as some people call it, putting them in check. You got to put them in check whenever you can.
Yeah.
And just make them have it. So
I don't think any of those moments are bad either, because I mean it's the only way you can actually see what a lot of other cards can do, because it does get boring sometimes when you're seeing the same decks do the same thing over and over, same win condition. Oh, you got Avenger out, you got Devastator. Yeah, I get it, but when it's just like, what do you mean you did blank, and all of a sudden like I'm dead from 2 cards I never heard of.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm still trying to figure out what is that luminous beans or thing, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
So I'm still trying to figure out a deck for this, which I think the best approach, and this would bring this back into the fold, so to speak, is Han 1 green, because you can cheat the Jedi into your resource row and kill them yourselves.
Okay.
So that on his flip turn, you have other units in play, you're flipping him, and now you luminous beans with the 6. You don't need to go to 7 like everyone would be expecting.
Yeah.
And now your 3 units are +4/+4.
Yeah.
That's going to hurt.
Yeah, that hurts. With a Han still ready to go next turn.
Yep.
Yeah. Crazy.
So that's kind of where I'm wanting to mess around with.
Should we see if this Boba player wants to do a quick interview?
Sure. Let me ask him.
All right. Let's see if we get him in. If we do, I'm going to let Joe do the interview here, because I think we always like to give other people, either content creators or people who want to try commentary for the first time, opportunity to try this out. With Star Wars Unlimited, it's such a connecting, communal thing, and I want to make sure we leave those opportunities here. So you don't have to hear my voice. Different voices for different people, different opinions for different people. Why not branch out a little bit? Yeah. Joe, you want to do the interview? Okay. All right.
Thanks, man.
Hey, thanks for coming in. So my name's David. What's your name?
Wolf.
Okay, great. Just talk directly into this. If this helps, that'll be great. Awesome. Well, we just saw you go 2-0. How's the day going for you?
It's been pretty good. Everybody's super cool. It's always fun to hang out and play some Star Wars.
Good. Are you from the area? Are you local, or you travel in?
Salem.
Okay, so not too far. What store do you play down there?
Wild Things Games.
Wild Things Games. That's a great store.
Yeah.
That's a great store.
Been around forever.
So why Boba Fett today?
I've been on Boba essentially since I picked up the game. I think Boba DB is really well positioned right now.
Uh-huh.
You're able to apply a lot of space pressure, manage the board on ground, and I don't know, you turn the corner super quick.
Yeah. What moments in this last match scared you a little bit, if any?
Gorilla Attack Pod, game 2.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Yeah. Were you ready for that one?
No.
Okay.
No, that one totally caught me unawares. Everybody's off that card now, so it just it's out of left field.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Yeah.
It's a threatening card for sure. You made a couple of interesting choices in the second matchup going into it. Did you feel like you had to play a little bit more safer going into the second match, or?
I think, I don't know. It's kind of a tricky question, right? It's like Han 2 is able to apply so much pressure, and the incremental healing they have adds up so quickly. So the race is always complicated. Yeah. Not seeing any OBs or anything. I think I was kind of forced just to try and race and jam and get in there.
No, I thought it was good. Big decision to deploy Boba to the ground when you had a space unit out there. And it felt like, obviously, the right move with after we saw the ground board like increase a little bit more.
Yeah.
But was that kind of your plan a little bit early on that you knew you were going to do that?
I think that in games 2 and 3, if you don't have a slam dunk, easy pilot boba, like wipe a board, because conference game Fang fighters exist,
Yes.
right? You have to be a little bit more aware of that. And if you can spread your presence onto ground and start applying pressure on the second arena, like it's important, right?
Yeah.
You can kind of force weird tempo plays and weird like out of action things.
Yeah, no, totally. And it definitely throws off your opponent, right?
Yes.
It's going to mess with them a little bit because especially when they're seeing the same card that just rolled over them the previous game, right?
Yeah.
They're going to have a little bit of that fear. They're going to be like, all right, I'm ready this time. And
Yeah.
we kind of saw Han2 back off a little bit
Yep.
and let you do your thing. And then you're like, yeah, okay, yeah, Boba deploys and I'm going to play this Ruthless Raider.
Yep.
Like, great threat. A lot of good set 1 cards we saw from both of you came out.
It's kind of a throwback deck.
Yeah.
I got the Palpin game 1 too, and that's just, it always feels good to slam a Palpin, eat a
Yep.
board.
Yeah. No, Palpatine always feels good. A lot of people still don't put him in their red-black decks, but I mean, what other card does that?
Yeah.
Right? Like 6/6 Overwhelm, that does 6 on enter.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, dangerous. Yeah, so you've been playing this for a little bit, probably obviously since like it came out. Did you end up taking this to any other PQs before this last set, or did you end up going to Galactic Championships at all?
Yeah, I actually took Boba DB to Galactics and to this Seattle PQ up at Mox a couple months ago.
Great. How'd you do at either of those events, if you want to share?
I took 9th, so I bubbled out at Mox.
Oh, no.
Yeah, and then I took 33rd, so I bubbled out of top 32 at Galactics.
Oh, no. Wow. And that was the Galactics main event.
Yep,
That
that was
okay,
day
great.
three.
That
Yeah.
is so awesome.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, congrats on getting that high. That's amazing, Wolf. Great experience. You plan on going back to Galactics this year?
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of grinding and trying to get the points and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's a ton of fun. Everybody there's super cool, and, we met a lot of cool people.
Great. Did you play any games before the Star Wars Unlimited?
Yeah, I used to grind Magic.
Magic? Okay.
Yeah.
And by grind, you mean you were probably playing more of like a very similar level of going to the bigger events, trying to get your points for RCQs and those types of things,
Yep,
Grand Prix.
exactly that.
That's awesome, man. You still play Magic, or is it your main? Is this your side? What is
No,
it for you?
I fell off of start card games for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Just got a little bit burnt out on the grind and whatnot. And I had a buddy introduce me to Star Wars and was like, yeah, this game's awesome. Mechanics are great. It's super fun. I love Star Wars. So, yeah.
Hey, I love that. That's what brings people back. For me, anytime there's a Star Wars game that hits the table that's a card game, I'm there.
Yeah.
So I'm always a big fan, but I love to hear people's stories and kind of like what brings them in. You mentioned Wild Things Games. Is there anyone else you want to shout out? Any testers or friends?
Yeah, Nicholas Vogelsong, he's the TO there, and he's my best friends. I used to grind Magic with him, and he's who got me into Star Wars, but he's been on it since day one. And
I love that.
Yeah, he's great.
That's great. No, and that's what I talk about all the time. Like, this community is so good because so many people come in
Yes.
with similar stories of like, hey, I know you like Star Wars, or I know you like card games with good mechanics.
Yeah.
This is one. And
Yeah.
you get this good mix. And I feel like for other Star Wars games out there in the past, it's always been like, do you like Star Wars? Sure. Well, try these new mechanics that probably won't work after a few years.
Yeah. No, this game's super clean. The way it plays just feels awesome.
That's great, man. Well, I wish you luck in the rest of the day. I'm sure we'll see you on there since we just finished up round 5. Yep, you got Nicholas, who just watched your game, shouting you out right now.
Nice.
Shout out to Nicholas and Wild Things Games out there. Love to see it. Make your way down there in Salem. And I'm sure we'll see. We're going to do a couple other the PQs here. We're going to do the Red Castle one here and the Mox Bellevue.
Yeah, I'm hoping to be at both of those, so maybe I'll see you guys.
Perfect. Yeah, we'll see you there. Thanks so much, Wolf.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. Awesome. Really glad to talk to different people and their decks, hear their strategies. This is what makes this game so much fun, right? Everyone comes in with different ideas, different perspectives, backgrounds, and can really share what they're doing. As well as, kind of like Wolf said, like it's a community that's really driven him to want to play this game more with good friends, old playtest partners, a great store. So many of these things obviously matter. You may be in an area that may not be as like populated as some others, where maybe it's a struggle. You may find it hard even to convince some of your like own friend groups, but there's always people out there playing and growing, and sometimes you got to put yourself out there to find them and meet new people. We have 15 minutes left in the round. Joe, you're back. Great interview here with Wolf. He placed 32 at the Galactic 33 in Galactic Championships.
So he was right next to Rob then.
Yeah, he was right next to Rob, yeah.
Okay, cool.
So great player from down in Salem.
Did he show you his lightsabers?
No. Yeah, super good. Jorge Morales says, I'm glad Boba won. What a lack of disrespect to have so many damage tokens. Yeah, well, that's true. So many damage tokens on the board. There were. But that's okay.
Well, not everybody's used to them, so I mean, you can't it is what it is. Everybody has their own methods of doing what they're going to be doing, so I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're willing to accommodate us and use our method.
Yeah. No, it definitely is new. You know, people aren't familiar too much with some of the laser token brands, so sometimes there's questions of which token is this? And there's still some players who never even see the GameGenic official tokens.
Right.
And even that can be new to them. And even some of those tokens, I always have to remember, I'm like, oh yeah, this is for this. Got it. White is temporary. Green is permanent, etc.
Right.
Interesting styles there.
I will say, for temporary buffs, I have 6-sided dice that are -1 through 6 and +1 through 6. I prefer those just because they're easier to rotate.
Yeah.
And then they're easier to take off than one little thing every single time kind of thing.
What do you do? And this is,
I know where you're going.
The clever question. What do you do when the buff is only for either your attack or your health?
Cry. No, I mean, in cases like those, then I do use... what I typically will do is, if it's only affecting power or health, I will put it on top of the power or the health icon. And if it affects both, then I leave it in the middle of the card on the picture.
Okay. If we saw that on stream, we'd be like, what's going on?
Yes, it would confuse the heck out of everybody. But
that is why we do try to provide larger tokens to help people follow along at home. And so, like you said, we do appreciate people using these different things because that we're providing, even the mats, just because it helps people follow along who are either new to the game or really want to see a little bit more of the details of what's happening on stream.
Yeah, the other thing is the biggest thing is this: communicate with your opponent to make sure that they clearly know what you're using to represent what. In the early days of this game, people were using all sorts of different things, buttons out of their pockets to represent shields and stuff. And it was, okay, wait, that looks like a damage, but that's a shield? Hang on a second, because now my brain needs to process that if I attack into you, I'm not going to do nothing to you at this point in time.
Yeah, I think I was at a sealed event and for a pre-release, and someone was just ripping pieces of paper to represent, I think, shield. Because
Did they put an S on there?
No, I don't think they wrote anything. And I get it, because if you're new to the game, you do get the cardboard tokens in your pre-release kit.
Yep.
You get a small amount of them, but you don't get everything.
Those are the most basic things you need, and actually what I wanted to do is, during a pre-release, I was collecting them from everybody else. I want to put a lacquer on them to almost put a resin kind of a coating onto them to then harden them up a little bit, and then you basically turn the cardboard into acrylic tokens at that point in time. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember there's a popular lacquer a lot of people use, not Gugon.
No.
That's the opposite.
Hodgepodge?
Hodgepodge. A lot of people Hodgepodge. I know the ones in the pre-release are a little bit thinner than what you would usually use on Hodgepodge cardboard tokens, but that is one of the popular ones people have used for other Fantasy Flight games.
Oh, I've used that for numerous things, like when I'm making my prototypes of the board games I create. I've done those myself. But I think the hodgepodge over those things would make punching them out really hard after that. And if you punched them out first, you're probably going to just drag them across the board of whatever you're hodgepodging.
You know what? I think you just X-Acto knife them out, and maybe that's it. But a lot of DIY tokens where you just try to save up and get some, or you can do any of the contests I do every set where I give away tokens.
Oh, that'll help. Yeah,
that works out. So whenever we get closer to Secrets of Power, I'll have a contest. People guess which showcase I'm going to open on stream from a carbonite case.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, so if I open up your showcase, I will send you either your choice, GameGenic tokens or laser gaming tokens in a container that fits in a Star Wars official deck pod.
Wasn't it Qui-Gon the first one you got this last time?
Yeah.
I remember watching that stream.
Yeah.
So I watched that, and then Qui-Gon was the very first one. And honestly, I thought he's one of the best looking ones out of the entire set, personally.
Yeah.
I think Qui-Gon and Darth Maul were probably two of the better showcases out of this set. A lot of people go Talzin. Yes, the green when it's holographic really pops really, really well. But I thought art style-wise, the Qui-Gon and the Maul were both very, very well done.
I thought they were fun. I was happy to get I got like every yellow leader out of the set. And in that carbonite case, I actually got 2. I got the third sister, and I got Qui-Gon. So that was fun. So we had like 2 winners. They just both should have received. I know someone received it this week. Yeah, and I'm just excited for the next set.
So, I ran third sister at Worlds.
Yes.
And my buddy Alex actually gifted me a third sister showcase the
there
other
you go.
day. So he's like, and you were talking about this, like, we got to get this guy a showcase for his third sister. So, and it's good because I still plan on running her. I think she's got a lot of good potential going forward with that hidden mechanic. And I'm actually looking forward to the Hoth set to come out so that I can actually migrate some of those cards into a deck. So.
Oh, you heard it here. Someone actually excited for the Hoth set. I love it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm excited for it too, but let's be honest. It's not something you hear a lot of excitement for online, but I'm excited for it.
Some of those cards, like, yes, a lot of the cards are subpar power level compared to stuff that we currently have, 100%.
Yeah.
They're designed to be an intro thing. But some of those cards, I think, integrate very well into some premier decks. I mean, look at even like the Luke that's going to come out in that thing, right? He's a 7-drop, 6/6 with Restore 2, I think, and does 3 damage to a ground unit. Now, just imagine that going right into a Han 2 green Force deck. You're curving from Mace Windu into Luke into Yoda. Gross.
Gross. You're completely right. Yeah, dealing damage every turn, putting a strong body out that your opponent has to deal with.
Yeah.
No,
I think this has viability. My card that I'm looking forward to is, I think it's the Trooper Lieutenant of some kind. It is a 4-drop red Trooper that is a 3/4 and is basically Fleet Lieutenant, right? So it's a little understated for what you're getting as far as the cost. However, not that one. It's a red one. So it's a villain red. Right there, the snow-looking dude.
Oh, there we go.
There you go.
Hoth Lieutenant.
Hoth Lieutenant, that's what it was. So, when played, attack with a unit. Any unit you want. So unlike most of these types of cards, you're not trait restricted. It is just a universal, have at her, here's your little Fleet Lieutenant. Yes, it's overcosted. But now, again, I'm looking at like a third sister thing.
Yeah.
Now I can hide this, pump up something else, attack with that, and I've developed the board a little bit more with another unit.
Yeah.
You combine this with the Snow Trooper Lieutenant, which is one of the first cards, the 2-drop villain only, that does basically the exact same thing, but you have to be Imperial. Well, guess who's also Imperial? Third Sister.
Yep.
So now you can combine, these turn into, nope, not that one.
Yeah.
It's the Snow Trooper.
Yeah.
So
that
bad one, there you go.
Hey, you know, I played these cards before. I just forget them.
Yeah. So now you're basically building all of your surprise strikes and stuff like that into units that you can hide from being attacked back.
Yeah.
That screams, hello, let's try to figure this thing out to me. So,
well, you know, going up to Galactic Championships, we did some play testing, you and I remember when you brought up that third sister and how frustrating it was. I'm like, you play a unit, and I'm like, I'll swing into it, like it's hidden, like, oh my gosh, like, oh my gosh, like just knowing so many of those moments, I'm like, I want to deal with this threat now, and I can't, and you have more ways of dealing with it or just going faster than me.
Correct.
It's dangerous.
I'm forcing you to either claim early so that you can deal with it as your first action on your next turn when it actually is unhidden, or, which is then you wasting resources at that point in time, or you're just going to have to let me swing with it and deal with it on the next turn after the fact, in which case, then I just hide something else.
Going back to Battle of Hoth, I love Jeffrey Hunt here. One of the main judges in the Midwest, does a lot of the big events in Texas, Missouri, Kansas, those types of things. He makes a good point. His goal is here to get the Hoth box and sleeve it and bring it with him so he can always like teach people how to play.
Oh yeah.
And that is like an ideal way of using that product. I know for me, I'm all about trying to get more people in this game. Sometimes I'm going to like build Twin Sun decks and get them to people who enjoy multiplayer games. With this one, if you're like a nephew of mine, if you're a friend's kid, I'm buying you this game.
Oh, yeah.
Like hoping maybe you'll pick it up and go from there. Like I definitely want to see the game grow, and I want to see obviously people I know not playing give it a try. But I think it's a great starting gift for so many people.
Oh, for sure, and it's only a $20 price point.
Yeah.
So like $19.99 or something like that. I mean, that's such a good introductory price point kind of thing. So it's definitely well worth it. And like you said, you can just leave it as a standalone. You do not have to incorporate anything out of it, and that's the beautiful part about it. The really big ego thing would be to take the 20 hit point base and win with that.
Maybe that's the type of event we run sometimes. I don't know.
That's the next showcase challenge at the major events.
Yeah.
Instead of the leaders, if you can bring this base, then you can get the acrylic bases they gave out or something like that.
Yeah,
because those acrylic bases from Worlds were real nice.
They're nice, yeah. I mean, these things are pretty thick. They're thicker than credit cards.
Yeah.
I remember, so I got stopped actually with those on day 3. I was just walking around, and a couple guys saw me doing something. I don't know. I was filming, but they wanted to stop me. They're both from Italy. And they were just like, are these real? Like, are these legit? Like, can I play with these? And I'm like, yeah, like, this is not an error. This is how they do things. Like, Fantasy Flight does love making really cool quality acrylic things. And I love it that they did it now with the bases, as they've done in previous games, with other type of resource type cards.
Yep. The one thing that I think Fantasy Flight missed out on, and hopefully they find a way to correct it, a really shiny Chase Force card should have been in the prestiges of Legends of the Force.
Yeah. That seems like a missed opportunity for sure.
Yep. Or an acrylic one or something like that. I don't know.
I mean, who knows? Maybe the end of Galactic Championships next year, that's what we're going to see, right? A Force acrylic card, because the set would still be in rotation.
Yep.
So that'd be pretty nice. Now, we talked a little bit about Battle of Hoth cards.
Yep.
We talked about that Luke. I think the only disappointing thing is we're not going to see Prestige Battle of Hoth cards ever, right? We're not going to see those alternate arts. We're not going to see a hyperspace of that Luke.
I wouldn't say never.
I'd be curious to see where it gets put in, right? Does it? Let's say you put them in OP packs. I think maybe that's probably a good spot to put something alternate,
I mean, they
right?
could do the same thing that they've done with previous, what do we call them? Not starters. What do we call them? Spotlights. Thank you. They could do the previous Spotlight stuff, where the S category Spotlight cards you could get in regular packs in the hyperspace and the foil slot. Maybe they introduce the Hoth cards in that same form in one of the upcoming sets. We don't know.
That's true. I wonder if they would do all the cards, because the only problem with that is obviously you cut into the amount of cards you are printing, and it can reduce the amount of cards that people are actually going to get, making some of those hyperspaces in the next set rarer, right? Because it's like we just added a certain amount of card pool into our normal card pool, and now you're not going to see as many like play sets of hyperspaces as you were before.
They do that to a small degree anyway when they reprint cards, like disabling Fang Fighter, hitting when Jump to Lightspeed came out, etc., etc. So there's a small modicum amount of that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not even saying that that's what they're going to do, but I'm saying never say never, because look at the Vader and Luke showcases from the very first Spotlight decks. I mean, they weren't a showcase until much later.
That's true, and I think everyone was surprised that it was up until Galactics until we saw them.
Yes, I mean, you could get them prior to that at the sectionals.
Yeah.
However, you didn't really get the physical manifestation until Galactics. Yes. Yeah. And that's like almost 2 years after they came out.
Yeah.
And then right before they're about to be cycled out.
But man, they look good.
They do. I got a couple of them from Galactics. So.
Yeah. No, I was happy to get. I got both. I sent one out over to a playtest partner. He got the Luke. I got the Vader. Got him signed. I saw someone got him signed. I kind of wish I did this. Someone did him to where they asked. I'm blanking on the artist's name.
That did him?
Yeah.
I had to look it up.
But he had him sign it together to where like one signature went over both cards.
He turned it into a diptych? Is that what he did?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
I thought it was so cool. So neat. Yeah.
My thing that I wanted to get done was, as far as artist signatures, I love the artwork. Like playmats, They're fine. They're great. I got a million of them kind of thing. I kind of like the cleanless. I use the black one that you have here as my own personal one. I would like to see prints offered instead of playmats.
Yeah.
Because what I would love to do is get a print from, say, the prize wall, take it over to the artist row, have the artist sign the print, and then I can hang the print on my wall.
Yeah. Or at least allow your artist to sell the print, as we've seen in some other games. I get it. There's a lot of other legalities with that, with this type of IP, which you can and can't do. But I'm with you. Yeah, I would love to get more prints, artist sketches of that. And I think that would make it more fun. It's even gives some opportunity for artists to do some sketching, as we've seen on some like prints for cards. Because a lot of times card prints don't have the same back.
Right.
And so like I know in like Grand Archive, when you're doing with artists, they keep their artist prints there with them, and they're like here it is, here's one side I did, what do you want me to do on the back of it? Right, so neat.
Well, the other thing that then you get to do is, it doesn't take up as much room in my bag as I'm flying home.
That's true. Fly home.
You're still in it. 32.
All right, and we are just waiting for round 6 to begin, and then we're going to go and add this board here. Most players are just finding their way around as they're waiting for the last match to clean up here. Let's go through the chat here. Just to leave it. Jeffrey would love to see double-sided acrylic token units also. Yep. And James, no law against hanging mats on your wall. That's true. I do have a lot of mats on my wall.
I actually have a buddy I'm having look into making acrylic cases for my mats to hang on as picture frames.
Yeah.
I know they do technically exist in the market, but they're really expensive.
Real expensive,
So I'm trying to have my buddy who works in the industry maybe make some more affordable versions of them.
There you go. I like that better than just saying, you know what, give me 2 nails, put them in, and then just...
I've done the thumbtack thing, but
just drill in
still,
the wall.
it's not as good.
No. I do like having, especially for these larger events, I like having those unique world ones. I have the top 5 Canadian Star Wars one. We have the Darth Revan one. It's like anything else. It's like, hey, I remember that big event. How fun was that going with so many people? I remember Canada going with the Star Wars crew up here, crossing the border, and now I have the one from Worlds where I can say, wow, there was like 40 of us from Portland that were there, you know, and just how fun that whole weekend was.
Oh, we had a great turnout. That was fantastic.
Oh, yeah, I'm excited. I can't wait till next year, man. I can't wait.
The only thing that becomes frustrating when you go to a big event like that and you take a large contingent, and then you have to play your friends.
Yeah.
You're like, I traveled all the way here just to play the guy that I play every Friday or whatever it is.
And it did happen. We saw it happen a few times. In a 1,900-person event, it happened.
Yeah. A few people had to knock each other out. That sucked.
But and on the flip end, where it gets great is just having your buddies there to play in like Twin Suns events or drafts events, right?
The Twin Suns we played on Sunday as the prize wall was like going in chaos was actually really some of the like fun, just like we don't care kind of moments, and they had some really surprising events happen.
Yeah. Let's see, we're getting ready here. See, a lot of players. Looks like pairings just went up, so we're going to get set up here.
They're swirling to their tables.
Except for...
Give some more time. All right, all the players have found their seats. A couple announcements happening from the store while we wait to see what leaders our players are going to bring. So, again, we're going to do some feature table stuff here and get going. I love this. Jason Smith, we're waiting outside, and our buddy is playing. We're rooting for him. I love that. That's what I love to hear. Just love that.
Oh. Everyone's dusting off their stuff.
Oh, here we go. Well, someone's there. We've got some texting going on, so let's see what cards we're going to see come out here. Blue. Oh, I heard about this. I think this is Iden Data Vault.
Oh, it is.
Well, let's get this going. Right, Iden Data Vault, we will get the board set up for them while we wait to see the other opponents. Let's find that
I just want to go
Iden.
let them know that their phones are visible on stream.
You know, I think that's always great to tell people. And versus double red, early Kylo. Look at that. Yep.
So these two players are very competitive players. I believe it's Jasper is on the Kylo Tarkin Town.
Yes. Just trying to get this Kylo going. Not wanting to load up. Let's get that Tarkin Town in.
But this Iden Green, I think, is the epitome of what I say I don't like. Is that a googly eye on his Iden? Those are googly eyes on his Iden. This man came to have fun.
I love to hear that. Love to hear it.
That is fantastic.
Let's get this.
Already?
Oh, I already heard a judge call. I think literally like timer was about to go off. Right now we're trying to get the
it
Kylo
might
up
be
here.
somebody didn't show up and stuff, so.
That could be it.
All right, rolling off. We got an 8 versus a 7, so it looking like Iden is going to take the initiative on this one.
My apologies, everyone. We had a little issue getting Kylo card on the board here. Get this going.
All right. Oop. Alrighty. So we've cut and we're good to go. So this will be interesting to see what the Kylo Tarkin Town can do. How fast can they go? Because this is going to be a speed is of the essence.
Yeah, I love seeing this. I love seeing this type of matchup. This is Legend of the Force has been so refreshing. I feel like we've just gotten so much variety. Look at these leaders. This is set 1. This is set 2, and these people are the feature match. They've had some great games today, giving them a few wins. Jasper, obviously a great player. He's won a couple of events here. Team Babu Freaks, which is actually part of the Guardian Games crew here. So local. I don't know who the Iden player is, but I do know they're a very talented player.
I know him, but I'm going to be a jerk and can't remember his name. I want to say it's Sam, but I could be wrong on that.
Okay.
But I know he's from Salem.
Okay, yeah. So another came up here just a few hours. Let's see how he goes. Lot of rooting for the Iden player. I love that. I love it. Jeffrey Hunt heard someone yell "judge," and he even looked around at his own home.
I get that working in the restaurant. I hear the damn printer all the time.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we're just dirtling here by the looks of it from Iden by just tapping to do nothing at this point.
There it is.
Oh, entrenching the first unit right away. But we're getting a double unit.
Yeah, we're getting the Saboteur with the bounty of drawing a card, a 2/3, 1-cost unit.
So this Iden player is just looking to completely slow down at all costs.
Oh, crushing blow, yeah.
That's going to allow him to draw another card. More cards in Iden's hand, never a good thing.
Well, control is the name of the game here, but Kylo's definitely going to put more bodies out, and I'm sure at a certain point, Kylo just stops dropping resources to put 2 bodies out.
Yeah, he's got to, because I mean, this kind of goes back to our conversation we were having earlier, which, if an aggressive deck is just dropping unit, and going 2/2/2, they're eventually going to run out of steam because there is not enough card draw in the game. And so we have to really kind of figure out that balance point. And I think you are correct. A good aggro deck needs to have that resource stopping point.
Yeah.
And just know that I need to be drawing 2, playing 2, drawing 2, playing 2.
Oh, there's the takedown on the
Migs.
Bill Burr card. Yep. Bill Blur, as I like to call him, based on his face.
So discarding to pump up the Mr. Bones. That's going to swing for 5.
There it is. First blood.
Into a 33 hit point base. Oh, 4.
4.
Is it just +1? I thought it was +2. Oh, it's right there.
It is +2.
And 3. Oh, but he's
But the
healing
heal?
1
Yep.
right after that. That's what it was. They just shortcutted. So, and then Kylo with a fallen lightsaber. Always a terrible thing to see when you're sitting across from that.
No, look at that damage now. We just went from nothing to 12.
Nothing to 12 with a heal thrown in there as well.
Yeah.
So that would have been 13 damage on turn 4 instantaneously.
But 12 doesn't feel so bad at 33 health.
Nope.
It hurts, but it's also just like, okay, like there's still so much room here to recover.
Yeah, the other factor is, like you said, now there's 2 cards in the Kylo player's hands.
And it looks like we just got hit with a perilous position on the Kylo, which is going to exhaust him and keep him from readying. 3 more damage on the base.
Instant claim. So all he's going to do is perilous this turn. Slowly but steadily.
Daring raid for 2.
And looks like we're going to look at smuggling. Yep, we're smuggling out that nice... I can never remember
Reckless
her name.
Gunslinger?
Reckless Gunslinger, that's what it is.
There he goes. And finally some damage on the Kylo base.
Self-inflicted damage on the Kylo base. I had that happen one time. I was playing a Sabine deck, and the only damage that was on my base I did to myself.
Hey, I mean, why not? I mean,
we went to time. That's why not. As a Sabine player, that hurts.
Okay, I can see that. Yep. All right, this time I remembered, to get these lights back on. Good stuff there.
Oh, and there's the Rivals Fall.
Rivals Fall, and the Kylo loses the upgrades.
But now this goes back to what you were saying, is like there's so much 1-for-1 removal, and as long as the Kylo player can keep on pumping 2 units a turn, then he's going to have that edge, but we are creeping up on that super laser blast turn, which will change the field forever.
Especially if he puts out more units, because when Iden is deployed, when you blast, you're going to get the health of all the dead units. You're going to heal 1 for each unit.
Here comes old Miss Googly Eyes.
Yep, and there she is.
So the Reckless Gunslinger got, it looked like...
+4.
So that's got to be the Darth Maul's lightsaber.
Nice. Gets him up to 24.
Are we going to pop our shield here? Yeah, we're going to take out the other one. Yep. Now you're risking the Benthic 2 tubes being able to run over Iden.
I think you have to.
I think you do too. Because you definitely want to keep that off the board so that they're not getting the multiple heals in a turn.
Correct.
And 2 tubes ain't doing anything else.
No, and 2 tubes isn't going to die.
Oh,
but
just taking the initiative. So you know why he's doing this? He's going to swing with 2 tubes first to get the buff, so then there's an active unit that can get the buff next turn.
Good, yeah. Now chances are spot removal on the unit with the buff.
Most likely.
Right?
Wait.
Okay, goes.
What?
I think they're worried about the spot removal.
If that's the case, then why not just take out the Iden last round? That's what I'm confused about.
True. Great question for Jasper. But here we see Vigilance, so they're going to heal quite a bit here, defeat a unit, and heal off of that. Going to bring him back down to 23.
I don't think that's correct.
Force choke the Iden?
You're just giving the Iden more cards now, and... Oh, because you are trying to Chaos of War for more damage on base.
Fun. Yeah, you know what? You got to see these double aggression cards, right?
Yeah. There's got to be a reason why you're running double aggression, and there's one of your answers as to why. Beyond just aggression being a great card in this as well.
I do love aggression.
I love that we got to see what was going through his head. We got to see the arc to know, oh, that's why you did that. Okay.
That's true.
Okay. Reinforcement Walker, always a heavy unit for any aggro deck to see.
You got to do the heal.
Yup.
So go down to 25. Lose your Annihilator.
You're not feeling too threatened, honestly, if you're the Iden player, because even though you only have 8 health left, they have an open board. Okay, taking away, doing 1 damage.
There you go. Yeah, defeat the upgrade.
See, that's nice to open up your advantages again.
Yeah. And Iden's exhausted. No resources ready. Here you go. Get some more damage on the board. Yeah.
Yep. Swings for 4.
Dancing around it. Love it.
Now what?
And a Bo-Katan. Also double red.
Potentially a draw card option for the Kylo player. So now, where are you attacking with the Reinforcement Walker? Because that's clearly what you're doing first.
Oh, I think you just...
Oh, actually, if you have an OB, you're probably OBing here.
Yeah.
Or gross.
That's a good way of using 9 resources, except do you want to lose that Snoke right now?
Honestly, at this point, with a double Reinforcement Walker, you're just healing 6 and taking people out.
That's fair.
This is the turning point here. Because what is the Kylo Red's answer to either one of these?
It's not in red.
No, it is not in red, and this is the problem that a mono red deck has, is that if you can develop a huge unit against them, there is not a whole lot they can do against you.
No. There's
and
he's doing
what he needs to do. Is he just cleaning house, taking out the units, cleaning house.
So someone who plays a lot of aggro decks like you do, at what point do you just decide in this, or you're just like, let's go to game 2?
I would have, as soon as I saw the second Reinforcement Walker looking at my hand, gone to game 2.
There it is.
There you go.
Yep.
Realistically, especially in the kind of the world that we're living in right now, as an aggro deck, if you are not finishing your opponent by turn 6, 7 at the absolute latest, you have lost that game. You usually do not have the gas or the tools in your deck to take you farther than that.
Right.
And so already we are, that was turn 9 to be able to timely end.
Yeah. A Reinforcement Walker.
Reinforcement Walker.
With no ramp.
With no ramp.
Yeah, no ramp.
So that's 9 hard turns, and you, at the best, got to 26 damage on base. You had 8 health left. No, 25 damage on base.
Yeah.
That's enough to kill any low end, like ECL and or another Tarkin town or something of that nature. But these Data Vault bases do present that 8 health does matter.
Do you expect as an aggro player to always get your first game? Or no, you have to sideboard? It really doesn't matter. I think I have the best chance with an aggro deck of winning game 1, and then it's just tough the next 2 games.
I think that's match dependent. The biggest thing is that most control decks are usually weaker to aggro matches. So they inherently will build into their main board counter aggro things. Because most of the time a mid-range deck, they're already going to be favored into that. They're going to be weak to the aggro.
Yeah.
So the question is, can you get past their initial stuff? Odds are, if you get your good enough draw, you should be taking game 1.
You're right. There are definitely some cards that are every set just become a staple in most mid-range decks. And we look at Chirrut, great anti-aggro card.
Yep.
If you're running the Force, there's blue, you're running Chirrut every time. Why wouldn't you?
Yep.
Right?
If you can consistently keep that Force token active, Chirrut is near impossible to get through without instant removal. Mm-hmm. It's yeah, especially if you equip him with anything, good gravy, that's hard.
Yeah.
So, okay, we're cutting up, and we are going next. Iden has not been deployed, so should not have that token on, but I'm sure they'll figure that out.
Round 6.
So what does the Kylo player need to do differently here? Can the Kylo player do anything differently?
I don't know what you do differently outside of just try to put out more bodies. I mean, that really is what it came down to. Yes, the Iden player had enough answers. It did heal a bit. Any anti-healing obviously is going to help, but you still stick with the same strategy of multiple units a turn because Iden can't get rid of multiple.
Instant claim.
There it is. Yeah, that's great.
So the double unit is fantastic. But like we said, it's it's kind of rough when you can remove one unit and heal the damage of the other unit. It's almost like getting a twofer at that point in time.
Yeah. But these are hard-hitting units.
Well, that's 5 damage represented right away. Merciless Contest.
Ooh.
Again, it's like Power of the Dark Side Part 2. I really wish you were forced to sacrifice your own unit to really make this work, but that is not how it works. Even though the Iden player does not have a unit to sacrifice, the Kylo player is still forced to sacrifice one.
Yep.
So do you give him card draw? No, you do not.
Nope.
You do not want that Iden player to have more card draw.
Yeah, we're doing.
That hyperspace of the Galvanized looks really good, though, down that hallway.
Mm-hmm. Looks so good there.
Another one. Oh, I love that unit. Series officers. Great reach damage from that unit.
That one, when it dies, deals 2 damage to enemy base, I believe, right?
When it dies, but it's a struggle when somebody's playing like a ping champion like Quinlan or Cad Bane. But if they're not, that card does work.
Yeah. Iden healing what?
Well, it's just more so it's like, okay, if you remove it, you're still taking the same damage from
Yeah.
it. So it's almost like having like a daring raid on a unit.
Yeah, no, entirely, yep.
Okay, there's the takedown of the most threatening unit, and also gives them the card draw.
All right, but now exhausted, so more damage to the opponent's base.
Yep, going to be able to heal one of that. Now this is the Kylo flip turn. Just
Discard for the +2.
He already claimed. So now we're going to push 4 here.
Yep.
I'm assuming we're going to play the other card in his hand, which looked like it was a trooper. No, it was the 2/1 trooper that does indirect damage on attack and when death.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming that's just going to come into play.
Oh, yep.
And then flip Kylo and swing.
We didn't see any smuggle mechanics, right?
No. Okay. This is going to give Kylo maximum damage of 5.
There you go.
And look at this. Once again, then there's the smuggle. We did see smuggle.
Yeah, there was a smuggle card. There you go.
So, but again, this is almost indicative of last turn where it was 13 damage on base on the Kylo flip. Mm-hmm. Almost from nothing to 13 instantaneously.
Yeah.
5 units. That's a lot.
5 units is hard. You don't have a unit out on the board. You can't get one out and overwhelming barrage.
You can, because this is the Iden flip turn.
Oh, because we're at the Iden flip.
Oh, no, we're not. We're at 5.
Yeah.
We're one short. But there's the takedown immediately for Kylo. Yep. Kind of to be expected. The negative here is, with all of these units on the board, they're all 1 health. So 1 Iden flip and overwhelming barrage, and your board is gone.
Yeah, you definitely want to have what it takes to kill Iden on her flip, right? Like, you have to kill her quickly.
Well, it's more so against Green Villain. You can't let them keep units on the board themselves, because any unit becomes an overwhelming barrage against you.
Oops, I hit the wrong button there.
What was this? Oh, there we go. Another Chaos of War for damage to both.
Such a good card.
Highly underutilized. Mr. Bones.
I think double aggression's just underutilized.
Oh, it's missing some tools it needs for a lot of things. Okay, now we have a lightsaber and something else in the Kylo player's hands. Okay, and he's doing the correct thing. He's still staying at 4 resources. He has not gone above that.
No.
He's really just trying to, like, low and fast.
And it's different from what you see with Sabine. With double red Sabine, it plays kind of the same way. You get to 5, you can stay at 5 because you just want 2 bodies.
There's a double red Sabine?
You know, it's you can play it.
It exists.
I mean, I play it. Does it win a lot? Sometimes.
So Mr. Bones goes away, and now indirect damage,
which means
on attack,
3.
and then 2 more. So a total of 3. That puts them up to 29. Mm-hmm. We are 4 away. A discard from Kylo plus gets him there.
3 resources left for Iden, so
Here
most
comes
are going to
Iden.
see a Power of the Dark Side.
Well, he just needs to be able to flip and heal more here and take out a unit. I think the tricksy thing here is there's a fallen lightsaber in the Kylo's hand. I would put the fallen lightsaber on the series officer.
Would you do that right now?
Yes.
Even though Aiden can just swing with the shield?
Because then if the Series officer dies, it still does 2 damage to the base.
That's true. That's true.
And then the
1
items-
damage,
and
really.
then the item is swung, and then your other 2 units get in after that. So that's a total of 5 more damage on the base when you factor in the 1 healing, and that might have done it.
All right, well, Aiden's going to swing, takes out the gunslinger, heals
Sure.
1.
Now, okay, so it wasn't in the order that I said, but it's still there. Okay, now we're scooping and moving on.
Yeah,
so it was just enough.
I think that's the better play. I think you just
to
hold
wait?
on. You have 3 bodies. You know, Aiden has to make a move. They have 3 resources left. If they had a removal, they're going to play it. They didn't. They attacked. They don't have another option. Because what are they going to do? If they power you, you still have 2 bodies.
Right.
If they can't merciless, because you still have more bodies, like, you just play that and swing. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it got there.
It got there.
It got there, yeah.
I think that one of the bigger factors for that game, lack of big healing from Aiden.
Yeah.
First game, you saw a Vigilance get you a 5 heal, and then we went to the reinforcement town, but...
Six rounds today. It looks like we finally cleared out a few tables of people that left. I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tables have finally emptied out. So that's probably around 20 to 30 players.
But what I'm also glad to see is quite a few players who are not in the top running are still just sticking around just to play the game for the fun of it.
Yeah, you know, I wish there were more points given out to people past the top 16 for planetaries, but hey, maybe if someone gets in there, there's still some points.
So here's my theory on the FFG point system. It should have been a scaling point system based on the number of players at the PQ every 32. Because that gets you up to the 128.
Yeah.
Right? And if it's, say you pointed out 8 positions, right, for a 32, and then 16 for a 64, et cetera, et cetera. The reason why I think the scaling method would work better is because you have venues like this. We had 120 players at this one. I know the very first PQ that happened after Galactics was 32 people.
Yeah.
It's the same point value for winning that one as it is for winning this one. That feels bad.
Yeah, especially when you're having a longer grind, you know, just way longer day, more competitive,
And especially since we have the hierarchy where, the more points you have, the better off you are, the potential earnings, like a flight or whatever else like that. We have a leaderboard. We have a reason to get more points.
Yeah.
The only reason I can see them wanting to throttle the points is to reduce the number of invites that actually come because they are scaling up the number of PQs that exist.
Yeah, that's also
so again,
true.
I don't know the internal justification, but from a player standpoint, I would have rather seen a scaling metrics.
All right, we just got to the second turn here. I didn't went ahead and didn't play anything on turn 1.
Merciless contest by the looks of it.
But on turn 2, we see that merciless contest after we lose the first order stormtrooper. Still get some more damage on the board. Aiden uses the heal ability. Reckless Gunslinger can still swing for 2. And it looks like the Kylo player, Jasper, still has more cards to play. Yep.
This deck is chock full of 1-drops. That's for sure.
I love 1-drops. I think I love 1-drop space units more because, you know, you can't pilot a stormtrooper as much as you want to.
That's true. The consistency of the Kylo player getting that fallen lightsaber into hand is pretty remarkable.
Okay, Power of the Dark Side makes some moves. You know we haven't had to see, which makes sense? Tarkentown. No Tarkentown use.
There's no real target to hit with it.
That's true. Speaking of targets, just discarding.
5 damage from this stormtrooper. 2 damage from Migs. And here comes the big flip, saber, and pain.
Yeah, still with resources available. Yep, wow. Dangerous. Woo. Ooh, 19.
Well, that's a record for him. It was always 13 before. So.
Yeah. And this was turn 3.
Yep. The extra,
turn 3.
Well, yeah, because it's always on the flip Kylo turn that all that happens.
Yeah.
But the MiG's extra damage from that discard almost turns Kylo into +4 instead of just a +2.
Yeah. Very dangerous Miggs Mayfield. Really only fitting with Kylo.
Together, yeah. Okay, so we are going to
vanquish
the Stormtrooper.
For a hard 5.
That's still leaving... he's got 1 card in hand, so that's 4 plus the 3 is 7. It's going to heal 1. That's still 28 damage.
I mean...
on the 5th turn. This is before Iden can even flip. Once again, here comes that reckless gunslinger.
Wow. Jasper over here just doing more damage to himself than his opponent both games.
Yeah. Like, I don't think there's been any damage done.
I think you need a vigilance here, and I don't even think that's enough.
I don't think it is. I think just the Kylo alone represents too much damage.
Yeah, because you can't deploy an overwhelming barrage in time.
And if you rivals fall the Kylo, you're still left with too much of a board to deal with. Okay, that's one way of doing it.
Okay, a great cost-effective way, too.
But now we have seen the shock card to get rid of stuff like that.
I think they sideboarded the shocks out.
Really?
I think I saw them
After game
playing
1,
around it.
I don't think I would have done that.
Well, it's a fair point.
2
31.
damage left. He can't flip because Migs kills him. There you go.
Crushing blow.
Oh, the final 2 from the ruthless Raider.
Oh, man. Ruthless Raider. I mean...
Card is still good.
Yeah, talk about a throwback.
I mean, we were talking about low and slow, low and fast, low and fast, low and fast, and then here he comes with a 6-drop Raider.
Yeah. We didn't even see him get 6 resources.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Any of the other turns, yeah.
The part of that is masked by the black sleeves on the black mat. So.
That's fair.
But,
wow. Yeah, great game.
Yeah. So, but once again, I mean, you saw that the Iden could get there, but that card draw has to line up, and all of that, like, we never saw any of these top targets come in, which he's pulling out his sideboard right now. So these are all sideboarded in. Confiscate, he never saw. And that's always a really frustrating point, is when, like, you recognize your weaknesses,
yeah.
You put them in your sideboard, you
yeah.
put them in your deck for game 2 and 3, and then you never see them.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating when that happens. Because you're like, I had the answers. Where were they?
I'll tell you, the other frustrating one is when you do get your answers and they're in your opening hand, and you realize, oh no, I may have to resource some of these.
It's like, I put this in for a reason, but not yet.
Yeah. I don't want to see 2 of my 3 confiscates that now I got to, like, hold on to for 4 more turns.
Right.
You know? This was great. Hopefully we can get Jasper in here for a quick interview. Joe, would you mind doing that interview with Jasper? Cool.
Oh, you want to do that? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right, let me go see if he wants to do that.
Yeah, we'll go get him over here. Team Babu Freaks, representing Guardian Games. They had a great showing at the Galactic Championships. Really proud of them and their team, but the top player making the 30th place. Really cool. Again, we talk about the Northwest, specifically the Portland area, but a lot of the Northwest has some really strong competitive players. Just a history in tabletop games, and obviously the weather that encourages us to stay indoors and play for at least 9 months of the year. But I love to see it, and we've already talked to, like, someone who did Galactic Championships in 33rd place and 30th. Great stuff here. What a great event. Like I said, I always get excited for these. Even though I'm such a competitor, I get this chance to just watch these matches, and you just see some decks and some styles and some strategies that I didn't think about. So, great time. Couple of things here. Great game, says Jeffrey. I'm going to mess this up. Azuroku. I'm going to say that. Azuroku. That was a fun set to watch. Mooser. The downside of Data Vault is real, just harder to notice. Feels like bad luck. Yeah, it can be. It all comes down to the hands, and if you have a lot of cards in your deck, obviously you're going to mess with your stuff. So I'm going to make some way here for them.
Alrighty. everybody. We are here with Jasper, right?
Yep, Jasper.
Excellent. Jasper was on the Kylo Ren Tarkentown deck. Jasper, you are part of the Babu Freaks team out of Guardian Games here.
Yeah.
So talk a little bit about that for us.
We've just been buddies kind of playing the game since it came out. There's 3 of us at first. Added a couple more over the last few months. Ended up going to Galactics together. I scrubbed out pretty hard of day 2, but I think out of 6 of us, there were 5 of us made day 2.
Nice.
And one of us, Rob, made top 32. I think he was 30th place. So
nice. Very cool.
Good showing
Very
from
cool.
the Babu Freaks.
There you go. There you go. Represented the Portland area very, very well. Now, you said scrubbed out of day 2, but you made day 2 with a bye because you already won a PQ on Season 0, did you not?
I did. Yeah, that was the Shadows PQ back in the Boba days. Playing Boba Yellow. My favorite deck to play, and that's ever been in the game. I wish he had been statted correctly so I could still play him.
Sure. So if they ever, now you can play him in Trilogy.
I could play him in Trilogy, right?
Have you played any Trilogy?
I have not. Honestly, if they make that PQ format at any point, I'll be really excited for that, but I don't know. Might test it out a little bit.
I agree. I love the deck building restrictions that you have to adapt to. I think that's a really good idea and concept for that. So.
Absolutely.
All right, so take us through this game. So now I did find this out ahead of time. Yeah. So you and your opponent, is it Sam? Is that who?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe
so.
I
You and your opponent were 5-0 running into this match. And unbeknownst to us watching this, you chose to intentionally draw before this even happened. So they literally played that game for us, for the viewing pleasure of us watching and commentating on this stream.
That was for y'all. We're not going to give you an empty board for an hour. I guess you could have pulled someone else in.
Sure.
But, also, wanted to test the matchup out a little more. So, nice practice.
Now, did you know he was playing this before you went into it?
Yes, I did. Yeah, we had all talked. I actually hadn't met him before today, but we ran into each other before the tournament started, had a little conversation, so nice to meet back up toward the end of the day.
Right. Nice now, this match being a hard control and a data vault, does this cause you as a Kylo Tarkentown aggro player a lot of grief normally?
No. This is what I'm looking for, honestly. The data vault decks, especially Iden, which being such a hard control deck, they have to pretty much run perfectly to stop the aggression. Have to get a vigilance. That last game, actually, on 6 resources, I think he was forced to just kill Kylo, whatever that spell's called, the 6-mana kill thing.
Rival's Fall.
Yeah, Rival's Fall, thank you. And he had a vigilance in hand, he told me, but he can't play it. He just needs to get rid of the Kylo at that point. But if they're able to deal with the Kylo early, vigilance, and then into a Walker or a Snoke, it's a little rough. But the 10 extra cards, I feel like, is actually, this is the matchup where it really hurts them.
Right.
It's they run into some variants, have a bad turn or 2, and then they're dead.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and then that last game, you even prevented him from even being able to flip Iden at all.
Yes.
So he got in that precarious predicament where if he flips, he dies. Yeah. So he had to do something different at that point in time.
Exactly. Yep. And it is, you saw the first game. It's rough when they get to that point. I probably should have picked it up a turn or 2 earlier, but...
So that was a question.
What happens.
That was a question that David asked me, and I'll ask you the same question: at what point in an aggro match do you say, "Well, this isn't going to work. Let's move on"?
Really depends on the board state. It depends on a lot of things, right? 2 walkers. That's definitely a good point to pick it up. I think it was at 25 at that point. This deck has a lot of reach, especially after sideboarding, throwing the Ruthless Raiders. There's quite a few ways to deal at least 2, so you can sneak in there, try to claim, but 25, a couple walkers, not looking good.
Right, 8 more to go at that point in time.
I guess is the short answer.
No, and I agree. I kind of made the same reference as well because it depends on board state a lot of the times. But my concept was, as an aggro player, you're really trying to win by 6, maybe 7 at the latest. Anything past that, and you're probably not going to get there at that point in time.
That sounds about right. Yeah, especially, sometimes you get in some weird situations, right? There's some decks that can't really close the game out. I've found myself playing this deck in the situation where I have maybe 2 rounds of an empty board trying to top deck some Chaos of Wars before I actually die, and that can happen, right? But
Chaos of War, a great fun card. Did that have any influence into why you were playing the Kylo Tarkentown today?
Yeah, definitely. Tarkin Town itself, honestly, one of the biggest reasons to be on this as opposed to a yellow version or something. I did test a good amount of yellow. I feel like you have to go a little bigger to make that version work. Play some 3s, maybe even some 4s. I love how low to the ground this one gets to be, because you can keep that board clear with Tarkin Town. A lot of round 1s, you're playing 1-drop and either Daring Raid or System Shocking, whatever they play. And then Tarkin Town keeps the board clear. I guess a little advice, trade into their stuff more often than you'd think in this deck. You really need to keep the board clear for the Kylo flip.
Yeah, even as an aggro deck, you still have to find those moments to make those favorable trades.
Yeah.
And sometimes favorable is a setup trade. It's not necessarily that you're going to clear their thing out.
Absolutely.
But you need to set up for what you know is coming down the pipe. Maybe you have
Sure.
that Daring Raid to get that extra last 2 out of there, but it keeps that unit off the board. Especially what I was saying is in a green villain, you always have to be wary of a unit sticking, and then an overwhelming barrage hits you at that point in time.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So
Barrages are scary. There's this deck's really bad matchup used to be, and still would be, Kira ECL was like the one I could never beat. And there's a lot less of that running around. Iden doesn't get to the barrage turn until a lot later. She's not playing many units.
Right.
So a little easier on that front. But
Right,
barrage is death. You can't fight that.
Right. So
Yeah.
now we did notice you were staying very low to the ground, never really going past 4 resources, hardly ever. You took us by surprise with the Ruthless Raider because, like, wait, when did he get to 6 resources? When did that happen?
Yeah, it's
so
a good sideboard. but-
Is that pretty much? Oh, so it's a sideboard for you as a
Yeah,
Ruthless
yeah,
Raider. Okay,
absolutely.
excellent, excellent. Now
Yeah.
you had the System Shock, which ended up doing you a little bit of work by getting rid of that entrenched off of your unit. I was actually shocked you didn't swing into the Iden with that when you had the chance, but you were setting up that Chaos of War.
I was hoping to push those last few damage in. I think that was the game I lost, right? With
I think it was the
System
first
Shock?
game, yep.
Yep. Yeah, I think at that point, just let her live and try to push a few more damage. Pray they don't have another reinforcement walker. You know?
Did you sideboard out the System Shocks?
Maybe I did.
Ah.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
not
see
for
'em.
Iden, right? It's for 2/2s with shields on them.
Right.
Yeah, but yeah, it comes in pretty hot game 1. Often, if you do that, they'll start resourcing their upgrade removal.
I was
Even
kind
if
of
they see it.
yeah.
and
I
you
was
don't
kind
have
of
it.
shocked that David brought up the point that he thought you sideboarded it out, and I was just like, really? After that first game
Yeah.
with that entrenched, I would have thought that
Totally.
you would have maybe needed those.
Yeah, it's definitely good. I mean, the as soon as they've seen one, the mental damage is done. They're scared to play entrenched from then on out.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're trying to chalk it up to maybe they're not going to do it now that they know that I can
Yeah.
get rid of it, kind of thing.
Yeah, and it's 3 is I think a lot against an Iden. You don't want to draw more than one, and might not even want one of them. And I think just swapping those for the Raiders is a better recipe.
You need the units and to push.
Yeah.
Yep, excellent. So, so you're now 5-0-1 because you did do the ID with Sam here.
Yeah, we did.
Not to give away strategy, but are you looking to? So, if you were favored in this, why not play this one out?
Seems safer.
Safer.
Yeah, I want to make top 8. This is a huge
Okay.
PQ. I mean, there was that 16-player PQ down in Albuquerque, I think, last week.
Sure.
Pretty easy to top 8 that. I think
So-
122 players or something like that. I think I'm gonna play it safe from this on out. I think this is pretty hard to do. I had to get pretty lucky to be here. I'm not gonna throw that away.
Sure, and I think luck does factor into this environment. No matter what you think, you can bring the best deck in the world, but if you just get unlucky, you get
yeah.
bad matchups,
Yeah.
it's not going to work out for you.
Yeah, and that's the format right now. I think if you're willing to play the Force Throw Mirrors, the story's a little different, but if you aren't, like myself, you're just going to have a couple bad matchups, and you might as well bring a deck you really like.
Yes.
Yeah.
Liking the deck and knowing the deck, I
Yeah.
think, plays a
Yeah.
volume into your success rate going into things.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, as a quick reference, though, you said that the 16-player PQ happened, and we're at like 120 here. So, based off of the new point system, what is your take on that going into this first season?
Well, I mean, it seems like they should probably scale it a little bit. It's kind of wild that if you have the money to fly down to Albuquerque for the weekend, you have like a 50-50 shot of making some points where there's going to be about 100 people, a little over 100 people who came out here, had a fun day, but get nothing out of it.
Right.
It's a little weird. I feel like you top 8 a 128 player thing, maybe you get 50 points, right? That might be nice.
My vote was to scale it every 32 players.
Yeah, that seems
So
that's great.
And
That's
then, but if you scale it, if it's placing 8, I don't know if it goes to 8 or 16 for a normal 32.
Sure.
But if you went to 8 for 32 and you scale it up at 128, you have 32 people getting points at that point in time.
That seems like a great recipe. And I honestly, if they heard that feedback and decided to do that, I don't see any reason they couldn't backfill it even now to the PQs that have already happened.
Right. Still early
Why
enough.
not?
Still early enough.
Yeah, why not?
Well, Jasper, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Congratulations on your pseudo win.
I know, right? Had fun though.
Good luck with the
Got
rest of
some
the
good
PQ
data.
to you. Yeah, no, hey,
Yeah,
from the data vault, you
right,
got the data.
Right, totally.
All right. Thank you very much.
man. Yeah.
All right, so we are just over 17 minutes left in this round, and we are probably going to be taking a quick break. I'm looking for David to see what he wants to go and do. But in the meantime, let's see. Let's go to the chat and see. Current meta feels like it is the most diverse meta so far. Yes, very much. New and old leaders, absolutely. Oh, we're having a little bit of a debate. Some people say it's closed. Some people say it's wide open. More leaders are very competitive. So ID, yep, got the ID on that match. Data vault downside, yeah, so there's been kind of a little bit of debate on the data vault, whether it does impact your draw or it doesn't. Does it give you that edge? Is it really worth those 3 hit points to be over a 30 hit point base? I don't know. I think it is very deck dependent on whether or not that is going to make you feel like it's worth it. Maybe, hey, if you're like me, I have a hard time shaving down to 50 cards. Oh, Jason is, so you're saying Jasper's got this in the bag? Is that your boy, or who's your boy, Jason? So we're definitely seeing the diversity. So I think the matches are going to be, like we just talked about with Jasper, very contingent on a little bit of luck and a little bit of how well do you know your deck. Data vote, yep. All right, David's walking over. Like I said, I think at this point in time, we're going to take a short break for you. About 15 more minutes left in the round, and if it comes back sooner, we will be back sooner. Jeffrey is Jason's boy. Let's see how Jeffrey's going to do coming up. Welcome back. We are now running into round 7, the last and final round of the Swisses here at the Guardian Games PQ. And we're back with unlimited power. And I'm now joined by Alex. Alex, how are you doing today?
Well, I'm good. I'm glad to be here. I unfortunately could not play. I had to work. Lame.
Yes.
But I guess, fun's got to supply the habit.
Well,
It's what I've been telling myself all day.
You got to pay for the card somehow.
Okay, good. So I did make the right choice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Just hopefully this doesn't become a habit of yours.
Of working?
Yes.
Well, now I'm conflicted.
Oh, yes. Okay. All right, so we got a couple of special mats. One of them is the Commander Cody from the Sectionals, and the other one is the Revan from Galactics, the Participation.
Sir, I think technically that is the Death Field card and art.
I believe you have corrected me thoroughly,
Yes.
sir.
All right, perfect. We're going to start
Chalk
this,
one up.
this one up.
Do we need a
1-0.
tally system? Is that what we're going for here?
I mean, we could.
Yes. Okay. So it looks like this is the Han 2 with the graded Han 2. So I believe we have seen.
Oh, you're looking at that one.
Yes,
Okay.
we have seen. Oh, yes, I guess they're both Han 2s, but we have seen the Han 2 that's the graded before on stream, and then the other one has one of those very nice acrylic bases that they got at Worlds for being a VIP.
I have got to admit, I am slightly jealous of those after having seen them in person. You know, the whole issue that we have originally is just like, what do these look like?
Yeah.
What kind of quality are they?
Yep.
Once again, in my opinion, FFG, Asmodee, whoever does the thing, knocked it out of the park. These things are gorgeous, nice, perfect consistency and like thickness so that you are substantial.
Yep.
They look great. Fantastic.
I'm in some serious FOMO after those. Those are the one thing. Forget the lunch. Forget everything else. That's what I wish I would have paid the VIP for.
I mean, cutting lines, being there early has its own kind of like fiasco thing associated to it.
After experiencing it, yes, I will concede that as well. 100%.
But aside from that, great options.
Yes.
I love it.
So, Alex, Han 2 Blue versus Han 2 Blue. What are you looking at here? Notice one of them, not Force.
I was going to say, I think that that's the bigger thing here is that one is force focused and the other one is just more good stuff focused. I think this will really kind of start to show the big differences as to what those two things actually offer. How big of a card is Kiadi Mundi? Is Mace Windu coming in at 6 and hitting something for 4?
5. Han
five?
cheated in for 5.
Oh, on the resource crest.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. But versus being able to play like, and they may still play it, Ogdo Bogdo on turn 1.
Right.
And just like start punishing those force options.
Right. I expect to see the Ogdo Bogdo coming in from the non-Force Han. I believe we did see the Ogdo Bogdo in the Force Han as well. So
Okay, interesting. I don't know that that I've seen anything like that. I think that it is probably a good meta call or call for the
there's
day.
the Ogdo Bogdo from the non-Force. Do we get a reciprocation? No. This is interesting.
Grogu coming out of the Force Han. I'm not sure that I love this idea. But then again, I'm sitting here behind the microphone and they're actually playing as undefeated, I imagine.
So
at
this
round.
Ogdo Bogdo is going to trade into the Grogu and then heal 2 off of it, still keeping itself damaged, which is exactly what I expected to have happen and why I think that Grogu was just a speed bump to save 5 damage to base.
Oh, and then the twin, the Ogdo Bogdo from the Force side.
So I got to say that I think he just didn't draw the Ogdo Bogdo the first time around.
I feel like that is a safe call as to what's going on. But the red 5 coming in from the non-Force side is just looking to have that easy advantage on the Han decks.
Yep.
You're cheating and stuff. I'm just going to whittle him down even more.
Yeah, that card definitely does work against mirror matches. Speaking from a Han 2 player, that definitely does work. So I'm expecting fully the Ogdo exchange here.
Meaning that the
They're gonna
Force
crash into each
Ogdo is
other.
going to crash him?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the Force has the initiative. Boom, boom. There's that exchange. You just don't want to keep the damage. You want to keep the damage off. And I think the Han 2 with the Force is going to have the edge on the healing because of Intermittent Warrior.
Yeah, if we can get that stuff rolling, or if they're playing like the Yaddle package and able to get some Jedis going. Speaking of the Warrior, here we go. Shield ready to go, but I mean, at this point, it doesn't really matter.
does.
We haven't seen anything, more or less, that we haven't seen anything generate the Force for them. So
No, but the shield will come into factor because of the cheated in whatchamacallit, Poe Dameron. Now the Warrior can trade in for free.
yeah, except though that the non-Force Han kept the initiative, didn't swing in with their red 5, so now they're able to attack with Poe, kill the shield, and kill out the Warrior.
At a cost of a
it is
card.
still a trade, but
A cost of a card out of your hand as well. Oh.
or Obi-Wan Kenobi comes in and just says, hey, what up? Check all your weapons at the door.
Sure. Or give some experience across the way.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the side effect. You got to check your weapons
Yeah.
first, and then Obi's going to give them
No,
away.
you're not checking your weapons. He's just passing them on to the next person.
Right, you're right. Yeah. You got to check your weapons, and then I'm going to give them away later.
Yeah. Thanks for the free weapons. Here you go. And this is always like one of the big plays that I think the Han 2 can do, because it can happen on the turn that Han flips. So even if you had a naked board at the moment, you could then flip Han and have a target for that experience. But a Poe getting that buff really hurts. Now we're discarding a card to do 2 damage, and you're doing that because the red 5 in space can now take out the warrior when it attacks.
Okay, Joey, look, I don't appreciate you calling out why I made a funny face when I saw this happen to the viewers. They didn't see my funny face. I didn't understand what was going on.
I didn't call anything out. You threw yourself under the bus.
I think this is, to go back to your Obi-Wan topic here. I played a lot of Anakin from Twilight Force, especially in this meta. Looking at Vegas,
yes.
I looked at Obi-Wan a lot.
Yes,
and I think that Obi-Wan is great. There are definitely big concerns that you got to worry about. I think the sequencing around him is the bigger thing, and the bigger thing I'm scared of.
Yes. Oh, this is a shatter point coming down because he had the Force token from attacking with the warrior, so that's an instant kill basically off onto Poe. By using the Force, shatter point can basically kill any unit on the board, save a leader. Red 5 then throws into the base and kills the warrior as expected.
True. Yeah, it's like you could see the future. You saw that play coming.
So we did see that the Han Force player just took the initiative and did not deploy this round. Maybe trying to keep a hold of that ability to discount without being threatened of being removed off the board.
Yeah, I mean, being down 14-0, essentially in the hit point race, are we wanting to try and make sure we have initiative to cheat out something cool and set up our own flip turn? Or are we just kind of on our back foot, trying to hold on to anything that we've got?
My instinct says back foot.
I don't think that that's incorrect.
Because this is just going to reduce the Han's power to nothing right now, but it doesn't remove him from the board, which allows this Han to still cheat stuff out at this point in time. Neither player, if they are both playing Anakins, has any villainous cards in their discard pile at the moment. This is going to hurt. That's one of my favorite units, the Rebellious Hammerhead. 2 damage onto the Anakin means that the Han player without Force has only 2 cards left in hand.
I know it's a little small and all there, but we do have to point out we've been pulling out art the whole time. That is a signed Hammerhead by the artist. It's there. There's some squiggles there, but we got it.
Okay, I see it now. I see it now. Thank you for that. So the Force player's Han is able to eliminate the non-Force player's Han due to the fact that it was reduced by Anakin.
That is a big swing. I think that is ultimately what that Force Han player was looking for.
I agree.
I'm going to hold off my Han deploy, get in that Anakin, that negative effect, so that way I know that my big threat in Han leader can stick around for a little bit longer.
Right, I think you're correct, but the Rebellious Hammerhead, despite just doing some damage when it comes into play, represents a 5/7 body in space, which is not easy for any kind of removal to deal with.
No, it is easy to say that Hammerhead has found the nail and is just slamming it home at home base.
Yet we are only 6 damage away from lethal and still no damage dealt to the base of the non-Force player at all.
I don't know if you were to ask me at the beginning of this game that this is how this matchup would be at this point. I think that this is clearly shown a couple of good players that understand who the beatdown or who the aggro is in this matchup, and they're both playing perfectly to those roles.
I agree. Oh, we're using the Super Laser Tech pin as our Force marker. That extra 2 damage will go on from the red 3, but 3 damage on the base. Anakin is now 1 damage away from dying. And we are 1 swing, or should be 1 swing away at 25 from death for the Anakin Force player. Both units on the board currently represent lethal. So he's going to have a heal of some kind here. Otherwise, this is pretty much wrapped up. The only thing that I can see coming out is an intermittent warrior.
That, or maybe that big H blue heroic ship.
Redemption.
Redemption. That's the one.
I was going to say, I don't think they're
there's a
running
chance,
Vigilance.
but-
There's
Okay,
the Warrior.
there's-
I figured there was a reason why he had that Force token.
Stems off a little bit of that bleeding, but
Yeah,
I mean,
still-
as not Force, do you look with full resources available? Do you look to just claim and slam that Hammerhead in for 5 to put your opponent at 1? That's that check that we're talking about.
I would be looking for Cassian. That's what I'd be looking for. Because now you're basically putting another unit on the board that after he swings in can represent a third option for lethal, and with only the Han, you're not going to be able to take out that Cassian. You got 3 resources left. You can hot shot, but then you're leaving yourself open for that 5 damage off of the Hammerhead the very first swing next turn. At this point, I would be looking for having a hard removal for the Hammerhead, but I don't think that's going to matter either, because then your opponent just swings with the Cassian and then swings with the red 5.
I think my question here at this point, though, is did anybody tell Cassian that he's not allowed to share secrets at this point yet?
Well,
we don't need to know what the secrets of power are yet.
You didn't know
Right.
they were there. He smuggled them. The secrets, he smuggled them away.
Well, yeah, but he can't give them out yet. We still got to wait until what, November?
Well, yeah. But that's all part of the plan.
So we...
You see what I did there?
No, I don't get it. I'm
Plan
lost.
is the new keyword for Secrets of Power.
Plan?
Plan.
Plot?
It's plan, I thought. It's plot.
It's plot.
I have been...
You got to play.
That is 2-0. I will
Okay.
take that 2-0.
Okay, David,
Yeah.
put a tally on the board. Let's go. Get it going. Okay, I knew redemption. Ha, I get one back.
That's fair.
All right, so we reset. We swung in. There's that first game.
Yeah.
As predicted, there just wasn't much answer for that Hammerhead.
You know, I'm going to say it. Everybody's thinking it, but I'm going to say it. I felt like Han had a great matchup that time, did exactly everything that you want to see out of your Han deck.
I thought Han was expected to win that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was a little iffy there at the beginning, but I think it really turned in Han's favor. You're right.
Yeah, I definitely think that Han represents a good option, and he executed very, very well.
Yeah. Game plan flawlessly.
Yeah.
But how do you change that game plan now if you're in Han's seat to adjust to what just happened to you? You essentially got annihilated. 28 or plus more, because it hit with a Hammerhead at the end, and you did 5-10 to your opponent?
Nobody played the Annihilator.
I mean, sure. I would love to see that one out of aspect for these ones. I mean, we've seen some of them playing, Force Lightning or Force Choke to really turn that Anakin on. That's small fries. Let's get that Annihilator in there.
I think
Let's
the
go.
only way we see that is if you somehow, you're my only hope, into a Galactic Ambition, into an Annihilator.
Okay, now, I like where this is going, but the only thing you're missing is that we need to close the shield gates first.
Oh, good point.
Yeah,
Good point.
because if we're going to take the Annihilator, then we need to make sure that we're safe.
Yes.
We annihilate everything else except for ourselves.
And then at the very end, you just go combo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hopefully your opponent doesn't go breaker.
So we are currently in sideboarding, and it looks like they are both digitally going through. What are you trying to sideboard into this?
For who?
Han.
Well, which one? I mean,
So
honestly,
clearly-
I think that does boil it down.
So the Force Han. I'm just going to call him Force and Non.
Yeah.
Okay, so Force Han clearly was it just a bad draw in the beginning? Because that speed bump Grogu kind of put him on the back foot instantaneously.
Without being able to see the Han Force list, it's really kind of hard for me to say.
Sure.
I think that having Ogdo inside the list is definitely a meta choice, but it doesn't really get your Force package up and running and purring and getting you into those key things that you need that Force for. So I think that it was a combination of not having the right number of 2-drops or correct 2-drops to kind of get stuff going, and then just I'm not super sold on the Grogu play. That turn 1. I think that it sets your opponent up for being in such a dominating and powerful position that you're instantly on that back foot. I'd rather pass or claim the initiative or something like that, and then slam down something that's a little bit bigger, maybe survives through that Ogdo, or you've got a better answer to the Ogdo.
The Grogu did create exactly what I believe the Force player wanted, was that speed bump. Because the non-Force player then threw their Ogdo Bogdo into the Grogu, opposed to their face.
Sure, and I definitely see that. But having main board, internet warriors, and all to help kind of chip back some of that, I as a player that looks at it, I just don't know if that would have been the line that I would have done.
Sure.
But like I said earlier, I put very little work into a Han2 list.
Sure.
So they've probably got much more experience in something like this.
The other thing that I noticed greatly was that the Force Han had little to no space representation.
That is something that I've noticed a lot with a lot of like Force decks relevance, because there's name a Force space unit aside from Leia floating in space that then becomes a ground unit. Any other ones?
They're not there.
Oh no!
So, which is by design, which is fine. Okay, so, it's double Grogu's off the get-go. So this is going to be an interesting stalemate.
I want to see the baby.
Yeah, well, there's 2 of them for you.
All right, cool. Perfect.
So this becomes the...
So wait, does one become Yoda and the other one become Yaddle? Is that how this works?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I guess we'll see who survives.
Is that in the next season of The
Mandalorian? So this is taking two off, putting back on. So we're just trading here, which is most likely what you're going to see happen. Now the trick comes in. Who can get that superior advantage, okay? Full-costed Yoda. Force Throw. The ever-pertinent Force Throw. Is this going to give the edge? 1. Nope.
Mystic Reflection. Okay, if I remember right, and I think this got brought up on the stream earlier, this gives -2, -0, or if you have a Force unit, then it's the full -2, -2.
Correct. And I think Dave is going to bring up that card in just a second so we can verify. Here's that Ogdo Bogdo. In addition to the Force, though, that's a gross turn, too.
That is, yeah, there's a lot of frogs.
And there's the Mystic Reflection. It is, in fact, what you just said, -2, -0, or if you have a Force, -2, -2.
Okay, all right. I'm sure that card has been clutch and very pivotal in some of these matchups where you've got essentially the same things going back and forth and just give that little bit of a nudge to get you into the defeated range so you can move your board along.
Yeah, I think -/- is always a very good removal capabilities. I mean, if you want proof of that, just look at the Talzin decks and how effectively they've been using the -1, -1s just to get that last little tick of damage to send somebody to the graveyard.
Very powerful effects.
Okay, so everybody's readying up. Now, this is going to be interesting to see what the Force Han is going to do against this board. Because do you do the Grogu exchange to start off with? Oh, we are taking the damage off of Ogdo Bogdo and putting it on Grogu. This is an interesting play because this turns off Ogdo Bogdo's ability to attack.
And now we just put it back on. He said, no, I want my frog to do things.
Sure.
He's coming in at you.
So now where does the Ogdo Bogdo go at this point in time?
Well, 1, I think he has to wait until it's his action again.
Well, yeah, but you got to be planning for something.
But then 2 past that point, I mean...
I think these 2 go into Grogu, yep. You're not getting the restore, but you're making it to where he's not likely to be able to continue this, because most likely the Ogdo Bogdo is going to hit the other Grogu.
I think that is the right spot to go.
And it should be 4 damage on the Grogu. Not there we go. So this is going to smack into there. Yep. Heals 2 because he kills a unit, but still has the 1 damage on. But this allows the potential for the Yoda to then be able to take off the Grogu and take this away. Next turn, that is.
And there's that Yaddle. All right, so they both came from the same Grogu, so a little weird, but hey, we got there.
That's a good point. There's a cheated out Poe Dameron. Always a big threat to hit the board early. We're going to claim and move on.
Now, if I'm in the Force Han spot, I need something big, something drastic that is going to change this game around. What are you looking for?
At this point, you have a Force token and you have 5 resources. The biggest thing that you'd be hoping for here is most likely a cheated out Mace Windu to pop the Poe Dameron, which would then force your Ogdo Bogdo into your cheated out Mace Windu. We're going to start by getting rid of the Grogu just so you can't play monkey games anymore.
Yeah, but more importantly, frog games. Yeah. But more importantly, we're starting it with the Yaddle, so it's going to set up the restores for any future Jedis, being that Yoda potential swing.
Well, but the Yoda just got taken out.
Yeah, not super relevant since you also don't
there
have...
was my call.
There he is. Swinging into battle. Twirling into battle?
Yes.
Sashaying into battle?
I'd say spinning.
Okay, spinning.
But now we have the no Ogdo Bogdo to be able to take out the Mace in return. However, non-Force still has full 5 resources.
Yeah. And Hans doing their best Spider-Man meme, pointing at each other. Both deploy back to back.
So without your own set of mace, the non-force is probably either looking at a hot shot or an open fire to deal with the mace, or hoping that he gets the initiative for Ogdo Bogdo to take him out next turn.
True, just I need to take out the Yodel to kind of reduce some of that inherent restore. I think makes a lot of sense.
I do too. It's also a free trade for him because he doesn't die and he's not being threatened by the other Han unless the other Han, because the other Han's tapped out of resources.
Right.
So.
Yeah. But still sitting on a full 5. Do you think that we...
Oh.
There it comes. There's my answer right there. Wrecker coming in. Some might say, boom.
Definitely interesting to see this, and it's because there's the discard of the resource, which you're still going to do. Yes, Wrecker can still do a lot of things even without ECL.
Do you think he chose the resource to be Fell the Dragon on purpose? Because it is thematically like appropriate. It
To
still
kill
hits.
The
It
6
still hits
power?
mace, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think that's if he's not. If he needs to say it was, even if it wasn't.
Yeah,
that's
right.
what
Yeah,
he needs to do.
take
right
credit
there.
for it.
So now we have a 7/4 overwhelm unit on the board. A 5/4 Frog and Han 2 versus Han 2. Definitely a very precarious position.
I gotta say, I think that at this moment that Hantu both looks good and maybe a little weak at the same time.
So tapping full 6 right away for Obi-Wan. Well, you can run. I mean, I'm at this point, I would hope that I had something to get rid of. Oh, he's just going to run into Obi-Wan here,
yeah.
do a 1 overflow or overwhelm. And then there's the 2 experience.
Sadly, we still haven't figured out how to give Han the Force trait yet, so no card draw, but still that experience makes him a little
What
bit
is it?
bigger.
Jedi Trials eventually could give him the Force trait.
That is true, but I'm pretty sure that Han would just turn into blasting the whole course and not actually completing it.
I think
so.
Han would get frozen in carbonite before that finally happened.
I see what you did there.
Point
I
for
see
me.
what you
Point
did.
for me. Okay, so Han takes out Han,
Han
and
on
then
Han.
we get a cheated out Cassian to do 3 more damage to base.
And it does look like Ogdo took the chance to swing at base as well, start really kind of cranking some of those base damage numbers up for him.
Yeah, as you're getting higher up, I do think that the Force package potentially has a little bit better recovery. Though I would actually put the Redemption ship to be being played by the non-Force player more than it is the Force player.
I think that that's a safe call. Having those access to those Force cards makes it a little tough to find the right kind of space and all for something like that. No pun intended that time.
That time.
That time.
I'm predicting a Rebellious Hammerhead to come out of the non-Force Han's hand this turn. But then that'll probably be followed up by a Luke Skywalker from the Force player.
Let's see, but Force Han has the initiative right now.
That's true.
So with that, are you looking to just swing your Han into something and have it die? Looking to develop your board some first?
If I don't need my Han,
Granted, you still have 5 HP left on your Han, so it's probably not dying except to anything except the frog.
yeah, I think I'm using Han to remove some. If I don't need my reduction off of the Han 2, I think I'm using it to clear out some of this damage against me right here. This is going 6 tapped.
Definitely thinking tough on this one.
Okay.
Right.
So we're just going to reduce the frog down. Doesn't kill it. Yeah, because it's not, again, we don't have villainous cards in our discard pile. We only have heroic cards. So it's only a single -3/-3.
Is there a number of cards in your hand, if you are the non-Force Han player, that a Rebellious Hammerhead is not worth it?
That's a little situational. Oh, we're going to the flip side.
Okay, we're bringing Obi back.
Oh, here comes a forced throw, though, I bet. He tapped one for a half second. It's very situational, but usually I'm looking for a 3 or a 4 with my Rebellious Hammerheads.
Okay.
2
All right.
kind of makes it, do I really care about that?
No,
there
the
we
Mystic
go.
Reflection is
So,
coming in clutch.
yep,
Get
wasn't
that
a force
frog
throw.
out of here. How do you fry those frog legs up?
You fry them.
Well, okay, but is it like Kashyyyk style? Is it Cajun style?
I can't do spice.
Do you have a
so it's not Cajun for me.
So Coruscant style?
No.
Camino. That one's real bland. All
That's
the
like
same
a little
thing.
barbecue sauce.
Little
Just barbecue
barbecue. Okay.
frog leg. That's
All
all
right.
we're going for here. So 5 damage onto the Obi-Wan from the Han. Taking 5 back.
He took,
Just
he
leaving
took
it
4
one-
back, but yeah.
Or 4 back. So leaving with 1 hit point left. $12-3 on the base damage. Still kind of an early game, still a close game.
So what was that? If I do math real quick, that puts us at 8 resources apiece, yes? Does this turn into a windmill slam crate?
What are we doing for damage over here? Like, we're doing math, and I don't know what's going on. Did he attack with the Obi-Wan? Is that why he's still sideways?
It does look like the non-Force Han does have the initiative, so there is a good chance that they swung for 4.
Would have gone from 12 to 16 then.
Yes.
And we have 1 erroneous damage off to this side for whatever reason at the moment.
It's a new addition to Darth Revan's hat.
Oh.
Reflects laser blasts back at whoever shot him.
Oh, I thought it was a booze hat.
Oh, okay, yeah, a little.
Little fedora.
Listen, I know that they're inside the same Disney universe and stuff,
Now
but I
they
still
are.
think that still think that one's a little bit of a stretch.
I don't know. We'll see.
Looks like we may have a judge conversation going on right now, trying to figure out exactly where that 1 point of damage exists. So let's see. So we're gonna or not.
I
that
have
does
no
look
idea.
like
It's a cheated out.
that
probably
does look like a crate.
Yep.
Overwhelm, and then when an opponent does something.
Yep.
First couple of words.
That does indeed scream Crate Dragon. So this is going to put the pressure on the non-Force Han player to start taking some actions, hopefully. But we already know the one fell the dragon was in the resource row.
It sure was,
So-
and it felled the not dragon.
Yeah, does he have another fell the dragon? Oh, are we going to see a Force Lightning? No, Force
Nope.
Throw of...
That looks like a Luke.
Yes,
That
it is.
is a Luke for
That's doing 7
7.
damage, and he takes 1 back. That kills the Obi-Wan.
Okay, clears up that lane so that Anakin and Han now can attack and get into base. Huge swing of momentum.
Yeah, but that still leaves the crate alive with 1 hit point. It wasn't enough to kill
I
it.
do believe that it'll leave it with a little bit less than that because it does look like he cheated out the crate dragon, so it would
So-
have 8, and so then 1 HP remaining after that force throw.
That's what I was saying.
Listen, numbers are hard, okay? Don't
So-
let anybody tell you differently.
Meaning that the crate's effect is still in effect.
No, hold on. I explained it so that way the viewers can understand exactly how this mathed out. That's what it is.
Okay. Is that where that 1 damage was from? Is from that your math?
Sure, why not? I just took it out and I just left it there, threw it on the table. I wanted to confuse as many people as I could.
Good.
Is it working?
I'm confused.
So am I, so great. Here we go.
Is it possible to check the playback to see if they miscalculated their damage? They think they might have.
He should be at 16. This 1 erroneous damage shouldn't be there at all.
So this thing just should not be there?
Correct.
Cool.
All right, so the judge came over and asked us to confer with our little playback to see where that 1 damage was, and we told him, go away. So we had an Anakin come down, and then a rebellious Hammerhead came down to clear out the crate dragon, but now we got 6 damage that's going to go right back onto... Oh, it cannot hit space. The crate dragon cannot go after space, so you can't hit the rebellious Hammerhead.
It is a big worm, but it can't reach quite that
Nope.
far.
So the only thing you can do here is you can go to base or you can go on to Cassian.
And we're hitting for 6, right?
6.
From
That
that
is the
hammerhead?
cost of the Hammerhead.
Okay, so it doesn't take out the Cassian, puts it
Nope.
at 1,
Correct.
or puts a substantial chunk into that base.
Yep, and it looks like he's going after the Cassian here.
All right, that does mean, though, that the worm can now swing into Cassian.
Nope, the worm's dead. The Rebellious Hammerhead killed the worm.
Listen, I want the worm to swing at Cassian. Yeah, well, do a whole bunch of extra damage. All right, well.
Cassian has smuggled his way past that worm.
So the secrets that he's carrying, though, are those in a briefcase? Are those like tucked in one of the fluffs around his collar for his hood?
I'm still sure they're in the resource row where he left them.
Oh, well, I want to know what's going on.
Luke coming into play to take out the Cassian.
We don't need no -6, -6. Get him out of here.
And now there's 5 more. But now here's the trick. You are now at 21 with a huge 5/7 space unit barreling you down, but you got a lot in the ground.
I count 26, but I could be. We all know I'm bad at math.
Yep. I was looking at the display. So now that creates lethal options from the Rebellious Hammerhead.
Yes. Big lethal damages. And
do you just claim at this point in time?
I mean, you kind of have to, right? And you just kind of have to hope that your opponent doesn't
Unless
have
another Cassian.
Does he bring the secrets?
So this Han has to kill this Cassian.
Has to. If he wants to go to game 3, he has to.
But even if that happens, then you can just claim, and then Rebellious Hammerhead is going to win it for you in space.
That's true. This is round 7 of 7. He could just really want a burger.
Yeah, but most likely.
Nope, he wants to try for a game 3.
Nope. I think he's just conceding
straight to
because then
base.
he just goes to base, and that's game.
That is maybe potential misstep, maybe not.
I'm not sure.
Burger does sound good at this point.
So, but this means that the non-Force Han Blue player takes it down 2-0.
Yeah, Han crushed it this round.
Does that surprise you?
I don't know. I really like what the Force options are available inside of Blue-Red Heroic. But I don't know if maybe it's diluted because you're not actually playing with a Force leader and how relevant that can be. Han non-Force was able to show that these cards are still good.
Yep.
And I don't need all of those fancy toys and doohickeys, and I can still just put damage on base, run at your units, whittle you down, and get the W. That's big W, especially here.
Yeah. Play big things, do big things.
Big Monta.
Yeah.
Big number up, go we, right? Happy feelings, whatever it is.
Well,
There's some quote like that.
By and large, most of his guys aren't swinging for less than 4.
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah, Grogu's not swinging very often. He's just looking to move damage around.
Yep.
Keep that frog a little weak so he can keep going.
Yeah. So, do you want me to see if I can get a interview? Sure.
Looks like we are kind of moving some things around. We're going to check some of the other tables, see if there's anything there, or if we're going to grab one of these players for an interview. Jeffrey, I do think that the attack into base was potentially incorrect. Again, players in the moments maybe see something slightly different than we do with our viewpoint and our knowledge. I don't think that it looked great for Han Force, kind of no matter how you shaped that final couple of turns out. Took, unfortunately, a little bit too much damage early on in the game and getting to a spot where you can't really recover, stabilize, and turn the corner as they would have liked to.
So most of Han2 Blue's recovery is in restore effects.
True.
Which require the unit to be on the board and to be then swinging.
It does.
So I think the reason why it's harder for them, yes, they have the capability of recovering, but it's not like that guarantee like the Intermittent Warrior provides.
Right, and that's part of what makes that card so good, especially right now, is to be able to, even as base card of it is, not including a Han discount, a 4-mana 4/4 with a shield, and you're able to restore 3 damage from your base.
Yeah.
That's a huge swing.
It's like a triple threat.
Huh?
Body, shield, and heal.
Okay, yeah, I can get behind it. I was expecting it to get up and sing and dance for us, but
Oh, no.
but let's think about this even more so. Like, FFG has talked about moving forward that our 1-drops or our 2-drops, like our turn 1 drops rather, need to be a little bit stickier, need to stay around, be more relevant, not necessarily get removed off the board instantaneously. That's why we're seeing a lot of 2/4s with an ability. Gungis being that extra toughness to make them a 2/5.
I think Joe said that their ability is the hit point.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So now you've got a 4-drop, comes out a little bit later, and heals basically at a swing and a half from one of those if they were able to get in on base. That's a crazy math swing.
I've always looked at like average swing as 3. So
Yeah.
if you look at it that way, they're healing 1 swing.
Yeah. I mean, there are decks in the meta currently right now that are even coming back into the meta. I'm looking at you, Quinlan, that everything in their deck attacks for 3.
Yeah.
So it's how many times do I need to attack for 3, and how can I change that number to make it so I have to attack less to get to you?
Yeah.
And now I'm, as a 4/4, I'm going to reduce that. Oh, plus I got a shield. Come get me, brah. Come get me.
Yeah. And the 4 health isn't insignificant in absorbing damage from decks like the Jump to Light Speed Boba Fett. All the indirect damage, you like a 3 buffer there at that point in time, and then you can still swing into something, and then you can die.
Yeah, very true. I like a lot of the Force things. I think the Force things are great. I'm glad that they don't have anything really that just says restore or heal a bunch of damage off of your base or off of your units. And you do have to play that game of, all right, I've got my unit in play. It's going to start doing its thing. And if you can't interact with me, I'm going to start to run away with this game. I'm going to snowball. I'm a Luke that just -3'd or -6'd one of your units. And if you let me keep this guy, I'm going to heal 3. And then I'm going to heal 3. And then I'm going to heal 3. But at the same time, I'm now swinging for 6 in on your base.
Yeah.
That's big points numbers, big
So,
swings.
One of the conversations David and I were having earlier was the tie of contingent abilities and the cost ratios they include. For instance, the mining...
I was going to say, please explain this like I'm 5.
The mining TIE fighter, the little 1/2 for 1.
Okay, yeah.
That you have to pay 2, but you have to attack with it and pay 2 just to draw a card.
Sure, yeah.
So
I love that guy.
But compare that to cards like the Intermittent Warrior, where all you have to do is spend a Force token. So at what point does the cost of the card for the ability, where's that balance point for you?
Oh, okay. That was not where I was expecting this question to go. It's really hard to say in Star Wars Unlimited, even more specifically, because they have yet, in my opinion, to fully announce and decide how much a card costs for the game. Does a card cost to draw a card?
Okay.
Does it cost 3 resources? Does it cost 5 resources? Does it cost 2 damage on your base? Does it cost 7 damage on your base? Every time that we're seeing this thing, or seeing cards that say draw a card, there's a different cost associated to it. So being able to really kind of iron out what that information is, I think helps with ironing out what other abilities, cost ratio, or whatever the fancy words that you used are. I think that the Force mechanic is great for development of the game, but does somewhat show some of that unknown aspect of how much things should be costed.
Well,
because so the warrior that we've been talking about that heals you 3 uses the Force token, which can also equal dealing 4 damage to something with Mace Windu. Can also equal drawing 2 cards off of Ki-Adi Mundi.
Right.
Can also equal -2, -0 from an attacking unit with Chirrut. Can also equal -1, -1 to any unit with Mother Talzin.
Right, it's a very universal currency, if you will. So my kind of leading question towards that was, is the fact that you have this Force mechanic, this currency that you are then growing and exchanging, a more universal and better applicable spender versus all the randomness that you were talking about before, where there is no set value kind of thing? for instance, like the mining TIE fighter, right? It's at that heavy of a cost of pay 2. Why do I also have to attack with it? Why can't it just be pay 2 and I get to draw a card on the ability? So now with the Force thing, you have to have the Force to get this extra ability, but if you don't, you still get to do all this other good stuff.
Sure. I think that it's I don't know. I'll just say that. I don't know. I think that the Mining Guild TIE Fighter that you're talking about, that draws cards on attack and stuff, is a good card. It's definitely not as air quote pushed as some other cards that allow you to draw cards or things like that.
For less resource investment.
Sure. But it's a great starting point. I think it's a great set 1 card. And we've seen how it's kind of, in the early days, was somewhat relevant in some of the decks. And now his coming has kind of started to show a resurgence in some of these like pilot decks, looking at mainly Vader.
Yep.
To being able to get some extra card draw since it's looking to empty its hand so fast. But it just maybe potentially shows, in saying this in the best way as possible, some inexperience in designing certain aspects of things. I think that the card is great. I think the card is good and very playable. But we need to have some sort of stabilized, this aspect of the game costs this many resources, be it true resources, the life token or the force token, HP on your base, something like that, to then really start to iron out some of the other details around it.
Do you think normalizing costs of effects will help balance or hinder design capabilities?
This could just be the whatever player brain in me, but I think that it could ultimately help because it does create a baseline for where you start from. Is this card good? Is this card bad? Is this card only playable in XYZ formats? Is this going to be playable in other formats? But it creates a baseline for not only you as the development team to know what is kind of acceptable ranges versus the players then being able to go like, okay, I understand what's going on with this card, how it's supposed to be used. And if you put something that is an oddball in that situation, now you've got that other set of players that are like, wait, how do I cook with this card? How do I put this inside my deck to get it to do the thing that I want it to do? And I think that we've seen a couple of those like brew around me, build around me cards, looking primarily at Leia Organa from Legends of the Force.
Yep.
This card does something that we haven't seen before. I think that it's a really kind of a cool mechanic, and it opens up to have some of this play space. I'll be honest, I'm going to let somebody else, probably you, figure out what's going on with that card, and then I'll play with it. But I think it's cool. I think it's great. Anakin, the new Anakin, Lord of Mortis or Mortis in between or whatever from Legends of the Force, does the same thing. Hey, if you're playing both a good guy and a bad guy, I do things better. Mm-hmm. I can do things normally, or I do things better if you're going out of your way to build around my mechanic. That I think we need a little bit more of, but we can't have those until we know what a baseline is.
I think with the Hoth set that's coming out, they're kind of exploring that a little bit because they have some of the cards that say, well, it's a red card that says if you have a blue card in play, this happens kind of thing. So they're integrating a little bit of the synergy in that regard. Yeah,
I want to see some of that. I unfortunately lost the local betting pool that Legends of the Force was going to have multicolored cards in them, being like both a Vigilance and a Cunning card in it.
Oh, interesting.
I thought that maybe we were going to finally get to that aspect. No pun intended there either. I'm super excited to potentially even get to that spot, because I think that that's going to really open things up for us.
When do we hit that? The double aspect cards. You know what? What's the next set in set 7? Lawless something or another? That might be where we break the rules and we start getting the multi-aspect stuff to it.
Yeah. Jeffrey, I see that you've made a comment like worrying that if we create kind of a baseline for what abilities cost what, that we might get some watered down effects. And you're not wrong. That is something that would kind of be a side effect of being able to do that. And it is something that you would have to consciously like keep in mind, and maybe we don't get as many of effects. Not that we have a ton of effects right now that say draw a card on them, but we just adjust and focus how those are implemented a little bit better.
Well, I mean, again, when I've designed stuff in the past as well, when you put a matrix, like a hard matrix onto something where you're giving, draw a card costs 3 resources, for instance, right?
Yeah.
It creates golden handcuffs on you from a design space to where then anything that has a draw card mechanic has to start at that cost and only goes up from there or whatever. Unless you start putting like some hard negatives to offset that, et cetera, et cetera. It really kind of puts these golden handcuffs on you as far as what you can do and get away with without making everything just feel like, oh, that's just this, but with this. I mean, in a sense, you could look at Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest as the same thing.
Right.
Oh, it's just this, but slightly different, but we can ignore that part.
Yeah, but isn't that also still some of the problem that we're running into? Is that now those blue villainy decks are able to run up to 6 Power of the Dark Sides to get rid of those?
For that particular card, but that's what I'm saying. But the more matrixy that you make the cost of abilities, the more you're going to run into repeat effects like that, just with slightly twisted things. I think it takes some originality away from what it is. But it does mean that you have to be much more diligent and vigilant about how many layers you put into a card. Because then you start running into things like we have with like Triple Dark Raid or potentially Force Throw, where now they do so many things for a cost that doesn't have any reflection on what they're truly capable of doing at that point in time.
Yeah. I will say, I think that this boils down to is way above my pay grade. Way above my pay grade. I think that there's a lot of good pros and cons with both sides of it. I, as a mid-rangey control player, definitely want to have more of like a baseline of like, this costs this. Pay this cost, get this like return of investments. I think is the best thing for me as that kind of a player, because I can plan out things a lot better.
You're number crunching.
Yeah. No, but yeah. Oh shit! Why are you telling the people these things? Why?
I'm just driving the bus. I mean, if you want to step in front of it, that's your own fault.
I mean, sure, yes. You know, sometimes it's just the easy way. Yeah. It's gonna take me downtown one way or the other.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So, well, that is the end of round 7. We're currently just in the waiting game to find out our cut to top 8. Once we get that, we will definitely be back with our top 8, and we'll let you know what those are. In the meantime, I think we're going to take this last 8 minutes and just take a step away for a little break, hit the restrooms, and get set up for you coming back. So stick around with us here with Unlimited Power.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to coverage of the Portland Planetary Qualifier. We're about to get started with the top 8, and we've got the bracket here. I'm Rebel Traitor with Take the Initiative, and I'm joined here with Rob from the Babu Freaks. You want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I was happy to be here. Thanks for doing this with me. Appreciate it.
All right. So you've got a couple teammates in the top cut, don't you?
Yeah, we do. We got 2. We have Jasper on Kylo Tarkentown at the top of the bracket there, and then Alex on Han2 Blue with the Force Base.
And we should be getting Alex's game here. Jasper's game. And Jasper's going to be playing against Han Blue without the Force Base.
Without the Force Base.
Which is a hot take.
It is a choice. Gives you access to some different units. I think Outer Rim Outlaws stands out in this list. Village Protectors was an old standby from like the set 4 lists as well. That also could be a key card here in this Kylo matchup. On the other side of the board, like Jasper's maybe looking for the Glavian Antagonizer to punch through that Village Protectors, but also I think looking at like a Shocked-In, like Itinerant Warrior holds the Kylo flip hostage. So hopefully looking to disrupt that as well. I think that that's what we're looking at in the early turns, probably.
Yeah.
As everything plays out.
All right. Elsewhere in the top cut, we've got 2 Iden Data Vaults, which is really interesting to me. I think that both these players worked together on it for a while, if I recall correctly.
Okay, that's interesting. I think they're playing slightly different lists, a little bit different removal suites, but Yeah, similar play pattern to I think like the Bosk Blues of old.
Similar, yeah. But you get a lot of the green spaceships and removal.
You get the
and,
ramp, yeah. Yeah, you get Devastator at the top, yeah.
Are they running all the ramp? Because the list I've seen run resupply, but not super laser.
Yeah, I think it's
usually.
just, I've only seen resupply, yeah.
Yeah. Then we've also got Zach on Quinlan, Wolf on Boba Data Vault, who I lost to in Swiss.
Yeah, Zach and Wolf both running back their Galactic Championships decks.
Nice, yeah.
Wolf finished top 64, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, well. And Zaid on Gar ECL.
Yeah, my personal favorite that I took to the Galactic Championship, finished top 32, so nice to see it represented here by another local competitor.
Yeah. And it looks like the players are looking at each other's deck lists, so we should be getting started here pretty soon. Nope.
Yeah, we're just looking to change that Kylo Ren to a Tarkin Town.
Jasper's been playing this Kylo deck for a long time. I believe they ran it at the last Planetary and maybe even the one before that.
Yeah, it's their pet deck. I think they top 16'd with it last time. Kind of searching after Worlds for a deck, and Jasper kind of landed here, and it's exciting to see it work out for them. I think they've been on coverage several times throughout the day, and been piloting it well.
Yeah. The Tarkin Town is an interesting choice over the 30 health. But sometimes it really does matter, especially if you can get some pings in there with like Mr. Bones.
It is, and like Jasper agonizes over it. Jasper would much prefer to play the 30 health base, but the 25 health Tarkin Town is a concession to actually this matchup right here.
Oh, interesting.
The Han, you just kind of need it to board trade with Han.
Makes sense.
But otherwise, we'd all much prefer playing the 30 here.
Although this version of the Han might be more immune to the Tarkin Town because of all the shielded units.
True, yeah. Doubling up on the shielded units for the Outer Rim Outlaws. Village Protectors, in addition to the Itinerant Warrior that's stock with these Han 2 blue lists. Yeah, absolutely. It's a good call. One of the things we should probably mention is the change to the OP rules for Top Cut.
Yeah.
That the top seed gets to choose who starts with the initiative. And I think that's a big deal considering how much initiative seems to matter in this particular meta.
Yeah, so Cody is going to get to pick. I imagine he's going to be going first.
Yeah, I would assume they would start.
Another thing that's worth noting is that because as Jasper's list runs Chaos of War, so card draw is kind of punished. So one of the biggest things that you give up by not playing the Force base is Ki Adi Mundi, which may actually be a boon for Cody in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Some light card draw here and just the standard Yodas, but otherwise, yeah. Red Squadron X-Wing as well.
Oh, yeah.
As a refill, yeah.
All right, and it looks like handshakes happened, and we should be off to the races.
And here, Jasper looking for double 1-drops.
Yep.
Guavian Antagonizer would be also highly prioritized among those ones. I think there are several different ways I think Cody could go opening here.
Does Jasper have 7 cards in hand?
Jasper.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. 2. Can't tell on the shuffle.
No, I think they've got
4.
Okay. Yeah.
I saw what you were seeing there too for a second there, yeah. And Guavian open.
There's the first one, and there's the second one. And there's that Tarkin Town.
Yep.
This opening looks really strong for Jasper to me.
Looks good. You don't feel great Tarkin Towning a Yoda, but like sacrifices need to be made to make it work. I think the Guavian helps to hedge against like some of these other like turn 2 plays that can maybe punish spending the Tarkin Town so early.
All right, a second Yoda. This one, different artwork.
We've got a Kylo's tie in hand that should be pitched here maybe to this Kylo. question too, yeah, of where this daring rate's going to go.
Yes, the daring rate goes to the Yoda. And then Kylo discards the silencer, yeah.
Mr. Bones now going to be attacking for 5.
And, yep, Glavian's going to kill that Yoda.
Keeps the restore off the field and
first
to
damage
base,
of the game.
I think a dream start for Jasper.
Yeah.
3 units on the board. Kylo flip very well insulated now. Cody's going to have to commit resources to the turn immediately.
Yeah, and Cody's got nothing out there to fight back with. Facing down 8 damage plus a Kylo flip this turn. Ooh.
Shotgun Poe.
Oh, I mean, that is big, but not yet.
Yeah, a lot of damage is going to be done to the base before this Poe can start interacting.
And if Jasper can empty their hand, they might even just be able to clear the Poe easily. Because Mr. Bones does the 2 damage on attack. Can we pull up Mr. Bones, D-Rod?
Sorry?
D-Rod, can we pull up Mr. Bones?
Yeah.
He's a really interesting one. All right.
Yeah, 3-1 on attack.
Kylo's going to be used, discarding the Benthic. Oop. We got a little bit of Mr. Bones there.
A little bit of Mr. Bones. Half of the bones.
It's okay, we can...
Yeah, I was just going to say here, 3-1 with an on attack when you have no cards in hand, deals 3 damage to a ground unit.
Is it 3 or is it 2? I can't remember.
3 damage to a ground unit, which would not, either way, would not quite finish off Poe.
It doesn't, but if you just throw the Guavian into it,
Yeah,
it's only 2 damage that you're
yeah.
missing out on. Looks like
we got a judge call here, so we might want to take it back to the home screen real quick. Checking the number of cards that Jasper started with. It looked like in the white that there might have been 5 in hand, but I think after resourcing, we saw 4. We only saw 4, right?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
It's how player drew an extra card. That's the one that could have happened. The players did not notice at all.
It might have been at the very start.
It was the opening hand then, yeah.
Yeah, we thought we saw it, then we thought we were good, and then people were trying to no.
We can look at the coverage and see. Yeah, bear with us, folks, as this judge call gets resolved. We might be doing some instant replay.
We are hearing that the judge said Jasper did indeed draw an extra card.
And if they did, that would have been at the very beginning of the game.
Most likely, yeah.
Our head judge right now looks like probably rewinding to this top of the stream to see if we can find the exact moment when that extra card entered the hand.
Let's see. I guess we can talk about how we did at the PQ. I ended up 5-2 on the new Kylo with ECL.
ECL, nice. Yeah, I ran Quinlan Tarkentown today, shirking the Gar ECL, and went 3-3 drop.
Ah.
Yeah. Tough day at the office for you. Yeah. Congrats on your points. Top 16.
Top 16. Yeah. This store's Guardian Games really generous with the pricing.
They are very much so, yeah.
I
It's
get
also just
$100 store credit for top 16, so
yeah.
no promo.
Also, just a
but
great place to play.
Yeah. Ever in the
so
Portland area.
Yeah, excited to see this PQ sell out again.
Yeah.
Community up here in the Pacific Northwest thriving. Still absolutely excited about the game, even post Worlds.
Yeah. Looks like Jasper has been given a game loss for game 1.
Yeah, it's a tough break. Ultimately, I think the right call to remedy the situation, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And we'll go post forward to game 2.
Unfortunate. But Davi's done a great job of running this event as a judge, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think it's the right call. And I think, like, on Jasper's side, probably doesn't feel great. I mean, everyone's been playing a long time. This is a record heat day.
Yeah.
In Portland, so I think ulterior motives, I think should be assumed here. I think it's just like an honest mistake.
Yeah.
Made by a player. As we move to the boards here, on Cody's side, I think some of the upgrade removal probably coming in. Fang Fighter, maybe Kit Fisto as well.
Kit Fisto's Air 3 Sprite. It's an interesting one, yeah.
Yeah, maybe it comes down a little too late. Maybe it's just the Fang Fighter. Also got in 1 Open Fire, 1 Rivals Fall, 2 Aggrieved Parliamentarian for the Kylo matchup, 2 Bombing Run, 2 Champs and Dula. So we're not going to see the Parliamentarians or the Chams. Bombing Run could be spicy. A lot of low toughness units, occupying predominantly the ground arena for Kylo. So maybe you could make an argument for that. I think definitely the Fang Fighter and Open Fire coming in for sure.
Yeah, Jasper is running a full suite of upgrades. I think they've got Fallen lightsabers, Maul's lightsabers, and Battle Fury, right?
Yep, Battle Fury, Fallen lightsaber, and Maul's lightsaber.
And
on Jasper's side, 3 Cell Block Guard, 3 Ruthless Raider, 2 Series Officer, and 2 Precision Fire. I think here, absent turret that you would typically see in the 4-space Han list, I think we're probably not going to see the much more than probably the Ruthless Raiders.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Just to kind of hedge and reach if the game goes a little bit longer, which is what Cody's obviously trying to do.
Yeah, Cody is on Village Protectors, right? So maybe the Precision Fire comes in for that.
It's possible. I wonder if you can just rely on Guavian to counter, but yeah, maybe you want that little extra protection there as well.
What are you bringing out if you're Jasper for those Raiders?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at right now. I think it's tricky. I don't think really any of the units you want to cut. I mean, Dengar's not particularly exciting, but it is a 1-mana 2/2. I think maybe you could trim on the Chaos of Wars, talking about what we talked about. Hey, no Coyote Mundi to really punch through. If you wanted, I think you can't cut all of the upgrades, even though upgrade removal is coming into the deck.
Yeah, there's not even a ton of it, so I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, but maybe you can shave some numbers there. I think they probably keep the Battle Fury because it's just close, 2 mana for plus 3/3. Maybe trim the Maul's lightsabers to bring a couple things in.
Yeah, Cody's just got, 1 Fang Fighter, 1 Aether Sprite? Does he have anything in the main?
He has a Confiscate in main as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Confiscate main. Also has just a suite of one-ofs at the 6 resource. Anakin Skywalker, Champion Immortus, Gorilla Attack Pod, Obi-Wan, the Sentinel, and a Wrecker as well. And I believe that is a 6. That is 6. We counted it out slowly. Jasper this round. This is like Jasper will be on the play with the initiative to start this one. Couldn't catch all of that hand, but it looked like mostly upgrade or mostly events. Very low units. I think a System Shock, a couple Daring Raids. So Jasper's going to try again.
Yeah, it looks like they mulliganed. And Cody will as well?
Yeah, Cody will again. Both. Player's going to have another look here. What's next for you, Story? What are events are you playing in for the rest of the season?
It remains to be seen. I'm maybe moving to a different city in the next few months, but if not, I'll try to go up to at least one of the Seattle PQs.
Yeah.
There's 2 of them. One's constructed, one's limited.
Yeah, very excited to have one of the limited PQs near us. Absolutely.
I'm more of a fan of constructed, but
sure.
Glad we got both.
Yeah. Mixed format next Worlds. So we're going to have to learn them both.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, both players have to be happy with these.
Yeah.
After the mulligan. See a Mr. Bones. And it looks like see a force choke.
Is that a green card in Jasper's hand on the top?
It's a hyperspace Bo-Katan, I
Oh,
think.
yeah, that would make sense.
All right, 2 stormtroopers going to be the lead out from Jasper here.
Yep. Outlaws.
I think probably the ideal preferred opening from Cody here.
Yeah.
Shocking in an Outer Rim Outlaw. And a second Stormtrooper.
And Cody gets the initiative here.
Yep.
I wonder if they're going to try and kill one of these troopers right away, or maybe they've got something else.
It really depends on the texture of the hand, right? If you could feel like you can race, obviously you're well insulated from the Tarkin Town with the shield token. And yeah, we're going to trade.
All right. And Stormtrooper, I imagine all the indirects, the indirects going on the base.
Indirect's going to go to the base.
Ooh, that's a nice pickup, itinerant.
Another, ideal opening from Cody again. We talked about an itinerant warrior at the top of the broadcast. Holding Kylo Ren hostage, just like a must card you're going to have to deal with on the Kylo side of things.
All right. Migs is perhaps an answer. Yep, Kylo discards, and then Target Town clears the itinerant.
That is a lot of resources to take away the itinerant warrior.
It is.
Jasper could have played the antagonizer that turn instead of pitching it, but really valuing both the fallen lightsaber in hand and a successful Kylo flip.
Yeah. All right, Cody with initiative again. Going to just trade with the Migs.
Yeah, have to trade with Migs here.
Can't let that Migs get too much value. The other Kylo Tarkin Town has showed just how valuable it is, but
yeah. I see Bill Burr in the meta.
All right, and there's another Poe, and it looks like Jasper's hand is Fallen Force Choke, which looks really good into this board.
Yeah.
Because
So
the
he's going to
choke
get the
costs
draw
1,
here.
and they have to play both.
Their cards hand,
it's
and
going to be 8.
a big 8 to base. Halfway there for Jasper in game 2.
Well, technically it is 30, so just under halfway.
Yeah.
Man, maybe that 2 health is going to matter.
It's possible. Looking here at Cody's list to see what they can find to deal with this Kylo leader immediately. Entering Han's flip turn.
That's a nice showcase Kylo from Jasper.
Yeah. One of the best ones of the set. The Hammerhead for 4, looks like.
For 5. It's 6 cost normally.
So the damage, sorry. The damage to Kylo is for 4. Yeah.
Doesn't quite die, though.
No. This is looking like we're going to trade our leaders here.
Yeah. Jasper playing as much as they can out of hand before that happens. So it's going to be 7?
7, I think. Yep. And I think this trade is forced, frankly. Yeah.
Yeah. So 21 for Cody.
I'll get a
2 more, and the indirect goes on Hammerhead.
Yeah, Hammerhead very good at soaking up this indirect damage now. And Jasper's hellbent once again.
Just a little bent thick.
Yeah. Right now, Cody, I think, is looking for Obi-Wan. I think Obi-Wan.
The 6 cost.
Yeah, the 6 cost Obi-Wan, yeah.
And it looks like Jasper Sane is Fallen and Reckless Gunslinger.
Village Protectors. Village Protectors also is going to buy some time here.
Yeah.
Two cards now with Jasper. Another Fallen Lightsaber. Which
Fallen is
it's just a bump. It's just a buff right now.
Well, oh yeah, because there are no number Force units.
Yeah, no Force units on the field, and a Reckless Gunslinger.
So Jasper's thinking they might just have to punch through this Village Protectors.
Yeah, like first attack with the unit that survives.
All right, 3 more resources for Cody. I wonder if he has a second one. 3. Oh, open fire.
Romantic, yep. Is the Stormtrooper picking up something off the ground here? Something that might have fallen.
Gunslinger. Gunslinger's a 1 cost, right?
Yeah,
so,
1 cost, 2/1, deals some damage to each base.
All right.
Yeah,
looks
here
like,
comes the Fallen
he
Lightsaber.
has picked up something that's fallen. All right.
And direct damage assigned to the Village Protectors, yeah. Once again, it's posed again, I think, to go to Sentinel. Seems like the only out here. Yeah.
And yeah, Cody's going to call it game 3, I guess.
Game 3, even it up. 1-1. I think going back to that game, I mean, we saw, I think the MiGs was very important on Jasper's side.
Yep.
To clear the shield so that they could Tarkin town. I think that was really important. I mean, they talked about like how many resources were spent to do that, but it proved essential. We saw how much damage this Kylo leader did once it got equipped.
Yeah. And speaking of the Kylo leader, like the Fallen Lightsaber, 6 damage in, and it kept the Kylo alive through the open fire also.
Yeah. Yeah, through the Hammerhead. I mean, forcing a leader trade, I think is probably suboptimal at that point.
Yeah, Hammerhead, not open fire, sorry. Yeah. No upgrade hate found for Cody.
No. Yeah, it's a looking for Confiscate, one of Fang Fighter, and potentially one of Aether Sprite. Players briefly rechecking their boards to see if they want to resubmit the same list for Game 3.
And it looks like they're keeping. So that last one looked like it was going to be favorable for Cody, but Meg's turned it around, really.
Yeah,
So
I
we'll
mean,
see,
Meg's also just a must-kill threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of a lightning rod there. Yeah, synergized with the deck well. I think it's like been Meg's only home until Kylo Tarkin Town. The other Kylo Tarkin Town came well. Yeah, Meg's and Kylo just go together. I see the opening grips here. 12 players in this decisive Game 3. 10 qualifier points on the line. Top 8 walks away with 15. The top 4 minimum is 25.
I believe, yeah. I think it's a bit too low for top 8. Like
it does feel that way, especially in a 128 person PQ. Like, these players grinded a long way to get here. Yeah.
I feel like you should be able to top 8 4 PQs and make it.
Yeah. This is a top 87 is
Yeah.
That is a tall order. Both players keeping their opening grip this time. See that Outlaw again from Cody to open us up.
Bones for Jasper.
He's back, and he's fully realized this time.
And Dengar. Interesting. I don't believe Jasper's running any bounties, so Dengar's just sort of in there as
Just
a 1-cost.
1 mana 2/2. Yeah, honest 2/2. Yeah. System Shock was picked up in the hand. I do believe, based on last game, like this Outlaw is going to crash in, presumably to this Mr. Bones, but this System Shock will be able to cleanly take care of the Outlaw, so the Tarkin Town doesn't have to be used.
Yep. And you're right. Bones killed by the Outlaws.
Might be incentive to hold this System Shock as well to see, do we have an accelerated Itinerant Warrior, because that would be a much better target for it at this point.
Yeah, the Outlaws isn't doing much on its own right now. So.
Right.
Gunslinger for Jasper. It's going to Sabine those bases, basically. Cassian.
Dropping Cassian.
Full health.
Sorry, it's not a System Shock. It's just Daring Raid and Battle Fury are the two cards in hand. So I think we see Battle Fury on Dengar, potentially. Ooh. Okay, interesting.
That's interesting.
All right, we're going to clear the board here with that trade.
Oh, Tarkin Town use, yeah. So Tarkin Town clears the Cassian, Daring Raid clears the Outlaws. Jasper not taking the greedy line of dropping the Battle Fury on the Dengar.
Of the 3 games, this is probably the best position Cody's been in. 1 damage on base, only 1 unit on Jasper's side of the board.
All right, Augie Boggs coming down for Cody. Bit late, maybe.
It's a bit late, yeah.
But it
Turn
might,
1 is, yeah.
It might help race, potentially. If Cody decides to do that.
Yeah, we're just going to trade.
Yeah.
Kylo's going to get this Battle Fury.
Okay, no, Cody was just passing there, so he gets to confiscate the Battle Fury. Kylo hitting for all 5. Yeah. And Jasper's got the Fallen on the crackback.
It's going to know. I think Cody this time has 1 fewer card in hand, so the Hammerhead, assuming that we see a similar equip, the Fallen Lightsaber to Kylo, the Hammerhead plus Han Flip is not going to deal with Kylo this time.
Ooh, Wrecker.
But Wrecker off the top.
Which, if the Wrecker gets used, it prevents the Han deploy this turn.
Yeah. But I think that's worth it, right? I think you take that, especially.
You probably have to, yeah.
And nothing to do with Jasper's hand there. We'll have to claim.
Definitely worth it, I think. Looks like Chaos War.
Yeah. Looks like Jasper's remaining hand is Fallen Lightsaber and Battle Fury, so really missing a unit.
Yeah.
Here. And 10 to base plus a Plo.
Yeah, that is rough.
Yeah.
And Jasper's just going to call it.
Yeah.
Good games. Game loss, unfortunate, so we're not going to see another one. Congrats to Cody for moving on to top 4.
Yeah, well played by Cody. I think talking at the top of the broadcast, what he needed to find, and had a more commanding presence over the board this game, and was able to take it in 3.
Wrecker believes a 1 of there, so nice.
Wrecker's a 1 of it. Did really well there. Outstanding. Yeah.
All right, Han Blue without the Force base moving on. I wonder if we have any updates on the other matches.
Yeah, we need a field reporter of some kind. Yeah,
check the melee.
Moy in the chat shouting out his teammate. We should mention that the Ruthless Raiders also put 2 people in top 8. Got a lot of really strong competitive players in the Sci-5 corridor.
High 5 corridor, yeah. I'm not seeing anything on the melee, so
Okay.
I'm guessing all the other ones are still going. There's 2 Iden decks. I imagine that's going to take a while.
That's going to take some time, yeah. Perhaps we can get another match over to the feature match area to finish out this round.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, I think maybe we take a short break,
Yeah.
get reorganized.
Yeah, sure. You can find my stuff at Take the Initiative on YouTube. You can join our online league. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm Rob. It's been a blast.
Do you guys have anything public for Babu Freaks or?
Nothing yet. No, we're still just starting out. But excited about our showing at the GC. Excited about our showing here early on in season 1, and hopefully, yeah, you guys are going to see us in the battle in Atlanta in November.
Oh yeah. All right. Thanks for tuning in. I think we're going to go to break now.
Yeah. Thank you. Welcome back to Unlimited Power, folks. We're here at the Portland PQ, now starting top 4. I'm Rob. I'm joined by my friend and teammate, Misha. Misha, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. Thanks for having me, Rob. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, last round we said goodbye to Kylo Tarkentown, Quinlan Tarkentown, one of the Iden Data Vaults, and a Gar ECL. That leaves 4 remaining. Cody and Wolf at the top of the bracket, playing Hantu Blue into Boba Data Vault. And what we'll have on camera for you this round, Hantu Blue, the 4 space, and the second and lone remaining Iden Data Vault in the tournament.
Interesting to see the 2 Hantu Blue make it as far as they did. Not surprising, to be completely honest. Interesting to see the Hantu Blue into Iden. I don't know. Who do you think is the favored leader in that matchup?
I think it's very close. I think we just saw, you and I were both watching the last match finish up, which was between Alex and Stormy. And we saw Alex take it in a very close set of sequences. Ultimately just finally got a Crate Dragon down that Stormy couldn't answer without dying to that base damage. For Han, they are the beatdown. It's a lot of playing 2 units at once and, pushing through all of the Wraths in the deck, a lot of the 1-for-1 removal. So I would assume with Alex's play pattern, we're going to see more of the same this way, where you're going to see a lot of, the first couple, 2 or 3 turns, I think Alex is going to struggle to drop to get a unit to stick. And then eventually we're going to get to the phase of the game where Alex can play 2 units a turn, and that's where things get interesting in the game.
Absolutely. I think both players will probably enjoy having had the prior match, probably feel a little dusted up going into the next one. With Alex, a little bit of experience in the prior round, and then Sam playing in his aid. I think similar play pattern to the Hantu Blue matchup. I think it should be interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, Alex has the experience, right, after just playing the Iden Data Vault last round, but also, like, that takes a lot out of you, or it can take a lot out of you.
Very fair
such
point.
A grindy control match. So, just kind of a short rebound here. I know Alex, grabbed some water, took a little walk around before we were just getting started here. But yeah, Sam has had a little bit more of a break after beating Zayd on that Gar ECL. So yeah, we'll see how that plays out.
So this is my chance just coming into the commentating booth. Tell me about your PQ experience, Rob.
Oh, it was, we've had better. It sleeved up Quinlan Tarkentown today, I think, like I mentioned before, with Story and top 8, and didn't quite get there. But it was nice to see Zach, Seattle local, nice guy friend who, managed to get there with the deck. So I know the deck is good.
There you go.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
Players sleeving up, shuffling up here. So we get ready for game 1. Notably, Sam is the higher seed remaining between the 2. So Sam gets to choose who starts with initiative. It looks like Sam is going to, Alex. Maybe that's Alex's force token. Yeah, Sam is choosing to start.
Yep.
Is choosing to give Alex the initiative. Okay.
And believe it or not, viewer, that's not based on who has the googly eyes on their leader.
Yeah.
It is based on seed, not who did the crafts project before coming in this afternoon. All right.
Initiative really maybe doesn't matter so much in this first turn anyway. I think like Aiden's probably going to claim and Edict on turn 2. It's kind of the run out.
Yep.
Typical run out here. So.
All right. Interesting, the player style. We got Fancy Pants, Data Volt with normal leader with googly eyes, and then normal base and Fancy Pants Hantu showcase. So I think players showing their opinions here.
Yeah, I'm a fan of the googly eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they knew they were going to be on stream, so did it for our benefit.
Alex quickly shipping it back.
Yep.
Going to try again here. Looks like Sam is keeping.
So is this just get to late game for Aiden and Han just trying to do enough to win out before the game gets disgusting and long?
Yeah, there are a number of different like lockouts that I think Aiden can go for here. Avenger, I mean 3 Avengers in the board, but 2 Annihilators too. I think like Annihilator's main target I think in this matchup is hitting that Crate Dragon.
Makes sense.
That first Crate Dragon. And obviously you have to be healthy enough to endure, you know, the 11 you're going to take off the Annihilator, but like that would be, I think, the main target for the Annihilator. We saw Luke was targeted in the quarterfinal matchup previously. But also, yeah, I mean, you can stick a Devastator. There are only 3 Felda Dragons in Alex's deck, so eventually one of these big triangles is going to stick. And I think that's the way. The other way you can do it is you can mill Alex out. You have the Vigilances, you have the Restocks, you have the Bounty Hunter crew to buy it back, so you can play an even longer game and play the mill strategy as well.
Players definitely doing it for the audience. Just mill them out. It's going to be gripping television.
It's probably like the best start from Alex.
Yep.
Turn 1 Yoda. Like, so if it does get killed by Paradox, I Merciless Contest, you know, what have you.
Still
you get to draw a card rebite immediately.
There it is,
That's Merciless Contest.
So you
immediately.
drawn a card.
And we await Alex's second offering here.
Playing a Chirrut.
A Chirrut.
Interesting.
Just a 3/3 guy in this matchup.
Yep.
Not a lot to block.
Love to see it. Alex has been on those sleeves about as long as I've seen him play, so nice to see him on stream. Gotta love the original Luke. Always looking good. What was that, a power?
Maybe a second Merciless Contest. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Does the same thing.
Another Yoda.
Look here. Maybe double 2-drop from...
There we go.
Yeah. Shocked in Yoda.
Yep.
Plus another creature or another unit here. And this is what Alex is looking for.
Right.
You get the middle turns, and now, okay, you know, gonna get 1-for-1s until the end of time here. Yaddle and Yoda both on the board, but at least you're gonna start pressuring the base now.
Yep.
No Glory means that Sam's gonna draw a card. Best possible removal there. And first damage dealt. Blood has been drawn.
Only took us 5 turns.
Yeah.
Going for...
Aiden maybe could have healed there. Or
Makes
no,
sense.
not with the... I guess No Glory doesn't work with Aiden, so...
There was a fist bump there. I was a little confused. Maybe just for good measure.
Yeah.
Trying to put as much body on the table as possible. Yeah.
It's one thing with like a fist bump. Like we just have, I mean, obviously we have a very competitive community. We also just have a very respectful, positive community. I think everyone works together. Everyone celebrates each other's accomplishments. Very nice to see.
Absolutely. As my first TCG, I know nothing different, so I have nothing to compare it to. But yeah, I couldn't agree more. Just a wonderful community. All right, Alex with some significant board presence here.
We're moving into Aiden's flip turn here. Something to note is that like Aiden hasn't ramped this
Also
game, so
reasonable. Yeah.
Both players will be on 6.
Is it Vigilance here, you think, on 6? Probably best play.
It does maximize the resources.
Oh.
Be Crushing Blow on Yaddle.
trying to save that restore,
Yeah.
although not necessarily relevant here.
Maybe found an angle there to maybe another power, another merciless contest here.
Yep.
Just, I mean, really kind of just trying to bridge the gap here to Super Laser Blast.
Yep.
If you're Sam right now.
Interesting the swing with the shielded unit first. I think I might have gone with Kiadi. Hard to know.
Maybe fearing another crushing blow, second
Could
crushing
be.
blow. Yeah.
So here's the Luke.
Yeah,
That is a very
Luke will
nice
take out
play.
Iden.
Yep.
Yep. Iden was threatening the Coyote Mundi there.
Yep.
Could also heal one. And
Okay,
here's the ramp. Yeah.
Yep.
So Super Laser Blast will be live next turn.
Yep.
Not a moment too soon, really. I've seen the 6-power Luke hit the battlefield. And Alex will push the damage up to 14.
Get in when the getting's good. So yeah, you got to believe Super Laser Blast is the ideal turn for Iden.
Yeah, I think that's the expectation for sure here. Super Laser Blast, and then, and Alex, the pressure's on to sculpt a hand that plays at least 2 units every turn. And that's
Right.
kind of going to be the play pattern we
There
see
it
from
is.
here on out.
Yep.
Yep.
Considering Alex played this match last round, he's probably very familiar with some of these lines. Oh, thinking about it.
And Ezra Bridger.
Yep. Gonna
heal one from
healing.
Iden.
Yep. There is the double cast.
The shield tokens matter
Absolutely.
in this matchup because there are 2 Wraths in these Iden Data Vault decks. There's the Super Laser Blast, which we just saw, but there's also the Nebula Ignition, which only kills an unupgraded unit. So the shield token being an upgrade means that Itinerant Warrior, Secretive Sage, those cards are insulated from that Wrath in particular. So you're looking at the 9 resource turn. 9 resources in Blue-Black Villainy typically signals Avenger, which would presumably eat the Ezra here, but it lets the Itinerant Warrior get back in. Second Super Laser Blast obviously wraps the board. But again, because that Itinerant Warrior has a shield,
Going for the Snoke play. Make everybody smaller. That's probably less than ideal for Iden.
It's interesting. It kind of depends on the texture of the hand, because if you have another Wrath in hand, it's going to force Alex to commit more to the board to get more damage.
Yeah.
And this is also, I mean, Snoke is a threat. Like, Snoke hits.
Fair. There's the Poe.
Yeah.
Direct answer.
So Poe does threaten to kill Snoke with a pitch. First action of Alex's next turn. You can see you're committing 2 to the board. So, yeah, if there is another Wrath in the hand, you do get pretty good value for it. This will be an attack for 3 to the base. Bodhi and Sam to 16.
Is the Grogu just insulation from single unit removal? I'm a little surprised to see that hit the board.
Really, yeah, it's just Power of the Dark Side protection.
Yeah.
I think, like, on Alex's side, you can't really afford to resource too many units. Like, you just need all the units to match all the removal.
Makes sense.
So, yeah, Grogu's just going to do an honest attack for 1, probably. There is an angle. I mean, Poe doesn't necessarily have to discard now. Like, you can use Grogu to
Finish.
hit, Snoke for 2. I don't think we're going to see that option here. I think I don't really imagine this Poe is going to get to live. Poe is now, like, notably in takedown range as well. These decks play 3 copies of takedown. So we tap for 2. This is like a timely intervention.
Walker,
This
possibly.
should be Walker.
And Poe is the target, I would assume.
I would assume so, yeah.
Boom.
So
Big
most
heal.
threatening on the board,
Yeah.
yep. Heal once. Heal again. I think pitch was it looks like it was a takedown and a Snoke. I didn't see the first card, but it was definitely a Snoke.
I will say, Sam was on Kira for a while and was convinced on the timely play, so he probably loved seeing the timely Walker. Another opportunity to play it in the Iden deck.
Kira enjoy it. Yeah. Timely Walker feels amazing. Yeah, heal 6 or draw 2 or in between. Yeah.
And as the aggro player, you hate to see it.
Yeah. So Kruger will put 2 damage on Snoke after the Poe leaves the battlefield.
Okay. Going to 3 on Snoke.
Yeah, Sam, just being careful, play into the board.
Right.
Hasn't necessarily felt comfortable enough to turn the corner yet and start dealing damage to the base.
And as the Han 2 player, it's a challenging spot to be in, but that deck has so much. You can go so deep into games.
Yeah.
I think as Alex showed in his prior match.
It has the Force, so Mace Windu is active. Anakin Skywalker also active to kill the Snoke.
Yep.
That'll be another Poe.
Sure, Alex would love the timely from hand or from row here. Unfortunately, wrong color scheme.
They hit 1 from Maiden. I'll put it back to 9.
So as the control player in Iden, are you starting to feel comfortable here?
Not quite yet. I think like one of the things you always keep in mind, I think on the blue-green ability side, is like you always want to holster something that deals with the first Krayt Dragon.
Makes sense.
Like that's like the first big hurdle, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's probably top of mind for Sam. I think you're feeling pretty good. I mean, you're at 16 now. You're back at 9. I think you have, you clearly have an answer on board to this second Poe. Because the Walker can just get in again.
Yeah.
So
and
for Walker,
healing.
Walker healing 6 and killing 2 units and still living, like, it's going to require another card from Alex. Like, you're just getting a lot of value from this Walker right now.
Yep.
The Snoke line was a very good line. As kind of, neutered Alex's attack.
And Snoke is stuck around, right? 2 turns, if I clock it right?
Yeah. And it's we already had 11 resources for Sam here. Lead with a Vanquish.
Straight removal answer.
Keeps his Walker healthy.
Yep.
Hard to tell how many cards Alex has in hand. I don't think Hammerhead will do enough to deal with the Walker. I think the Walker's more important than Snoke right now. The Walker is far more threatening.
Restore.
Yeah.
Also swinging for a bunch.
And
Interesting.
Eternal Warrior will trade
Okay.
with Snoke. I think Snoke did a great job. Like, I think you're happy with that on Sam's side.
Yep.
And the Walker will stomp on the child, and it looks like Sam chose to
All
draw.
right, so here
and
you
the
go,
first
as
Krayt
you
Dragon.
said,
First test for Sam here in game 1, and it's
which
the
he has
power of the dark
immediate
side.
answer for.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this Walker's still going to live if that damage goes to the Walker, which it will. Really heal 1 and down to 8. So yeah, board's clear. Now you're thinking about like Avenger lockout.
Right.
For Sam, I think that, you can start thinking about turning the corner. Devastator looks good. Going up to 12 resources, so you could also like Avenger power. Start like thinking about like, Star Destroyer plus a removal spell like feels pretty good.
Seems good, as they say. Except for Alex, what are you looking for here?
You really need to get rid of this Walker. So I think Mace Windu or like Hammerhead or something. Deploying a unit with tempo that destroys this Walker, I think, is step 1.
Got it.
That unit's never going to live. And you just have to accept that, and then deploy something else to get out there, and then go from there. But this run out, Alex is definitely behind here, and I think the draws are starting to narrow.
Looking at the...
It looks like
looking at
the discard here. We've seen.
What do you think he's looking for there?
I think he's just counting the removal spell, the events. I think the number of powers. I think I would be interested in that. Considering like, hey, have I seen, this many takedowns, this many no glories? I think maybe no glory is the look here with like deploying a Yoda into open resources.
Which
getting your Yoda no gloried again.
Yep.
not feel great here. And
so Sam's starting to feel like he's in a position to turn the corner a little bit.
Yeah, it
going
looks that
straight to
way.
base.
You know, at this point in the game, Yoda's 2 power not exactly threatening. The restore not going to really matter in this matchup.
No. You almost don't want to allow Alex an opportunity to draw another card.
Yeah.
Going
Caddy's
with the caddy.
Caddy's a good draw. Yeah, refill on the hand matters. Yoda does offer some edict protection if there is an Avenger line this turn. That'll be a Rival's Fall on the Kiadi-Mundi here. And Agda.
Force Frog.
Yeah.
And the Vigilance.
Yeah, the sun might be getting a little low now.
He's going for the mill.
They're going for the mill plan.
And
I'm assuming this would be defeating the Bogda, but
makes sense.
yeah.
And all of a sudden the draw if Yoda doesn't feel quite as good.
Yeah, I mean, Yoda's going to have to trade with this Walker here.
Yep.
But yeah, Sam in a commanding position has played this well. Has navigated this really well. Has moved into the late stage of the game. You know, healthy life total. You know, we talked about like, you know, what is Annihilator excise from the deck. I mean,
at this point, just
yeah,
3 more cards.
Like second crate, yeah, second crate. I mean, isn't even that fearsome. All right, Luke.
All right, that's a nice
Luke. Yep.
place to start. That Walker
It's
has
good,
done
yeah.
some
Defeating a
serious
unit
work.
with tempo. I mean, Alex needs
Yeah.
to do that. It's a good start.
With the
and we're just going to Super Laser Blast, yeah.
Draw.
Just taking a simple 2 for 1 there. With the Super Laser Blast.
Putting
Heal to
something with-
6.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Alex going with the Shieldy Boy,
Yeah.
which gets powered, it looks like.
Yeah. Can't see the contents and just like the quantity of Sam's hand, but just like these plays here has to be, I mean, it feels probably immense. I'm very confident.
Yeah.
Going to the late stages of game 1.
So like Avenger lockout here probably feels pretty good.
Yeah, you know, already seen like
Or Devastator.
approaching the mill, yeah. Plan as well. Yeah, definitely has options.
Haven't seen a force throw from Alex yet. But she
Yeah,
probably
we saw
feels
1 in the row. 1 actually
Okay,
got
yeah.
put up in a row, but yeah.
going for the baby. Little power of the dark side protection. There's the Devastator.
And yeah, Devastator will bombard the child. Yeah.
One got hit by the Walker, one got hit by the
Yeah.
Devastator. Not a good day for the baby.
So yeah, 13 resources. So yeah, I mean, you know, if there's a power of the dark side in hand, being able to again Star Destroyer plus removal spell, that will get
Nice
the first
removal,
fell
yeah.
from Alex's deck.
And the Poe.
So that's probably what Sam's counting too. How many fells has Alex burned? I mean,
Right.
you know, if you're looking to again finish the game in space with the Star Destroyer, that's the card you kind of have to play around.
Flipping a whole lot of cards. There's
And
another
second
one.
Devastator. That is the last Devastator remaining.
And
I'll see an Ogdo.
Force Frog. Sometimes I feel like the hide and heal is just like insulting.
Yeah.
There's the crate. So insulated from the power. Haven't seen a Fell the Dragon from Iden.
There's only
yet.
one in
There's
the
only
item
one in the
list.
deck, okay.
Yeah, there's only
Got
one
it.
on the item list.
Seen a lot of cards.
But yeah, I mean, Vanquish, there's still 2 more Vanquishes, I believe, in Sam's deck. So we've only seen 1 cast. So and
doesn't
then
even- yeah.
here's the Annihilator on crate, and that'll probably do it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I mean, like in top 4, you know, rounds are 75 minutes long, so there's no reason for Alex to completely throw it away. Or not many cards left in Alex's deck, by the way, as well. It looks like, but I think this one, this game 1 will go to Sam.
I think at some point for Alex, save the mental capacity, go into your board. Oh, who knows? Might
Yeah.
have the ace up his sleeve right here.
I mean, yeah, I think both players are probably going to start thinking about, okay, how do I want to sideboard? How did the texture of this game, you know, develop and change? You know, anything I need to do differently.
very curious to know Alex's cards in hand. My guess is he's got a fair amount, as he's hit multiple Yodas, multiple Kiatis. All right, there is. Looks like there is the scoop.
Yeah, there's a scoop. And
Reasonable.
Sam on Ida Day Vault takes game 1.
Both players, very tight, as to be expected. I think, the Ida, it's just good.
Yeah, I think the turning point in that game was, the Snoke that went unanswered.
Correct.
And then followed. That also, just generated so much value by sticking
Stuck
around. Yeah.
It was very hard for the Han player to answer.
Yeah.
I think you're hoping for force throw, some quick, easy removal that allows you to continue tempo. I think the Han player just didn't see it.
Yeah.
Guess I should go. Alex didn't see it. We all know who this is.
Yeah. Looking at the sideboards here, Alex has 3 bombing runs, 2 confiscates, 2 rivals fall, another Kayati Mundi, the 5-mana one, I believe, 1 Phantom and 1 Redemption. Alex is on our team, another Babu freak. I know Alex likes the Phantom in these sorts of control matchups, so I think the Phantom's going to come in.
That's the 5/1 in space,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, it's a 3/3 with grit for 3, but it's often in Han going to be a 5/1. I think all the units can just come in. I think you just want to make your deck thick with units and burn through.
You bring in the Rivals Fall for additional single unit targets.
I think Alex likes Rivals Falls too in this matchup, so that he could be a little more liberal with the dragon. I think you're looking at the Snoke and the reinforcement walkers like, oh wow, I really wish that I could fell that, and my fells weren't pinned to the Star Destroyers that were going to come down and lock out my board.
Absolutely.
Right. So I can see the Rivals Fall coming in as well.
So for Sam, it looks like 3 top target, 2 Palps Return, 2 Timely, 1 Bazine, 1 Confiscate, 1 Disruptive Blast. I'm not sure I'd do much different from Sam's perspective. Seems like he did pretty well in game 1.
You can make an argument for the top targets and the Palps Returns. Palps Return insulates you from some Force Throw stuff. Lets you buy back your Devastators or Avengers late if you need them, or even a Snoke or a Walker. So I think that those could easily come in, and then if you have space for the top targets too, and then kind of weigh just how aggressive the Han is into you, I could see the top targets as well.
Yeah, I think cards out, maybe the restock doesn't seem super relevant.
Yeah, probably you don't need the restock. You're not being threatened to mill.
Yep.
Probably can take out the Bounty Hunter crew too if you like, but it also buys back a removal spell. Both players keeping their opening hands here as we start off game 2, and game 2 starts off the same way game 1 did. Yoda shocked in, and a claim from Sam.
Yeah, you like to see anything you can play that when it gets removed does something for you. Always a good thing.
And Alex untaps, and here comes Perilous Position.
One of those cases where one removal is almost as good as the next.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, I think, on Sam's side that you can Perilous Position the turn 1 play, and save those Powers of Dark Sides and Merciless Contests for bigger threats later. Sometimes the targets for Perilous Position are fewer and far between as the game develops, so getting good value out of it now. It's nice.
Probably feeling pretty good about that. It's Alex going for the 3/4 in space. Red 5. Good card. Not the additional damage to a damage unit doesn't seem relevant here.
No, it's just it attacks for 3.
Yep. The more you play this game, some matchups cards get very simple.
Yeah. They're all just stats.
Yep.
Calculated Lethality. That's a relatively new one to the meta.
I haven't seen that.
4 mana. I think it's 4 resources. Defeat a unit that costs 3 or less. If it had an upgrade on it, I think you give an experience counter to something.
And a partridge and a pear-tree.
Yeah. It's from
it's a double drop
Shadows
for
of the
Alex.
Galaxy. Yeah.
Very cool card.
Yeah. Turn 3 again. Double 2-drop is actually what Alex needs. I think Ogdo Bogdo plus Secret of Sage, 7 damage. threatening to come in onto the flip turn.
There's the
And
power.
Power's going to take this Secretive Sage off the board, I believe. Yep. Ogdo will get to crash in for 5, and First Blood is drawn on the 5 resource turn. Iden will heal and go back to 4.
As the Han player, how much of a threat is the Iden leader out on the board? Is it kill on sight?
No, I
Letting her hang
think
around?
the way like the play pattern works out is like usually like the Iden is just going to get some value. I think we saw in last game that like you can, presuming that like a unit on your side of the field died, which is going to happen a lot with Han, that like you can just -6/-6 it, and there's not a lot of targets for that -6/-6.
Makes sense.
I think the only other notable one really is Snoke. So yeah. Super threat. The big thing about Iden just being on the field is, they heal every time a unit's defeated. So,
Correct. Yeah, it can stack up very easily.
You do have to weigh that.
Yeah. Vigilance on the Force Frog.
Yeah, just resets the value gain from Ogdo immediately. Shields are down.
Alex is probably feeling as good as you can be into a Iden Data Vault deck, I guess.
The question is now is like how much damage does this Poe want to do? Does this Poe want to also maybe pop a shield on the Iden leader if she deploys this turn? So what do you want to attack with first here?
I think the Yaddle might be an easy answer.
Yeah, I think Yaddle probably just like suspends the decision, right?
Yeah. Going aggressive. I love commentating when you say something and then the player does the opposite. It's wonderful. All right, crashing in. Looks like for 6
honest
there.
6, yeah. No pitch from Alex.
Must like his hand. Interesting, he saves the Yaddle.
Yeah, but once the Poe gets in, the sequencing of these attacks doesn't really matter too much.
Yep. Shieldy boy.
And this Hammerhead's going to pop shield. Iden right now. Sam can take the value trade on the Yaddle, or trade with the Poe. The Poe is certainly more threatening, representing more damage.
More of a threat. Yep.
And
Straight
Sam will make that decision. Heal 1 in the process. Down to 9, go back up to 11. I think it's 11. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Players figured it out there.
Importantly, one more turn before Super Laser Blast. Iden has not ramped this turn.
No, Iden had the ramp last game.
Correct.
Sam had the ramp on Iden's flip turn last game, but not this game. So both players will be at 7. So Yaddle, Han leader, will likely be able to get in again, so that'll be another 5. I fully suspect this Hammerhead to die an honorable death. Yeah, being entrenched. Okay. Yep. Just as good. 5 resources remaining for Sam for the turn.
Almost better as it's only 2. Yeah. It's cheap. I'll give you another option here. Although it makes an easy power the dark side target.
So here, talking about attack sequencing, like it would be Yaddle exactly. The Yaddle needs to come into base here.
I don't believe Alex has used the Force once this game.
Not yet. Really just for Kiati and Mace.
Been looking at it this whole game. Going for 3 here. There it is. Speak of the devil.
Yeah.
Finally.
Commentator's curse and commentator's boon, maybe? Yeah. Alex gets to draw 2 cards now. Yeah. I have to weigh how much you want to commit to this board when you are pretty sure it's going to get Super Laser Blasted next turn.
I think you hold.
Yeah. Alex valuing the 2-card draw from Kiati, but not wanting to extend the board state any further.
So the all-important 8 resource turn. There it is.
And there we go.
I think Alex probably expected that, I would assume.
And now, I mean, really, I think kind of now the real game begins.
Correct,
Now we're in
Yep.
to, how do we sequence? How do we get, 2 spells a turn? Here comes a
Naked.
mace.
Oh, he's
On a
shocking him out.
6/6.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, no, he's playing the full value here.
Imagine, I mean, with Han unit, the Han leader being defeated this turn, it doesn't have the acceleration and doesn't have a second unit. So it's tough.
Yep.
So potential for an Avenger lockout here to begin. Alex still has 3 fells in the deck, plus presumably 2 rivals falls.
Also a very easy power target. I don't think we've seen
Oh, for
one
sure.
yet.
Yeah. I mean,
There
there's
it
the
is,
Avenger.
lockout.
Yep.
Yep.
So this is tough because you do kind of have to fell this, but then you're not probably only going to be able to play 1 unit now again. So kind of check Sam's hand. Well, Sam has Devastator, then we go again.
Yeah.
So missing those 2 units last turn.
Alex
Hurting Alex's board state here a little bit.
doing us a favor, showing us his hand. I see a Yaddle.
Yeah. Second Yaddle.
Thinking there. Oh, going for the turret. Interesting.
Oh, it's 3/5. We're going into Walker timely intervention churn, so I mean, sure it does deflect that a little bit.
Fair.
If there's a bigger unit that Alex wants to protect here,
Okay.
It'll just be Yaddle and turret though on the pass back.
Yeah, no force throws for Alex. My esteemed colleague is bumping me and telling me there would maybe one in hand.
And there is the timely Walker. Yep. So, sure, we'll eat that like a champion. And we'll see how Sam wants to resolve these triggers here.
I am with the Force, and the Force is with me. I feel like Alex has to drop a unit here just to save something.
It'll be a unit or fell on the Avenger. Most likely. Organizing his resources. He has the Force throw in hand too, you know.
Interesting, going for the damage. Nope. Yeah, there it is.
Force throw crate. Well, it's a tough resource to give up. Giving up a crate dragon in this matchup, but
Absolutely.
You got to do what you got to do. And here's another one.
That makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
Also nice with the Yaddle insulation there.
Sam is at 9, going to 11 resources here. Could Annihilator this crate, go up to 20. Do they feel comfortable doing that? It'd just be a no power only results. Yep, that's safer. And there's only one crate dragon left in the deck too, so you don't really need to Annihilator it at this point. After this no glory only resolves.
Luke is probably the better target for the Annihilator at this point.
Yeah,
considering
probably.
He hasn't seen any.
Where's this 5 damage going to go? If he puts it on Walker, Yaddle trades.
Very generous of Sam, just giving him the 5.
Yeah.
So it looks like. Also, any Luke.
Yeah, I think if we had a unit with tempo that could remove the Walker, I think Alex would be playing it right now.
I agree. Executive Sage.
Looks like as Merciless contest. And here comes, yep. It's a 6-power unit, everyone.
That's
That's what it is.
It's a big boy in space.
Power the dark side.
Yep.
Looks like there's only 1 card remaining in Sam's hand at the end of that turn. Believe Sam will probably have to resource up to 12. So both players may be getting low on resources in hand here. Notably, these Han 2 blue decks, kind of stopped playing Cassian Andor. Alex is also not playing Chewbacca, Pike's Bane in this event. These smuggle threats that can kind of extend your hand, as it were. Itinerant Warrior to open.
So likely Sam with 2 to 3 cards in hand at most, we would think.
It should be 2.
2.
I think it's 2. No, they did not resource. Sam did not resource it. No, it'll be a full 3. It stayed at 11, looks like. And a Vigilance. Just heal 5 and mill 6. The 6, a Luke, a Yaddle, a Force Throw, a Mace, 2 Yodas.
I think the Luke is a big hit there, obviously. Comes the Poe.
This is the 3rd Poe of the game.
I did get an opportunity to chat with Alex between rounds, and we were joking how Poe is such a good card. You play it in a deck that even the deck doesn't want to play Poe. Like, you got to play him because he's just so good. And the immediate answer with Entrenched. Gotta be feeling pretty good if you're Sam, I would think.
Yeah, I believe there's 1 card left in Sam's head. If Alex does have the last remaining Force Throw in the deck, doesn't look like that was the case as they come back up. And this is the final crate. It's kind of it's maybe the last gasp from Han 2 Blue here.
And I was looking at the deck list, wondering if there were 2 and 3 in the deck. So yes, this is your Hail Mary, if those of you who are football fans. Just a claim.
Just be a claim.
Interesting.
Okay.
All right, all gas, no brakes.
Perhaps we have a game on our hands. Sam wanting to see another 2 cards.
That crate feels relatively insulated, except for the 1 unit removal.
Yes, it seems like this crate's probably going to get a big event.
You think that's what Sam was digging for? There it is.
There it is.
Speak of the devil. Putting the damage on base, it looks like.
Yeah. All crates been defeated. I think we have, 1, 2 more Luke's remaining in Alex's deck. I think the last Poe has been entrenched. 4 in the base for my Itinerant Warrior. 17.
There.
Yeah, 16 after the Iden heal.
Force Frog.
It's the last of the Bogdos. And yeah, this will just, Risk Contest kind of useless with the entrenched Poe at this point, so.
Just clearing another thing off the board, I think. There is the Luke.
There's Luke. And yeah, with this board, Alex is basically saying don't have Super Laser Blast. Like, right. I can't let you have Super Laser Blast. This is Nebula Ignition.
All right. So it doesn't have it.
Yep.
Saves.
That's the Ogdo is going to be able to get in.
Five. 21.
Is there something that changes psychologically for you when you see your opponent's base total tick over 20? Like,
when they're not playing Data Vault, yes.
Yeah.
When they are playing Data Vault, it still feels
a
long way away. But yes, Alex is inching closer here. Sam's got to find some answers pretty quick.
Yeah.
Interestingly, with the upgrade on Luke, Nebulon transmission or whatever that is, Luke sticks around.
Nebula ignition.
There
That's
you
true.
go,
Yeah,
that
that's a
guy.
fair point.
Yeah.
That's a good call out.
So, as does the itinerant warrior. Apologize
Alex,
for those who can't hear me. I'm mumbling it away from the microphone.
Alex, considering whether or not he wants to add more to this board, it's precarious to do. Sure, it does insulate from Timely. Another Timely Walker line. That way, if he wants to add even more, doesn't need to. It has lethal damage on the field. Sam only has 8 more life left to give.
Is the juice worth the squeeze? Let's see. That is so many resources.
First action will be from Sam. I think if there were a Wrath in Sam's hand, it would have been immediately
He would have
cast.
casted
Yeah.
it. He's trying to figure out how do I get around this here. The answer is always in the smuggle row. It's a smuggled super laser blast. Snoke.
Yeah, so
Make
Snoke.
everybody small.
And it fell. Take care of the Snoke.
Waited forever to cast that, or
Sam
drew
can
into
take
it
care
late?
of the Ogdo. Yeah. Doesn't look like they can. And yeah, here comes a lot of damage. Yeah.
There it is.
There we go. We're going to game 3.
Very well played
Yeah.
from Alex. That was an absolute slog.
Yeah.
All to play for in game 3. And who will be on the play here? I would assume Sam? Or is it less relevant?
I
guess?
don't think it's relevant. I mean, yeah, I think Sam's, first mode is going to be claim and either resupply or power the dark side. Alex's turn 1 play, crushing blow, Alex's turn 1 play. I mean,
Yeah.
merciless contest, what have you.
All those cards I hate to see as a aggro player myself.
Yeah. Both players seem content with their post-board plans, just shuffling up immediately. 34 minutes left in the round, so we should get a full game 3 in here, no problem.
So for those watching, Rob, what are the tiebreakers at time in Top Cut?
Oh, geez, yeah. I typically play decks that shouldn't have to worry about them.
Very fair.
Yeah. I think it's damage on base now is the
Interesting.
the final one. It used to be
All right.
who had initiative.
Nice to see games evolving, or rather our game evolving as we play more and more of it.
Yeah, someone in chat maybe can correct me or clarify.
Oh, I need to go walk around just so I can catch my breath here. That was a major slog, both games, all to play for in game 3 here. So based on what you saw all day, tell me about our meta, tell me about our community. Just very, very interested to hear what you think there, Rob.
Yeah, I was be curious to see a final breakdown. I mean, I think Han did seem well positioned, which is kind of, I guess, surprising because I think a lot of people were down on Han after the Galactic Championship. Even though 2 of them, 2 Han players made top 8 there. But I think the general consensus would be down on Han. Han seemed very well positioned against this field. A lot of space aggro was around the room today. Fair amount of Cad Bane was around. I think you can play a wide variety of decks. I think there are a wide variety of viable decks in this format. I think that eventually it narrows down to how much variance can some of these lists take.
Right.
How many matchups they run into where they just there is no game plan to be found.
I found one of those. I played into a Cad Tarkin town, and as a Sabine player, I had 0 answers. So it is hard to be prepared for the entire field. I completely agree.
It seems like a lot of mid-range unit decks. This is where A control deck like Iden Data Vault would eat. Oh, yes, most health. Okay. Thank you for the clarification, D-Rod. The tiebreaker is most health and initiative if it's tied on the base. But yeah, in 30 minutes, players look like they're finishing up the resources for turn 1.
Ready to rock and roll.
And we'll get going.
I didn't catch. Is either player on the mull, or do they keep their first hands?
I think both kept first.
Seems good.
Well, I mean, Alex mulligans if Grogu's the opener.
Fair. Or maybe everything else you saw was amazing. You don't know.
Yeah, do you really want to power the dark side of Grogu?
Yeah, it's like,
kind of. Yeah,
he's massive, swinging for one.
He's just a little guy.
Yeah,
as Alex is fond of saying in testing.
Yeah, but it's just a baby.
Yeah.
There it is. I guess he does.
It's been a tough day at the office for the child.
Correct.
Yeah.
Going in with the 4/4 with 2 damage shielded. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, it'll be a takedown. And again, I mean, we're looking here at Alex. Like, can Alex play 2 units this turn?
Yeah,
that's kind of that's the big thing.
So
Secret of Sage is a
halfway
good start. And it's just the Secret of
Unfortunately
Sage.
not,
Yep. Heading into Han's flip here. The safe assumption is the Secret of Sage will not be long for this world. And again, on Alex, be trying to get like 3 units onto the field, I think, like, including the leader. Yep,
And
second takedown. I think Sammy really just trying to maximize, the amount of resources he pays for these turns. Line up the removal as best you can to the threats presented or the assumed threats presented.
And I'll admit my own ignorance here. Is one removal as good as the next in the early turns for Iden, or does it matter how it's textured?
I think it matters a little bit. We talked about in game 2 how, getting a perilous position to defeat a unit early and save, a Power of the Dark Side or Merciless contest, ideally for like a crate, which I think a crate was powered at some point.
That makes sense.
Just be Kayati and Han leader on the field for Alex. It does have 2 units on the field entering Iden's flip turn.
And did the Kiadi draw 2 cards? Did he have the Force there?
No, did not have the Force. Neither Secret of Sage nor Grogu were allowed to attack. And that is the third takedown. Han's going to get in. Interesting situation since Alex is lacking 1 fewer unit than usual, or what would be ideal. Alex now has to commit resources to this turn, which means, this Luke cannot just immediately -6/-6 the Iden, just because of sequencing. So this Iden gets to live, get some damage in. Alex will start with initiative.
How relevant is the 4 damage on Han after you've seen the 3 takedowns?
3 takedowns. I mean, like 3 perilous positions are in the deck, so now those defeat the unit. Yeah. Also, like lines up if you want to play a longer game for like Snoke, or not Snoke because they don't affect. It doesn't affect leaders, but if it were like a non-leader unit, then like it's relevant for Snoke. So like now, I mean, it's dangerous for Luke to have 6 damage on.
Yeah, the perilous.
Vigilance as well comes down here.
There's my direct answer. And then Alex looking for the single unit hammerhead, no target. In some ways, these Han 2 blue deck obviously wants to maximize so much of the when played abilities, and playing into a deck like Iden, you just don't have an opportunity to do that. And as somebody who played Han at Galactics, it's so challenging when that's the case. It's like, my hammerhead is good when it's killing something with the cards in my hand, and it's when played ability. playing it naked into an empty board, it doesn't feel great.
Yeah, I mean, this is the appeal of I didn't know and assumed Hantu meta, where, Hantu
Fair.
is the foundation of the meta game, right? It's like,
I'm glad you found some appeal. I was trying to find it. Both players looking like no damage on base, so I have to believe this favors Sam here.
Absolutely, yeah. This is
Another
the
vigilance.
8th resource turn. Yeah, it's
Run for the mill.
Second vigilance.
It's like big hits were the fell and force throw.
Yeah, I think Obi-Wan's kind of a big hit too. It's a 4/6. It dodges some removal options that Sam is packing. Also, when it gets defeated, can potentially draw a card. Here's the first crate.
Sam's just making sure he remembers the game text.
Yeah.
That was pretty good. I like that. Just action dodging here with Iden. Nope, thinking differently.
It's like,
I think you just claim here, no?
I think Alex maybe claimed, or
Oh. I'm confused.
It's a soft pass from Sam. I didn't die this turn. Is that the no, right?
I don't believe so.
No,
I think
no,
she died
yeah.
off the Luke attack last
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
Not sure what.
Yeah, just okay. This should be a claim here. Guarantee an attack in with the crate.
Seems good.
Yeah, it's just a trade.
Oh, baited. Yep. That's probably the best 2 resources Sam has played all day.
Heads up from Sam. Soft pass there.
Yep. Trying to look at Alex's list here.
Alex may have considered bringing in the confiscate.
That was exactly what I was looking for. I'm wondering if, as good a 2 cost as that was for Sam, if the 1 cost confiscate would be the best single resource that Alex plays all day. So, I think players are getting nervous about time.
24 minutes left.
A double crate dragon.
Here's another crate. We had 1 crate, yes, but what about second crate? And it'll be a super laser blast to clear the board. That'll be 16 damage to base. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's a new one on me.
16 damage off crate trigger. That's pretty cool. And I will heal an honest 1 to put us to 17. Yeah. I feel like I felt the googly eyes the most for that heal 1 there. After 18,
100%.
healing 1. Yeah. Maximum googly eye value there.
I think Alex does need to, Sam does need to pull a damage off base here, no? I'll leave it to those who know the game better than me. Kiati drawing 2 cards.
Yeah.
17? Okay.
Draw 2 here, very good for Alex. Refilling after a blast. 1 more crate left in the deck.
Another vigilance.
Vigilance, and this will be a mill.
Poe. Kiati.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of high power units.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of high pressure units.
Just generally units as well, right? Like you just got to get dudes on board. Butts and seats. Butts and seats.
Good. Here's good insulation with the. There's 4 resources remaining, but we know that there are 3 takedowns out of the deck, and here's the Phantom.
There is the speaking of the devil.
If Alex wins with this Phantom, I'm never going to get him to cut it from the deck again.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Also, force him to watch Rebels if he hasn't already.
Yeah.
So Alex seemingly in a strong position, but man, you just can't rule out.
I mean, he's saying, hey, you don't have another super laser blast in your hand. I mean, or nebula ignition, and that's where it is. Yeah, well. It's tough. Alex will get to draw off the Yoda.
Just having a whale of a time. Nope.
Alex is just going to pose the question again.
Another
Second
Yoda.
Yoda. We're getting up there in resources where like Alex could refill potentially with 3 units, every turn.
And that's the dream, right?
Yeah.
Just more dudes.
I believe 3 more Wraths left in the deck for Sam. 1 Nebula Ignition, 2 more Super Laser Blast.
And for those of us who don't play other games, Rob, what is a Wrath?
Wrath is slang from Magic for Wrath of God,
Wrath
which is
of God. I kill all your things.
Yeah, in this game, an event. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's really hard for me to get the Magic
That's
slang
okay.
out of my head completely. Yeah. It's a
Don't
fair
play
call
those
out.
games.
Yeah,
Don't
yeah.
know. Alex having a look at his own discard pile there, or lost pile.
Yeah.
What do we call it? Graveyard. Things I've already played. Sorry, discard
3
pile. Yeah.
takedowns.
Yeah, okay.
2 vigilance.
No powers.
Yeah, and 3 board wipes remaining.
Correct.
This
There you
may be
go.
the better.
All right,
yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
There it is.
And okay. 2 board wipes
Just,
remaining.
Having a party.
And Alex is left to pose the question
Yet again. Yeah. Gonna play a guy for 3. There's a guy. He is with the Force, and the Force is with him.
Yep. Yeah, Church's job really is to
insulate for the time.
Yeah, eat a reinforcement walker attack. Yep. Alex in the tank here. Considering the next unit.
Oh, thought better of it. Are these the droids we're looking for? Let's see. This looks like he's got 4 cards in hand, if I'm counting those right.
I'm curious what the decision is. It's just the Luke.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Well,
And
direct
Fells.
answer.
Yep. No more Fells left in the deck.
Give me that. All right.
One of the things you might be thinking about, like holding that Luke back, is that Luke, if Sam commits a Snoke to the board and the Snoke defeats a unit, the Luke can just kill the Snoke back
Makes
immediately. But if that's the best,
is that the best use case?
If that's the best way to spend your resources that turn, then I mean, yeah. We're getting so late in the game now that maybe you can't, line that up anymore.
It's like counting out 7 there. Yeah. Lost track of how many resources they're at. Yep.
Sam Lee has 8 resources left remaining.
Such a good looking card. There's the power. Just churning out stuff. There we go.
Itinerant Warrior.
Just got 1 more in hand. Unfortunately not.
It's 1 more Super Laser Blast and 1 more Nebula Ignition. This Nebula Ignition is now a lot worse with the Itinerant Warrior on the field. There are no more takedowns remaining in Sam's deck. Used them all early in the game.
Right.
Which is maybe the most efficient answer to Itinerant Warrior in Sam's list.
And to Ogdo Bogdo, I would argue as well, yeah. There it is. 1 more. Looks like he's got 7 cards. Another crate. Another Poe.
Yeah, there are 6 cards remaining in the library now. Yeah, in the deck.
Man alive.
Sam has 1 remaining card in hand. I think Alex is going to commit a unit to the board to protect from power being the last card.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam's really just looking for the last vigilance at this point.
He's just getting his damage in when he can. There it
Yeah,
is.
it is a power.
So if you're Alex, you just got to drop everything here now, right?
Yeah, dump your hand as best you can.
I wonder if this is Gaddy for extra card draw. Maybe not. I am constantly impressed by those players who can play the long game. I would have misplayed 1,000 times by now.
Yeah, we're entering, what, hour 11
Yeah,
of
like,
play?
yeah. There's
So
no
it's-
way I would be able to make the good decisions here. There it is. So for Alex, you're starting to get dangerously close to.
Wait, Alex has
Decking
4
out.
cards left in the deck now.
And then, so.
And Sam finds a Rival's Fall on the top of the deck.
There's a third Yoda.
It's looking very good for Sam now. Looking very good for Sam.
Yeah. Curious for our team if the heavy control was a little bit of a blind spot. Feels like it was, at least for me. Wasn't expecting something like Iden Data Vault to be as potent and prevalent, especially late in the day, as this deck has been. Alex obviously facing 2 back-to-back. I don't know, what do you think, Rob?
It's a hell of a grind for sure.
Yeah.
Sam, we saw Sam's hand here. Drew into Snoke plus Reinforcement Walk. You got to think at this point that there is a timely in the row.
Yeah. I think we may be speaking of the devil here.
I think just simply a heal 6 shuts the door, but also you can refuel if you want, just to really solidify the end game. I think 2 cards left in Alex's deck.
Oh, the timely Snoke. Interesting. Make everybody smaller.
And then the Yoda will pass, and that draw
It's got-
hurts. Yeah.
Mandatory draw trigger.
Yeah.
So Alex looks like 1 card in the library,
Yeah.
or sorry, in the remaining deck. Yeah, it's not mandatory.
Yeah.
There is a Luke. So. And 2-drop Yaddle.
Yep, looks a good response. Again, this Nebula Ignition doesn't get the best value. And here we go.
This is it.
17
For all the
damage on
marbles.
base.
Yep.
Alex
Alex
has no more units left to play. This is it. If this is the board that has to take him the rest of the way. 16 points of damage.
I'm like holding my breath and I'm not even playing. This is what, for all the marbles, ladies and gentlemen.
We know that at least 1 card is a Reinforcement Walker in hand.
Yeah, that's the Nebula. And
Nebula takes care of 2.
this is like, I'm always scratching my head. For Iden, so the win con is just, I'm going to get you because you take 3 damage every time you can't draw 2 cards. I don't know. It's strange to me.
Yeah, I mean, you're just running out playable things, too. I mean,
That's
yeah,
fair.
once all these units are destroyed, like, there's, like, no way Alex can win at that point.
So.
Just be a Reinforcement Walker, and that card will be, looks like, quickly drawn.
All right.
And
wow.
Final crate.
Yeah. Man.
There's 1 more in the deck. Okay.
There it is.
All right, this gets really
There it
interesting
is.
now.
Wow.
Yeah, and Super
Wonderful,
Laser Blast.
wonderful games.
We'll do it.
Could not ask for a better.
Yeah, it had to be Super Laser Blast,
It
right?
had
The
to be,
snap
of
draw
course,
off the
yeah.
Reinforcement Walker, obviously Super Blast. Yeah,
So good.
well played from Sam. You can hear the
Absolutely.
applause in the other room,
Yeah.
hopefully. Absolutely well played. Down to the wire there. I mean, Alex did also.
Alex asked all the questions you could possibly ask.
Yeah.
I think the late game, I mean, the crate dragon right there, just so good.
Yeah, got to see a double crate trigger. That was pretty cool.
That's pretty amazing. So
Sam,
going into our final, I unfortunately didn't get to check the other table. Who was our finalist? Do we have a decision there?
It was a Hansu Blue versus we'll have it for you when we come back.
Exactly.
But if you've been with us here the whole day, you're just tuning in now. Thanks for joining us here on Unlimited Power Stream for the Portland PQ. The first one of Season 1. Set 5 Legends of the Force. I'm Rob. He's Misha. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll be back in a bit.
Cheers.
All right, welcome back to the Unlimited Power Planetary Qualifier, hosted here by Guardian Games for the Legends of the Force set. Now we are now in the finals. I'm joined by Rob, one of the top players here in the area, coming off his Galactic Championship placing, which was really great, and playing here today for the team representing Babu Freaks. Already done a few rounds. Really appreciate you stepping in. That was great. Thank you so much. And again, glad to have you here for another finals match.
Yeah, happy to be here again, D-Rod, on your channel. It's been a great top 8 so far. It's nice to be in this position also, too, to get to cheer on some teammates. We got another 2 great players here. We have Sam, who we saw on camera last round with the Item Data Vault. Taken to the absolute brink, really. I mean, what a long and grindy game. Winning on that top deck Super Laser Blast. And on the other side, we have Wolf on Boba Data Vault. I had the pleasure of playing Wolf in the Galactic Championship on day 3. Nice guy, great player. So it's exciting to see him have continued success here.
Yeah, we've had so many great players come in for this event. First one in the Northwest, leading the charge here, Premier constructed. What a great showing, 122 players. And boy, it's just a variety of decks. And here we are, great players. Now these guys are in the same playtesting group. I'm not sure if they are a team, but same group. And congrats to them.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like
they've figured it out. Yeah, and then we're starting off immediately. General Pride to open.
General Pride, not surprising, but a little surprising. Not a card you see outside of decks like this. And of course, Iden's going to have a lot of answers. But as we've seen from as other players go up against the Iden deck, the goal is to put multiple units into play. Because early on, blue, black, green control can only take care of like 1 unit a turn.
Mm. Yeah, and the added component with this, Boba Pilot deck is this concept of indirect damage, right? And since Iden's not really playing a lot of units early on, like a lot of this indirect damage is going to go to base, and like that's going to be an added point of pressure that Wolf's going to be able to provide in this matchup.
Interesting.
Just an honest one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great little 4/6 here, but you know what? Put Boba on that. That's a great transport.
Plus the Boba, too. Yep.
Awesome.
Got to play the cards in your hand. The 4/6 deck line is relevant into 4 resources from Sam. Like, takedown is the most common 4 resource, and that cannot be taken down. So, did blank there.
Now, you and I have played a lot of different control decks. And here we see the item player. A lot of these games go to time, they take the full length of time, and it can really drain you. And there we see a Vanquish there, great move there, the right move. But how do you keep going on these long days, playing such a lengthy match every time and trying to make the right decision?
A lot of it has to do with like being methodical, and I mean a lot of the success from these lists comes down to syncing up the removal with the right threats in the deck. And I think that that's the puzzle that the control players typically like solving and sculpting their hand. And like it's a lot of hidden things that we don't see, which is why maybe like control players are maybe perhaps underappreciated. in the community at large. But like sculpting your hand is very important. You kind of sometimes have to be perfect in terms of like which removal events you use on which units, because if you miscalculate once, then there's a threat that you just can't answer, right?
Yeah.
And then the game slips away from you. So those are kind of the margins we're working with here.
Now here we've seen so much action as Aiden's taking care of the Separatist transport platform, the droid missile platform, and causing some damage on Boba's base. Then they deploy Aiden to take care of HK. Very aggressive from what we've seen from Aiden in the previous match.
Yeah. So also, I mean, you mentioned that these players test together, so like you can kind of see they're like, hey, we know the dance. Like, we're gonna go through as quick as possible. Yeah.
And there it is with Boba on the deploy in the ground. He just knows he got to swing in here. We did get to interview Wolf after the last match on stream, and he kind of said that, he knows when he needs to put that pressure with Boba Fett on the ground because it is hard hitting.
Yeah, somebody saw with like Alex too, right? You want to get wide against this Aiden deck, before the Super Laser Blast turn if you can. If they're only going to 1-for-1 you the entire time, like. There is a risk, putting Boba on the Ruthless Raider, right? Mm-hmm. Walking into a rival's wall or something similar. Like,
yeah, that is the trouble that Boba didn't have earlier on stream. There wasn't the right removal to take care of a leader unit with their opponent, where Aiden does have that with Rival's Fall.
No, go like a great answer to Ruthless Raider, taking care of the Ruthless Raider, but also the Stormtrooper on the field as well.
Oh.
Taking away some of that reach that Ruthless Raider typically provides.
Now these players are going so fast, but I think it is because they've played so much, so they just know the right moves and what they're doing here. I'll be interested to see kind of how this goes at post sideboard.
Yeah. So what's I mean, IG 2000 doesn't have a lot of like material targets in this matchup. So the fact that IG 2000 was set up by Wolf to finally take care of this Aiden, that one indirect damage. From before, putting Aiden to 1 health remaining, it's kind of nice. I mean, IG 2000, this is not really what the matchup IG 2000 is meant for, really just a 3-4 beater, but managing to get value out of that text anyway is a good sign.
There you go. Merciless contest. Just sack the IG 2000 and keep swinging with Boba.
For those keeping score at home, Boba's now dealt 12 damage to base, so... Yep. Boba and Pearson now. Boba finally eats
it.
Commentator's curse, yeah.
But hey, we get Boba's second fire spray, so a couple more pieces of damage hit the opponent there, bringing him up to 24. It's no 18 points of damage in one turn like previously, but...
No. It's going to be hard to replicate that, I think, in this one.
I think it's hard to replicate ever again. I don't know if that'll ever be caught on stream ever again.
Wolf in a very good position here. Aiden kind of has to blast, maybe. Or ignition.
Well, as someone who loves playing blue, black, green, I'm all about the blast.
Yep.
I'd rather my opponent start over and see what else they have in their hand, play out a little bit.
9 health remaining, 8 damage up presented from Wolf.
Okay, Avenger.
For Avenger.
Good move, but Avenger can absorb a lot of the indirect now.
True. Yeah. Yeah, toughness is relevant.
And Avenger's just going to always see play. It's not going to go anywhere.
It is the premier, finisher for control, right? Yeah. Does the job.
Boy, this game has just, and by game I just mean Star Wars Unlimited. We've been playing since set 1, and we have seen just the growth of these styles of decks. The aggro deck, as well as Aiden being a set 1 leader with her control. Some cards are still here, but just these extra tools that have come in have just made it more powerful.
Yep.
And there it is. We've seen this quite a few times today. The timely with a reinforcement walker, it always feels good as the control player, and it doesn't feel good as the player on the other end.
Quick heal 6 there. Reinforcement Walker also has a lot of toughness to absorb this indirect. Like, this is kind of the corner that Sam needed to turn, right? Still under a bit of pressure from this Fet's Fire Spray. But you can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, and Boba is running the Devastator, so that's going to be direct damage to that base if they really need it.
Yeah, that's an important calculation as well, right? 4 or 5, really, 5 health remaining, you're in the danger zone.
Oh, man, I usually think anything, as soon as I get over 15 in a 30-card base, I feel like I'm in the danger zone sometimes.
Wolf also running Maul as well, so the Overwhelm from Maul is live on that Reinforcement Walker. It's another calculation to consider here.
SLT a little bit late, but could still give you that surprising value.
Yeah, it's going to insulate against the Avenger trigger, right?
Exactly, yeah. So not a problem to put it out there, and maybe that extra resource matters a lot this turn. Hopefully we get to see a big play from the Boba player.
Vigilance here, healing a much-needed 5.
You know, I felt like we didn't see Vigilance a lot last set, but I'm really glad to see it come back here pretty strong.
Yeah. Well, you got to wear the shirt, right?
Yeah. I got so much attention at Galactics with that shirt.
Yeah.
There we go. And now my age-old question, why doesn't Reinforcement Walker have Overwhelm? It doesn't need it, but it just feels like it should be there.
It is a big boy, but it's a big lad, yeah. Good.
Takes
8 indirects.
8 indirect
Distribute
right there.
it as you will. So 2 of this is at least going on the base. Imagine you're going to want to keep both these units alive. There'll be 9 with the Boba.
With the Boba.
Yeah. That is sure to follow after this damage is assigned.
And this is all where it matters, right? every little piece of damage matters right now.
Yeah, I mean, both units are now 1 health remaining. IG-2000 looks really sweet right now.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
If we could see that right now in the follow-up play, oh man, I may just flip this table over. No, we get an HK.
HK, start, takedown. Item at 23.
23 to 13, yep. Takes the initiative and takes 9 more points of damage, going to 21.
And so Sam's now the one representing lethal on the board. And Sam is also out of Devastator range and Maul range, so it's possible that Wolf may have missed the window there, but there's the IG-2000.
Boom.
And we're back in it.
Yeah. Wanted to see this last turn. That would have felt good, but hey, this is a great opener right now. If Iden doesn't have that spot removal, you know, maybe they do that soft pass. But hey, great play, great play. And it's nice to see the Prestige one do the work.
It's a good-looking card.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
21 to 24. The totals here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Sam with 2, maybe 3 cards left in hand.
About to say, is Sam sitting at Sam sitting at like 13 resources over there? 14?
3.
Perilous position. And Fang Fighter main board.
Finding value.
There you go.
There's a Snoke. Go back to 23. Side and chipping in for an honest 1. Snoke will need 2 attacks for lethal here.
I didn't go in for that combo with Snoke. Couldn't get it off, but would have finished off the IG-2000 at least. It's taking 6. What a game. What a game.
Good.
But hey, I love removal. I love it. I can't get enough of it. We talked about how there are just so many great removal cards, and in other games when I get to see stuff like Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Eviction, I just love where opponents have to choose what to defeat themselves.
Yeah. So players picking him up here that Snoke was going to deliver a lethal attack, so Sam does managed to survive just long enough to turn that corner, with the Avenger, then the Reinforcement Walker, and take game 1 of this finals here.
Yeah. Great job. I'm excited to see here. Sideboard is it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, look at our wish list first. Got 3 Palpatines return, 2 Bravado, 2 Crates, 2 Reinforcement Walkers, 1 Craving Power. I think the Palps returns are coming in, the Crates are coming in, the Reinforcement Walkers are coming in. For sure. Just a steady itself player for a longer game. You can see Wolf just throwing cards out of his deck now. And then on the Iden side of things, it's 3 top targets, 2 Palps returns, 2 timely reinforcements, 1 Bazine, 1 Confiscate, 1 Disruptive Burst. Confiscate's going to come in.
Must have.
Yeah, perchance. I can see like the 3 top targets are definitely coming in as well. After that, I think it's that's probably it.
The top targets feel interesting. Like it makes sense, right? It makes sense. Do you play something like that early on if you just don't have anything else to play, or do you just save it where you have the extra resources?
Yeah, like notoriously this Iden Data Vault deck doesn't have anything to do on turn 1 proper. So if you have an option to top target an HK 47, for instance, you might take it. The flip side of that is, well, your whole deck is geared to kill the turn 1 play.
Yeah.
So the top target's not going to get much value. The fact that it costs 1, easy to sneak it in at a certain time, ideally before a Super Laser Blast or something to that effect.
That's true. That's true.
So yeah, I think like plenty of ways to fit it in.
This will be an interesting match. Either way, these players are both going home with their group, happy as can be. It's going to be a good drive for them back. Good showing. And again, I feel like so many people should be really proud of how they played today.
Absolutely. We have such a competitive field. I think it's been iterated here on this broadcast quite often how competitive the Pacific Northwest is in general, and how enthusiastic people are to travel for these competitive events.
Yes.
And like you can clearly see the preparation and work that goes in amongst a lot of these like teams that are starting to form now, and these playtesting groups. So awesome to see. Like I think this game enters its like 2nd year.
Yeah.
It's encouraging that
Yeah, and I think we definitely have to thank FFG for launching organized play really early. Season 0, definitely a lot of things to learn. We can talk a lot about how the year went, how different PQs, events went, rulings. But overall, starting off organized play early, I think just really put us in the position we're in now, where everyone's excited to compete. Everyone's excited to put in the hours, to drive, to find these different events. And again, the community makes it great. The judges and staff have made it great, and the stores that are really intentional about building this game have made it possible to walk away from these experiences and feel like you enjoyed it, no matter your overall placing.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like players are drawing up for game 2 here. Wolf will be on the play with the initiative.
Now, curious, you played Iden in one of the first big 1Ks here in the city. Does seeing a deck like this make you want to go back, reminisce a little bit?
Not necessarily. I don't think like this style of Iden is maybe not like the kind of deck I necessarily go towards. That said, I like to be on like the best deck in the room, or I strive to be.
Yeah.
So, if this is what it is, then I will pick it up. But yeah, a different texture, right? Like the items from like set 1, early days, much more unit focused, much more kind of how we look at like the Kira decks now.
Yeah.
I think like kind of like Kira was the natural evolution of that sort of archetype. With the Vaders leaning much more heavily on OB, to clear the board and battle these unit decks. But here, Iden Data Vault, we talked about it a little in the top 4 match with Alex and Sam, that like in this like mid-range heavy, unit-based meta, Iden Data Vault can find, this alternate angle and thrive with this removal package.
All right, we're getting going here. Boba Fett leading us off with a First Order Stormtrooper that has the ability that when it attacks and when it dies will do indirect damage. It hits for 2. If only Boba had 2 of those units out right now, that would feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 First Order Stormtroopers. I think that's the only one drop they're running in this list. Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah, but being able to double up would be really nice into the presumed Power of the Dark Side or Merciless Contest coming down here. Yep.
And there it is. Merciless Contest. Still get a little bit of damage on the board, so can't hate it too much. It's what you can expect against going something like that, but no play from the Boba player.
Turn 2. That hurts. Yep. That stings a bit.
Yeah. That's not where you want to be. I feel a little nervous there. Really want the Boba player to win. I like both these players. I like both these decks. But there's something about just seeing Boba Fett take it all. I don't know. A different Boba Fett take it all. Of course, we've seen Set 1 Boba take a lot of different matches and events.
But I think, one of the things, too, you look at, a control deck like this and, they don't generate pressure. But this is kind of the pressure, like a hard control deck like Iden presents, right? You have to present a threat every turn. Yeah. You stumble once and, you fall so far behind. It feels like in these sorts of matchups. So, missing that turn 2 hurts there. We see the top target come in after the resupply. Yep. Managed to sequence that up. Looks like this Fire Spray is going to get to connect. It'll deal, 6, 7?
7. Yep, 7 with Boba's ability.
Yeah. And then 6 is immediately rebaited back from the top target. Yeah, once it gets removed.
Yep, there it is. Put some damage on the board. Raise him up to 11.
It's a hefty attack.
Yeah.
For a 4-cost unit.
But as long as Iden has the removal, it's not going to... Yep, there it is. There's 5 health back, or 6 health back. Yeah, I wish that was there with Set 1 Iden in the first set, but you did need a little bit more removal.
Yeah.
No damage on Boba, 6 damage on Iden. Lot healed already. We've already seen, I think, about 7 points healed.
Yeah, I mean, Sam's position feels a little much more comfortable than it was in game 1.
And there it is, more healing.
Safe Iden flip here. I mean, one of the big things that happened in this game is that Sam got to ramp as well.
You got the ramp, and your opponent didn't have anything on the turn 2 play.
Exactly.
It's 1 resource ahead, but honestly, it probably feels like 2 if you're the Boba player.
Yeah. Heading to Boba's slip turn here. Pop the shield, pop the base.
There you go. Gosh.
Sam, foregoing putting the indirect damage on the Iden, which we saw him make that decision last game and eventually kind of got punished with it with the IG-2000, but I think kind of feel like Iden is in much more commanding position as a leader right now on the field. You can maybe get even more value out of her if you keep her healthy.
Mm-hmm. Well, you're going to force Boba to deal with Iden, right? It just...
Yeah, it seems like face up, that's what's going to happen, right? Yeah. It's Boba's going to flip to ground and, or flip, and do the 4 there, Okay. This is a good play, too. If you have another Edict in hand, another Power of the Dark Side, or Merciless Contest, you get the 2 for 1.
Yeah.
With kind of the forced action.
And by Edict, he means event that makes your opponent choose what to defeat.
Yeah. I just assume people will naturally figure it out.
Maybe so many people this is their first TCG, but hey, that's why I'm here.
Yeah.
Help out with that right there. Yeah. And again, now that Iden has ramped again, it's dangerous. Entrenched. But we know Boba has ways of removing upgrades from itself if it really needs to. Looks like they take advantage of the extra power and health and go ahead and just swing into that other light cruiser.
Yeah, I mean, Resupply Carrier did its job. Got Iden to 8 resources early.
Yeah, not where you want to be in that game 2. You have 6 resources or 7 resources, and your opponent has 2 more than you.
No Glory, the Fats Fire Spray. Wolf is packing 3 Fang Fighters in the deck for this Entrenched. So there is a line here.
Is Wolf running the System Shock on itself?
No System Shocks.
No System Shocks,
No.
okay.
No. That was a Jasper exclusive, I think, in this top 8.
You know what? Jasper used it so well.
Yeah.
Definitely took care of stuff like that. Those Entrenches are bad upgrades. And there's the Devastator.
Boom.
Indirect damage now turns to direct damage, and Devastator gets to shoot right now. So that's pretty great. Definitely a good swing for the Boba player, but what does Iden have in their hand? Plenty of resources, can play anything. Need to deal with that amazing top 8 Devastator.
It's a good-looking card. I mean, this Ruthless Raider is doing nothing right now. It's like Power of the Dark Side Protection. That's kind of all it's good for.
Yep.
It looks like they didn't have the answer for it in hand, so just claiming and looking at another 2 cards on Sam's side here.
Yep.
And we're going to open
and
with
there it is. That's why.
That's a really good Annihilator target. Post board, yeah.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Hyperfoil Crate. The Palpatine's returns right there. Another Ruthless Raider.
It's important to note too, like that early claim, he sneaks in the Annihilator before the crate can come down.
Yeah.
You know. Can't afford to take 11 to base right now. So I think the crate probably still gets played, but
I think that's still the one of the most interesting things about this game is you do need to take a step back sometimes and decide, is it worth taking the initiative or trying to max out the amount of resources I have and cards in my hand? And here's a great example of the Iden player realizing playing Annihilator before my opponent can play a crate is going to be the best option here.
Yeah. Here's another cool thing I think that's going on this board right now is next turn Sam can attack his Annihilator into this Ruthless Raider, which has 11 power. It dies, and the Ruthless Raider is forced to put the 2 damage remaining on the Annihilator. The Annihilator dies and kills this Crate Dragon.
Oh my gosh, You're completely right, yeah. And a great looking Crate Dragon it is, but I guess let's see if it follows through here, right?
Yeah.
I think these are the plays people don't think about when they think about a control decks like Iden. People think it sometimes it's just kill everything that hits the board.
Yeah.
But look how this matters, right? This mattered so much. And we go with the Nebula.
Populating with a negative Nebula Ignition instead. That'll be 9 to base.
9 to base, yeah.
And plus the 2 from the Ruthless Raider as well.
Well, Ruthless Raider is upgraded, so it stays in play, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure.
Unless he swings into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
So the Annihilator is going to, take away the Ruthless Raider, the death trigger on the Annihilator. Yeah. Get another look at the hands. Double Palp's return looks really nice on Wolf's side. Bringing back those Devastators. With Sam at 24.
And you go with the Devastator because it's direct damage, right? That's why you're not going to take the crate. You'll save yourself a little bit of your resources, and then just,
Yeah, I mean, you can go either
there.
or. I think they're both viable targets. I mean, with 3 resources represented from Iden, I think you want at least the first one to go Devastator to get the guaranteed 4 in.
It's fun to see Annihilator still see play. I feel like this set or last set we were a little bit more mid-rangey. Not that we aren't now, but Annihilator making its appearance, I was surprised I wasn't seeing on a more board. So I like seeing it as we get into Legends of the Force, and hopefully we see it more throughout the season.
I'm honestly impressed that like an 11 cost card is still viable in this game.
Right?
To be honest, yeah.
It's easy to sleep on it when you open it in a pack and you're like, got a legendary, but it's 11 cost and blue, black.
Saw Wolf opt for the Dornian gunship instead of the Palp's return, but I think what Wolf might be doing is valuing the Boba trigger to do that extra 1 point if Wolf was looking to bring back a Devastator. Because every point matters, especially when you're looking at Iden being able to heal 1 practically every turn.
Yep. Easy heal off that Devastator. Yep.
Devastator open. Again, important to cast it immediately because of the threat that like a crate could just re-enter the battlefield.
Yeah. Let's see. There it is. Devastator comes back.
5.
Ooh, 30 points of damage. I don't think we've seen Iden hit 30 yet.
Yeah, it's a very tricky position now because Wolf kind of wants this Devastator to die so he could bring it back. And Sam has a Sentinel on the field. So it's very easy to make that happen if you're Wolf.
Let's see. I hope Bubba gets it. I'd love to see us go to game 3. We talked about this earlier. The Metal Fab life puck is great, but if you set the timer, it won't go off like that if you're not taking damage. I know some people are surprised. What do you mean you don't take damage for like 10 minutes? Oh, yeah, it happens. There it is. Swings into it directly.
And should be second Palp's return. And we're going to go to game 3 here, folks.
Wow, great job. Great job of both players. Love to see the sideboard make it a little bit more interesting. Especially as we've been watching Iden play a little bit slower, be on the back end, but obviously, they know these matchups, they know what they need to do, putting the pressure on there. And Iden even going in the aggressive, on the attack a lot, still has a lot of healing abilities. And so I guess it even makes more sense why to have, cards like Top Target because, you're going to kill negated
Top Target, negated almost an entire Fet's Fire Spray attack. It's also worth noting from, Wolf's position, Wolf didn't miss a turn 2 play in this game and still managed to claw their way back. And I think a lot of that had to do with the Palps returns we were talking about from the sideboard to grind out a longer game. Also, just Palps return in this deck just provides such a phenomenal amount of reach with the when played abilities of a Ruthless Raider, a Devastator, extending how many Crate Dragons you have out of the board too. It's, you're bringing in 2 Crate Dragons, but you're also bringing in 3 Palps Returns. So it's kind of bringing in 5 Crate Dragons a little bit. Yeah.
Every time I throw Palps Return in the deck, I always think, do I need a playset of Vaders? Do I need a playset of Mauls? Or do I go 2 and then just run 3 Palp Return and then I just have the options, right?
Yeah.
Because it just feels good. You'll get these great hard-hitting cards that do something on impact or like Crate Dragon really put the pressure on your opponent. And obviously even in the hand disruption decks that are out there makes it even better. Or as I watched you do it, of just using the new Kylo, discarding Snoke and Palp Returning. That's gross. So,
little sneaky way to accelerate. Yeah.
It's like, oh, what? You discarded Snoke? That must feel bad. And then they're like, no, wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Just see those kind of things early. It's always one of my favorite cards. We obviously we've mentioned other games, but when we talk about coming from a Magic background, I'm a big fan of recursion decks. I love defeating things, the sacrificing like we see in the edicts, but also being able to bring stuff back for my opponents or my own discard pile. So I got really excited when we saw Palp's Return come out. I hope we see a little bit more and just start tackling a couple of different play spaces within this game, like the discard pile.
Yeah, there's definitely more to explore there. Saw Sam here, by the way, taking a mulligan. Looks like Wolf was happy with his opening hand. All to play for here. This is it. This is the last game of the night.
This decides, I'm sure one of these people are treating someone to a drink or to some food after this. So we'll see how that goes. But super excited.
We've got a lot of satisfied testing groups hanging out here at the store. I think a lot of beer and food going to be
No, I think
enjoyed here.
Why else are we here if not to again? I'll say it all the time. The main things of Fantasy Flight's OP is collect, connect, and compete. And if we're connecting and we're competing, there's so much value in that. Iden with the soft pass, and we see Price hit the board again. A nice 2/3 who assists with your indirect damage.
And is certainly going to die.
Usually, if Iden doesn't have a turn 2 removal, I'd be incredibly surprised. But I'm not sure if we got a peek at their hand or not.
They're off a mulligan. But, I mean, they're just so, like, strong and redundant at that slot in particular that...
Some of the comments, this is definitely Bug versus Jund. You know what? It feels that way. It feels that way.
A little bit, yeah.
Depending on what kind of era of a Magic the Gathering player you were.
Yeah.
This does feel that way. Definitely one of my favorite times.
I always really appreciated, like, the blue deck matchup versus the Jund matchup. There's always, like, a lot of pass and pull. So it is going to be a resupply.
Oh, Price going to get some damage in.
Yep. Price going to deal 4 here. Maybe a smart claim from Wolf. Because like Price would probably only get 2.
Yeah.
And then presumably definitely get killed. So now like doubling Price's damage. I like the idea here.
Important to maximize here. And that's where you got to step back. If you've been playing aggressive all day with Boba, luckily, Boba has a lot of experience here versus Iden, so knows to take the step back, set up for the next turn with that initiative.
Yeah, and you get like the Boba ping too. Yeah, it's just seeing this from Wolf, just like maximizing these Boba pings as much as possible in this matchup.
Oh, wow.
Another one.
Yeah, Iden could play a crushing blow on this, but best to take the initiative.
Yeah. Taking the initiative does effectively heal Iden 3 in this board state. Yeah.
One on day. 6 resources for Iden with that 1 ramp ahead. So Iden can deploy this turn.
Correct. Yeah, sign a ramp. Iden's going to get the flip first.
Yeah, it's definitely a big turn here.
And then open with a Merciless Contest.
3 remaining, could still have another power.
The power could be another resupply. Yeah.
Dorian Gunship comes into play.
Hey, we've seen this all 3 games on 5 resources, just Gunship. Like, Gunship go.
There it is. Gunship's so nice because it sees itself.
Right.
And that's the value there.
And it's 4/6.
Yeah.
4/6. Best stat line in the game.
If you were a unit in Star Wars Unlimited, would you be a 4/6?
I would like to be a 4/7. I would like to be Boba. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, but I mean, realistically, I mean, don't want to be too OP. Yeah.
I mean, 4/7, you're not making many friends.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not going to be played for too long. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Second Merciless Contest.
Another Merciless. Yeah, no, it's all 3. It's all 3, yeah.
Yep. It's the only 3 cards in the yard, too.
Yeah.
Wow. Cold flips. Surely you don't have a power after the 3 Merciless.
I guess not. Going for the heal.
Yep. Here's an honest 4. And Pilot Vader as a 7/7. It's a scary unit.
Oh, so scary.
Yeah.
But I mean, thematically correct, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Vader should always put pressure on the board.
Yep.
And so far he does, until we get a weird Vader that doesn't.
This board may demand a Super Laser Blast, which would probably be okay if you're on Wolf's side, only losing two units.
Yeah.
There's only 1 Fel in the deck. You're insulated from power. To get the 7 in.
And even though you're losing Boba as one of those units, that doesn't feel as bad when you didn't have to pay the resources to make it happen.
Vanquish there, another answer to the Vader unit there.
And then get the heal going back down to 13. Oh, Vader again.
Vader.
And Iden deploys.
Yeah, slightly tardy deploy from Iden.
Swings into Boba, loses the shield, but puts 4 damage on the Boba Fett, getting her closer to take that top target.
Yep. Vader could protect the Boba. I think this, really what that setup was probably a Vigilance in hand.
Mm.
Yeah, and Wolf's maybe sniffing it out, just going 7 to base, getting the damage when they can. Yep, and there's the Vigilance.
There it is.
It's going to be
5 defeat.
Yep, and healing 11. 12. Yeah, 12 from the item too.
Nice, yeah.
All the way down to
So
8.
much healing. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
So we saw a deal for 18 in one action, and then
Hey, Devastator coming back in, but would have felt better if they didn't heal as much as they did. Oh my goodness.
4 damage. Looks like this might be going to base.
Yep. Well, there it is.
Back up to 12.
What a match.
Yeah,
It's
a lot
not-
of back and forth here.
A lot of back and forth, a lot of heavy hitters, forcing Iden to deal with it every turn. Not that she probably wasn't, but it may throw off the strategy she had.
And now that like Devastator's entered the game, I think like on Sam's side, like psychologically, you're thinking like, well, maybe the Wrath's, the C1 cast here, it's going to heal too. But like now the Palp's Return keeps bringing back potentially this Devastator now that it's entered the yard, right? Like,
yeah, and we see that Nebula Ignition Border Wipe take care of everything there. So much that the destroys the life puck, and then the Great Dragon appears.
A lot of work for both players to do here, but we've seen this swing very quickly.
Again,
Great to get over it. No more Merciless contest, so 3 powers still left in the deck. It's like the most efficient way to answer the crate. There'll be a no glory, so 5 to base.
All right, well, we know they don't have the power. And now comes another Devastator.
Second Devastator. It's another 5.
All right, they're back at 20 again. This is the second time Iden's been at 20 in this match.
Also, I feel like on an Iden side, like Iden maybe just needs to generate some pressure somewhere. Like the deeper into the Boba deck you go, the more likely they have the Palp's Returns to bring back the crates or the Devastators. You just don't have the life total to work with anymore. So we got Rival's Fall to open.
Fall for 6. Using a lot of resources to use this hard removal. And a Palp's Return. Yep, there you go. Another 5 points
again.
of damage. 4 from Devastator, 1 from the Boba ability. Yeah.
And this is a lethal attacker now. Yep. Has a snap claim, does not have the answer in hand, or maybe has a Wrath in hand that is kind of is forced now.
Yeah, gotta take the initiative. Gotta draw. You need an Ignition or another Super Laser Blast to deal with this.
A lot of cards in the grip for Sam. There's a lot of options to work with here. Puts 1 down.
There it
That's
is.
gonna be a Super Laser Blast. And
nice.
and
Wow.
Planetary Bombardment will finish it off. So 2 is going to go to the base from the Stormtrooper First Order, and then another 8, and that'll do it. Well done.
Great
well
job.
done to both competitors.
Great job.
Congratulations, Wolf, on a well-played day all the way through.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got to interview Wolf after one of the wins earlier. Great player, great contestant. You and him, definitely some of the top players here in the Northwest. Not that we don't have any, but, officially based on record, you guys have killed it.
Yeah, it's cool we got to share that day 3 success together. Yeah, for sure.
No, that's awesome. If you guys had platforms for your placing, it'd be cool to stand next to them, right?
Sure,
it feels good after a long weekend like that. And this feels good after a long day. Great players, great showing. It's great to see it. I'm sure a lot of people were excited not to see a control deck win and to see something a little bit different that they haven't seen in a while. Not that either of these decks were bad or anything like that. Great players, great games. Wow. And again, I'm just excited to build and play more.
Wider variety of decks in the top 8 for sure. I think Wolf took a great angle on this metagame coming in. I think we talked to him early in the day. I'm like, hey, I think you're really well positioned with this Boba Data Vault. He's like, yeah, I think so too. And kind of seeing it come to fruition here for sure.
All right, well, it has been great streaming this all day. I'm going to shout out again, Guardian Games, one of the oldest and largest stores here in the Portland, Oregon. One of my favorite stores. I'm so honored to finally stream this type of event for everything they've been doing here. The staff, the judges, the place, Team Babu Freaks joining us today, and it's been a great time. I can't wait to do this again and to do a couple other events this season. Rob, is there anything else you want to say before we close out?
No, just thanks for having me, D-Rod. It's great to have the opportunity to do this. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for putting on the stream for the community and like getting the outreach out to like so everybody knows who we are.
Yeah,
really, out here.
This is the place to play. I say it all the time. This is the place to play. If you're going to visit Oregon and you're a Star Wars player, like this is where you go. You go to Portland, you come to these events, you're going to meet some great people, have some amazing games, and find so many people with a very like competitive but also communal mindset. And I love that. I love that up here. So thanks again for everyone watching. Shout out to all the other commentators that hopped on, guests from these other matches, all the players here today. Really proud of everyone. Wouldn't expect anything else but a great time from an event like this. Thanks everyone for watching. We'll catch you later, and may the Force be with you.
Let's go.